Down to clown. All right, there we go. You know, every once in a while for these episodes, I do the iCarly in 5, 4, 3, 2 in my head, but I always get the timing wrong. So I never have enough confidence to like try to time it to when it goes live proper. Um, and I wanted to.
That'd be very embarrassing on a VOD. I feel like
it would
to
be
like,
yeah.
because you're just like the VOD started and you're like 5. Wait, sorry, I gotta reset. Yeah, no, that would really be, no, the stuttering, bro. All right, Laura, let's just start the podcast. Yeah, no, that'd be horrible. That'd be horrible. But what's not horrible is our timing. As always, we're punctual, and I mean we're here to spread joy, good tidings. I don't know why I said that.
I mean we are like you're not wrong.
I mean, like, you know what I mean. It's just it's just interesting phrasing on my part. But what's up, chat? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? I hope you guys are doing good on this fine Sunday afternoon, evening, kind of in that gray area, or whatever time it is for you right now. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are doing great. I myself am doing good, and I'm ready to get into some chapters. Ready to get into some chapters, because I feel like for me at least this week,
capital C chapters
of controversy.
C for controversy,
Jeez.
dude.
Yeah, man, this was
one of them chapter weeks where like people who never talk to me about the manga talk to me about the manga. Like this was one of those I'm having offline discussions about JJK, and bro, you know me.
Yeah.
Offline discussion.
Clock in, clock out, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was like, and you know what? I engaged. I was surprised at myself. I was like, wait a minute. There's no chat here. What am I doing this for?
Yeah. This chapter was interesting, man. Honestly, I'll even say that like there's another manga this week that I was kind of like, okay, this is it. It was a new feeling for me, but we'll get into that. You know, I guess with No My Hero, it is a little interesting of which chapter we can get into first. We can do Blue Locks, since I'm sure we'll have the least to say. I feel like
we also have the
least ambiguous.
Yeah, we could just do the book club poll real quick because you have access to it, right?
Yeah.
Did you already see or?
No. I tried to keep a sense of pageantry, as you said. So I waited until we got on stream. But now that we are here, it's time to see. It's time to see, and god damn it. Fuck!
Yeah. Dude.
No.
Listen, chat.
No.
Listen, chat. Normally I like to do a little, back and forth with y'all. Say, god, you got until the end of the episode, blah blah blah. I'm gonna be so fucking honest with you, chat. I'm gonna be so fucking dead ass.
How could y'all do this?
This is a major blowout. What the fuck? I think this is our largest blowout ever of any of these polls, dude.
Oh my god.
It's so crazy.
Bro.
I have never... No. This is Honored One's book club history right here, chat. This is a 70% blowout. Vinland Saga and Vagabond did not have 70% in their fucking runs.
70% for Soul Eater?
Dude, look at... And the comments. These beautiful comments are all aimed at you, man. Have a gander at the comments of this post. I want to hear you live react to some of these, because they're all aimed at you. Like, they're for you, dog. Come on, the streets are waiting.
Nah, I guess I'm reading Soul Eater, bro. I mean, I don't know what to say, bro. All I'll say is condolences to all the Soul Eater fans that are going to have to hear from me for these next couple of weeks. Johnny, I'm sorry, brother. What I do in vengeance.
Damn.
Just know this isn't about you. This isn't about Soul Eater. This isn't about Okubo, bro. This is about me. This is about me and all 98 of you motherfuckers that voted, bro. This is a...
Dude,
this is personal. This is real personal.
I would like to read some of my personal favorite comments on this post.
Your time.
Ronan's cooked. Simple, to the point. No running away from this one, you two. Y'all gonna read Soul Eater and understand why I've been yapping about you needing to read it for months. Y'all about experience peak. Google me, BR will. Let's see. Holy crap, Soul Eater sweep. That start was rocky for me, but the aesthetic always pulls me back. Hope they read it. This motivate me to finish the series. Ah, man. Where is the BR one? Well, BR, it seems like your luck has run out. You will be reading Soul Eater.
Hey, man.
You you want to say a few words to the people, bro? They
Fingers crossed. This is a Dora moment, chat. Woo,
Oh
woo.
my
No, I'm
God.
joking. I'll be giving Soul Eater a fair shot, a fair
Mhm.
shake. I don't really have anything against Soul Eater, as you guys can tell. I'm unbiased. I'm really looking forward to getting into this manga. You know, I'm just God, man. Fire Force was so great. I want to look back into Okubo's earlier work and be like, bro, what built you up to that peak? You know what I mean? That greatness that was Fire Force. So, chat. It's time to turn back the pendulum and read Soul Eater. Let's fucking go, chat. All right, hold on. Let me run a poll real quick. Actually,
Go
I'm
crazy.
curious about something.
Yeah. Dude, I just want to say I'm very excited to read Soul Eater. I was never, a hater or something, but I think now there are two funny things that can happen. One, I lock off and you lock in, or, and this is what I would prefer, I lock in and you lock in hard, right? Chat, listen, week 3 or however long it takes us to finish Soul Eater, if you see BR saying some shit like peak, clip that for me and contrast it with the clips he's had so far of Soul Eater, let's say less than flattering comments, and send them to me. I'm actually rubbing my hands together.
I bet, brother. I bet. I mean, honestly, I for all of my upsetness, I really can't lose here. Either I get a manga that I really do like, and I was wrong. Whoop-de-doo, what's new, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I go in here and my hating skill is put to the test, right? You're about to either see a generational switch up, no creams,
Okay.
or you're about to see hate like you've never seen it before. I honestly hope it's the switch up. I don't like not liking things. And for all of my like Soul Eater, like, oh my God, I don't want to read it. It's mainly because like I cracked open the manga, like the first 5 to 10 chapters, like 2 years ago, thought that shit was boring and then put it down. And kind of that's the only impression I have of it. I haven't read enough Soul Eater to dislike it. So it's kind of like, I'm going to be, you know what I mean? It's not really having to change much. If I can get past the first 10 chapters, that's all new territory. So I'm very curious. I'm very curious about that. Chat, who are some of the standout characters? Okay, so Black Star. I'm basically gonna run a poll to see who everybody is voting that the MVP of this manga is gonna be for.
Probably gonna be Black Star, Death the Kid.
I say us, but we all know I really mean me.
It might, you know what? It might be Black Star or Death the Kid for you. I can see that.
Yeah. Who got a sword, chat?
Did you make a poll or?
I'm making it right now. I don't remember all the characters. I know Black Star, Death the Kid, Maka. Is there anyone else that I should put in here, or is it just those 3?
What's Maka's Blade's name again? What's his name? He's literally one of the main characters.
The shit, bro. 10 chapters, 10 years, or not 10 chapters. 10 chapters 2 years ago, bro. Yeah, you're asking me a lot of questions, brother. Mifune, should I put Mifune up here?
Sure. I'm gonna read some of these super chats that we got before stream while you guys are voting. So, Demon Akatsuha, thank you for the 5. Just donating to let you know in advance that Kreams openly said on Twitter that he will steal my Azuki Days joke. Yeah, and you're about to see me do it, dude. This Azuki Afternoons chapter, dog. Peak. See, that was a transformative thing that I just
colonizing
Kreams. No, I transformed it, dude. That's fair use.
Let's go.
But thank you, Demon Akatsuha. W joke that I just created. Go 6, thank you for the 10. Just want to say this before you guys even start. Gojo is to me what Megami is to BR, so I still haven't given up hope. I know Kreams has those, so hand those stocks sincerely, Gojo Fan Club President. I don't remember a re-election, and I definitely don't remember somebody running against me and winning. Listen, bro.
You were never elected, brother.
Listen, bro. I took power. Anyway, listen, man. I respectfully appreciate your dedication to the Gojo cause. However, I will absolutely and utterly crush you if you speak to your president that way again. Hosi,
quick question, real quick, just to see your dedication. Do you think Gojo's coming back?
Hosi, thank you for becoming an honored one. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you won, brother.
Caliber X4, thank you for the 5. Unrelated, but Dandadan really put us on the pain train last week. BR can attest to that better than I can.
No, I cannot. I did not read last week's chapter, or several weeks of Dandadan chapter, for that matter.
You're a Dandadan binger.
Correct. the proper way to read that series, IMO.
All right.
But yeah,
Let's see. Jaden 2011. Thank you for the 5. I'll give Gege this. He definitely picked up picked the funniest option, like always, bro. Made non-GTK leakers wild out. Dude, we'll get more to it when we talk about the chapter. We were talking about it, like, how's Gege gonna get out of this one? How's he gonna do this? How's he gonna do that, right? With, like, Gojo coming back, the entire, like, if he does, if he doesn't, you know, controversy. Bro sidestepped it in a very Gege, you know, classic fashion. I appreciate it. I never really hated it as much as some other people I've seen. I definitely didn't dislike it as much as other people I've heard. And I will give my extended thoughts later.
Yep. Let's see. Google me, thank you for the 5. All I know is that Goat Kari would have eaten that slash that killed
Based
Buddha.
W.
He's already the monster mentality, top 2, not 2 Hikari.
Yes, sir.
You can't speculate on that, bro, because he has not shown up.
Listen, like, bro, all I'm saying is
step on the battlefield. Listen. Yuta Agotsu, my fault, has stepped on the battlefield twice before Hikari has contributed shit. Don't talk about a real goat. Don't talk about the strongest like that, bro. Hikari need to stay in his lane, gamble himself, and, you know, I don't know, fight fodder until he dies. Do that shit, bro. You don't belong with the big dogs. Dude. You not one of them. You not one of us.
Dude, all I'm saying is Hikari, he wouldn't have gotten cut in 2 or 3s or 4s. He would have just, you know, he would have handled Sukuna. They actually had to get him away from the main fight because they didn't want him to finish Sukuna too quickly.
Yeah, bro.
That's
yeah,
Go-Kari
I'm sure
right
you laughing had nothing to do with your opinion, bro. For sure.
Fuck. God, dude, that was such a clear lie. Oh my God.
Dude, Hikari is getting, like, blitzed and then, like, split just for 4 minutes and 11 seconds only to die, bro. Like, I'm not... You know what, Gege? I appreciate you for putting that shit off, though, honestly, bro. You know what? You're real for that. Thanks. You're giving the Hikari fans some hope. Yeah, and God knows they need it, man. God knows it. After UD developed RCT, it was looking real scary for Hikari fans, man. Never mind. Listen, I'll let y'all... No, I won't. But I'll leave it for now. Sleeping Danger, thank you for the 14. Did this split the community more than 236? I wouldn't say so. Also, split is a funny word. I wouldn't say so. There's not much that could divide the community more than Gojo's death, in my opinion. That shit was, I think, the only thing that'll potentially, the only thing that could divide the community more is Gojo coming back
or the ending.
Excuse me, in the ending, yeah. I don't think there's very much like that could really make the fan base just start fucking tweaking like 236 did, man.
Yeah.
That shit was
a
insane.
Moment, yeah.
People were like mourning Gojo as if he were a real person.
I mean, he was really Blade Runner shit. It's funny though, because I was seeing like Gojo's death being the most mainstream manga thing to come out like in real time. Like people IRL holding vigils, and the thing in was that one memorial thing where, like, was it in like Argentina or something, where people had like a train station where they were like saying rest in peace.
Yeah.
Usher saying R.I.P. Gojo and people getting spoiled that way when he was cosplaying. Wasn't there? Like, yeah. Wasn't there like also a Megan post where she spoiled it? It was just like a crazy fucking period, man.
I think she just cosplayed Sukuna or some shit around the time. I don't know. I know Usher was like, spoiled that shit though. That was funny for a lot of people. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is very controversial. One of the most controversial chapters in the entire series, but more than 236, I don't think so. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a hard chapter to beat for sure. Stardust Phantom, thank you for the 5. I'm just curious, have y'all watched X-Men 97 yet? The show is Spider-Verse tier great. I have not checked it out. I've heard really good things about it. Same. I just haven't gotten around to watching the show though.
Yeah.
I'm sure that when I get into it, I will like it. All the clips I see from it are pretty cool.
Magneto was right. Yeah, that shit's gonna go crazy.
You siding with the minority? W development, bro.
All right.
But I will say that I've never been the biggest like X-Men fan, so it's also contributing to like me not jumping at the gun to get into
interesting
that.
Nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of fell off the X-Men as I grew up. I was really into
I
the
bet you
X-Men.
did.
Shut up. I was really into the X-Men shows. I kind of picked up some comics here and there, just like the major events. Um,
Mhm.
I X-Men 97 is on my list for two reasons. One, just, down for some good Marvel material. It's a rarity these days. Got to lock in and eat while I can.
Mhm.
Two, I really want to see an adult themed cartoon with a Marvel property because y'all don't understand. The last time I think we got that was either Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. No, Avengers Assemble. No, shit. The original one. That was Earth's Mightiest Heroes, right?
First Mighty Heroes was the original one, but
Yeah,
Assembles came after.
yeah.
That was more recent.
No, Earth's
So I don't
Mightiest
count that.
Heroes is like when we got that like genuinely like fucking peak storytelling. Before that, it was Spectacular Spider-Man, and before that, my humble opinion, it was the Spider-Man cartoon / X-Men 97, like the original. So
Sure.
cartoons have always been like kind of hit or miss for Marvel. A lot of misses, arguably the last 10, 15 years. So I can't wait to see something that's like good, dare I say.
Fair.
I like hesitated on that.
Yeah, fair enough. Jaden 3011, thank you for the 5. You will read manga Black Star and you will love MBR. I hope so. I don't doubt it. Johnny says the same thing. And Johnny, if you're watching this, just know, bro, I've always been a Soul Eater fan. Ignore all the other clips you see. Those are AI. Those are not real.
Yeah,
They're fake. Don't worry about them, bro. Kreams actually did that
Oh my God.
specifically. So yeah, no, me, big Soul Eater fan, bro. Black Star, favorite character in the story, yes sir. But I actually do think I'll probably like him, just from what I do hear people say about him.
I'm so proud of you, bro. That's W fraud activity. Everybody give a round of applause to BR. That's some real Creams numbers.
Libra 365, thank you for the 2. Gave Soul Eater an easier sweep than Aizen versus the Gote.
All right. All
Creams
right,
might have some issue with that.
All right,
'cause, you know,
Libra, sit down. You're.
Gold changed his name from Ivan. Thank you for the 2. To be fair, you didn't give it much competition in the poll.
I
Hey
disagree.
man, I try to throw Eden Zero fans a bone. Like sure, like I'm not necessarily surprised Real was in second place. Everybody knew Astro Boy didn't have any motion like that, but I honestly thought Eden Zero, Real, and Soul Eater were gonna kind of go band for band, bro. Like Real off of just Inoue's name recognition. And Eden's like, damn, bro, y'all can't show at all.
Dude,
Sorry,
I'm telling you,
that's not
bro.
an angry-
Every
I'm not
Eden
angry,
Zero
I love
fan is
it.
a fraud. Every Eden Zero fan is a fraud.
Like
I say it.
y'all just didn't show up, man.
Yep.
Y'all just didn't show up, and that's fine, I guess. But like, whatever.
Like, I better not see
Y'all
a
just-
single one of you claim Eden Zero, my goat, for real, for real. I better not see
just
that shit.
don't ask to put it on the poll again, bro. Because like we did this shit last time, and you betrayed us last time too. Like, damn, bro. Damn, y'all just weren't locked in. Y'all just weren't locked in. That's nuts. But anyways,
Yeah.
you know that because y'all weren't locked in, we get to read Soul Eater.
Yeah.
DC YouTube, thank you for the 5. Traded Takamura and Haruma for Gojo and
God.
Yuta. Y'all are welcome for real. Even Chainsaw Man was incredible this week. So take this 5. Thank you for the
Appreciate
5. Incredible. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for you know what, bro? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Thank you for the 5, brother. Chainsaw Man was a chapter. Fujimoto wrote it and drew it.
He did his job. Woo!
Caliber X4. Thank you for the 5. I'm gonna be real. Early Soul Eater can be pretty rough in art style and writing, but it really grows into itself as time goes on. Hey, bro, that's honestly the best news I've heard all day. Because if someone were to tell me Soul Eater is peak from the beginning, I'll beat a sweat would have dropped down my forehead, man. Not because that was not my experience. But, like I said, going into it with an open mind and open heart. So I'm locked in, bro.
You know,
locked in.
Chat, by the way, speaking of Soul Eater, I'm curious, like, where does the anime diverge? Because I've heard Legend of Soul Eater's incomplete anime. I'm curious, like, is it worth the watch up until a certain point, or is it just better to like start with and continue with the manga to the end?
Bro, you can DM Johnny at any time, brother.
I'm asking the people.
Of course. King Nija, thank you for the 5. I'll just say this: there's a character in Soul Eater named Mifune who might become one of your goats. BR. You know what? I like to hear that. You know, King Nija, I kind of trust your taste, so I'm gonna be looking out for this guy. Something tells me he gonna have a sword or two. I don't know. But anyways, appreciate you for the 5. Hold on, I've been throwing back waters, bro. I need to be right back. Give me 1 second.
Weho Vinas de Sousa, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Hi, do you guys think the next book club will be Naruto? That's kind of up to you guys and the people watching the VOD. We're about 100 subscribers away from the 5K mark where, your boys, me, I got to read Naruto for the first time. So, I don't know, you guys want to see that happen? You know how to make it happen, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we've been saying for weeks now. You know, y'all want to see the Naruto book club. Y'all gotta do Naruto book club activities. Ron Weasley, thank you for the 20. Ron Weasley, thank you for the 23. Ron Weasley 23, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Yuta came back to become a special grade sorcerer, second only to Sasori Gojo in unusual abilities. Yuta Ogotsu, a prodigy. Yes sir, yes sir. Yuta Ogotsu for real. Shadowstar, thank you for the 5. Hakari used every bit of his non-existent. Guys, why? Hakari used every bit of his non-existent bag to appear in this chapter. Bro really is the idle gambler. What the fuck? Chat, what did Hakari do to y'all? Why has BR poisoned your minds and infected your spirits against Hakari?
W Hakari, hey,
my God.
Yeah, get that fake flag out of here. Yeah, let's fucking go. Wait, Shadowstar? You know what, Shadowstar? You quickly rising in the ranks in chat for me, cause you be coming out swinging with good, genuine, authentic, down to earth Hakari hate. God, you love to see it, man. You love to see it.
Though?
Fuck.
I don't know if I love to see it.
You do, bro. And I know why you like Hakari, but you love to see it, brother. You just. It's just real, genuine, authentic, wholesome, proper JJK discourse. That's what we like. That's what we like.
Anyway, Ghost 6, thank you for the 5. See what I mean? He doesn't even think he's gonna come back, and I can't have racist like you as my leader, Mr. Black Whip. Why did I read that?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. It sounded like you wanted to, but thank you for the 5, and thank you for your genuine, authentic comment, Gojo fan hive leader. Caliber X4, thank you for being a member for 8 months.
Gotta get some water.
I like that Yuta called the entire cast out. Yeah, I definitely think Yuta's characterization is the highlight of the chapter, for sure. M3D, thank you for being a member for 6 months. I'm just lamenting the inevitable retcon we'll get to Kenny's technique, because how the fuck does Gege rationalize Sukuna not getting low diffed here? Kind of one of the issues I have, personally. But we'll see. I'm not jumping the gun on that, but I will say I am a bit skeptical that there's going to be a. We'll see. Draco Frostbite, thank you for the 5. I've had the cursed thought of Gojo pulling out a sword all week. He better not pull one out. You got to scrap now, Yuta. Hold on. Yuta in Gojo's body with a sword might just be exactly what this fucking manga needs.
That might just be exactly what this fucking.
Yeah, amen. Yeah. Purple slash? Come on. Yeah, Come on, chat. Fuck with the vision.
Bro, I think you just want Gojo to be Yami. I think that's what this is.
I don't want Gojo. I want Yuta. Wait, bro, what the fuck? Like,
dude, why do you not glaze at the altar of my glorious blue-eyed king with me?
What's so funny is, like, obviously I think Gojo's a good character, but there's two things, right? One, he's not good. Like, he's not, and two, there's a counterbalance, right? It's like you do too much, bro, and I have to act as a balancing force, bro. I am necessary in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe, bro.
So you came over. You saw my 3 Gojo statues and you drew the line.
No, I mean, I've drawn the line ever since I knew that you were a Gojo fan, but just know that the reason the line was always drawn is partially just because I don't agree. Mainly because I don't agree, but also a secondary application is that, like, you can't have like, the whole podcast cannot just be, like, glazing, bro. And you have the glazing just on lock, bro. When it comes to dick eating, you and you alone are the strongest, bro. You unrivaled, the honored Glazer. That's all you, bro. Can't compete, don't want to compete, will never compete.
Top 2, not 2, real shit.
That's why I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, bro. And with Gojo, it's gotta be. It's Yuta's time to shine, bro. Yeah.
Anyway, Demon Akatsuha, thank you for the 2. L plagiarism, Cream Summerton, that's diabolical.
Oh, Cream Summerton is getting screenshot and put in the logs. Thank you for that, Nimanakatsu. I appreciate that.
Doesn't have to though. I think
It doesn't have to. You're right. This is like a purely like a decision based thing.
You don't
Appreciate
say.
you reminding me of that.
Kid Soul is the
Creams.
first. Thank you for the 2. As a Yuta fan, seeing the haters mad is peak. Yuta
It is,
haters
bro.
are so interesting to me because
Ooh.
like they have less reason to exist than I'm so sorry for this Hikari haters because Yuta just consistently shows up to work, clock in, clock out every single day.
They just don't like him they don't like him because of that, bro. They explicitly don't like him because he does his job too well. And
No.
oh my god, bro. I will say part of the reason I was able to come around to this chapter as much as I have is because I saw so many Hikari fans mad, bro. It genuinely made my day better. I was like, "Oh my fucking god, bro. Holy shit. I genuinely, unironically feel better about this chapter strictly because of your suffering." Not you specifically, just the embodiment, the epitome of Hikari fans, if you will.
That's so interesting, man. I didn't know you were a this chapter hater at first.
Hate is a strong word. I didn't care enough to hate. I thought that shit was like it was kind of a mix of like mega ass to me, but I didn't like there was no like real emotional investment in the distaste. It was just like wow, this kind of sucks. And to be honest, I basically still have all the reservations that I did when I felt that way because they didn't suddenly go away in between the leaks dropping and the actual chapter dropping. I'm just willing to kind of be like, you know what, bro? I'ma just enjoy the parts I can enjoy, and like we'll talk about it. I think I've just kind of placed a little less emphasis on the parts that I do think are because there are a lot of aspects that are in this chapter, in my opinion, that are like, wow, this is kind of dumb, kind of stupid, or just something I just don't appreciate in the manga, right? But because I like Yuta quite a bit, I'm able to be moved a lot by like how much this helps his character or how much it improves it to me. And it's able to offset a lot of things. Like, for example, I've said this on the pod before, right? I don't like ass pulls. I don't like bullshit, right? Especially in a manga that I feel like is very
Prone to
down to
that?
earth isn't necessarily the right. No, down to earth isn't necessarily the right word. Like an Aspel and Black Clover is different from an Aspel and JJK because an Aspel and JJK feels more contradictory to the established tone, right? That being said, if Megumi, Mahito, or Miwa did the most dumb, ridiculous, out of context, outlier bullshit, I would acknowledge that it's dumb. I would acknowledge that it's stupid. I would acknowledge that, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like what I'm about to do with this Yuta chapter. That being said, I would still say this is the greatest thing ever, specifically because it does it in favor of the character I like. I would just basically be, and this, it's not to the same degree.
All right, it's Agenda Kaisen. Like
It's just bias, bro. But it's just like with Yuta, it's to a lesser degree because I don't like Yuta as much as I like them. But it's also just because I think this wasn't the worst thing in the world, but we'll get into it in a little bit. I do think there are a lot of things where my eyebrows are raised. I'm shaking my head, so everybody knows I disagree with the writing decision or whatever, like shit like that. But it's interesting. I was still pretty torn on it.
Can't let gang know I fuck with this chapter.
can't let gang know I fuck with this, bro. It'll be an interesting discussion for sure. But Samar Nelson, thank you for becoming an odd one. Appreciate you joining the team. Thank you. NJW, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Takamura was my hope for Sakamoto days to continue longer, but with this development, it seems like the story is getting closer to a conclusion.
Damn, we're already in the Sakamoto days endgame discussion. Damn, dude.
I don't know. We'll see.
Weekly Shonen Jump's got to lock in because everybody's just. I haven't heard about anybody speaking about new beginnings or even middles in this magazine, aside from like Ruri Dragon and Kagurabachi. It's just been endings.
Hey, bro. Yes, I don't know, man. Tell the magazine to like stop encouraging motherfuckers to like write all of their material as quickly as possible, lest they get axed, and maybe they'll have longer running stories for us.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's not a complaint on the fans. They're just correctly observing the behavior. It's the behavior that's the problem.
For sure.
But yeah,
let's see.
Darklaw, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Go/Joe, I will ban you, has a new partner. His name is Takamura. Okay, you kind of got me back. On a related note, have you seen that tweet saying Kashimo was reminding Yuta of the plan?
That shit was so dumb.
Wait,
That
what?
shit was so genuinely.
Oh, in that
There was just a
exchange?
there was just a tweet where he's saying, if anyone's going, it's not you, and they were like basically saying, oh, Kashimo's reminding Yuta of the importance of the plan, and that he can't, no anybody can go before Yuta because Yuta's so important. I'm like, dude, Kashimo did not give a
Yeah,
single
because he
flying
he was like
fuck.
Gojo. He was like, yeah, I'll just win. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like he did not give an iota of a fuck about Yuta's safety, about the rest of the versus safety. He was thinking the only thought going through his head there was, is this dumbass bastard trying to steal my fight? Sit your dumbass down. Like that's all it was, bro. He had no like Hikari. Sorry, Maki, Yuji, Mei, Kusakabe, they care about the plan, they care about the outcome, right? That's why they're telling Yuta to sit his ass down. Kashimo is just like, bro, if you go, that means I have to wait longer because I respect the one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that shit, bro. I'm going first or we're scrapping right now. He did not give a fuck about Yuta. He did not give a fuck about that dumbass plan. There are other things you can look back to say, oh, this makes more sense. But Hajime fucking Kashimo is not one of them, bro.
Yeah.
Not a single one of them.
Not only do I not think that, I also like. It's not the most interesting thing that I want to see of past Kashimo, because every time we've gotten a flashback so far, Kashimo's been absent. You could argue so has Higuruma so far, like after he died. I don't think it's necessary, but for Kashimo, I just want to see one thing and only one thing, right? Fuck additional story context, fuck this or that, or like a fucking farmer flashback. What I want from a Kashimo during that 1 month flashback is just to see how Gojo convinced him to go second. I need to see that shit so bad.
Probably just beat his ass,
dude.
bro.
I want to see that too. Like I just want to like feel how he was convinced. I need to know.
Yeah, bro probably got hit with a blue punch to the stomach and then a wombo combo and was like, you know what, bro? I can't use my technique on you, and I also can't hit you, so you're not really fun. All right, bro. You got that. When Sukuna kills you, I'm up next. And it probably, if Gojo won, he was gonna be like, all right, well, I was promised the strongest, bro. So I'm dying to some motherfucker that's strong one way or another, bro.
What's so funny is like, even with Kashima releasing his technique, I do wonder, like, without the domain amplification, like what he's doing, like it just, oh my god, you got
who? Gojo?
To Gojo, yeah. Like if Gojo won that fight, like Kashima was like, and the lightning god is already dead. Like I don't know, like.
I don't even think Kashimo had domain amplification. Bro was not hitting Gojo.
Yeah.
That shit was not gonna work.
I know. So it's funny because he still like has a certain attitude about him, and it's like you're such a middle child, dog. Like you just kind of in the middle of Sukuna and Gojo. Like it's so funny. Bro got the worst of both worlds.
Oh. Yeah, I mean he died how he wanted to, I guess, if that's anything. But yeah, no, Kashimo, I something tells me either Hikari was like negotiating like more like, okay, bro, part of the planning vow was you got to let Gojo go first or blah blah blah, or Gojo just beat his ass and was like, dude, I'm not. This isn't like a conversation. I'm not asking you to let me go first. It's yeah.
Because like I could definitely see Kashimo being like, let me see how strong you really are, and then Gojo hitting him with like a Miguel special 5,000, and Kashimo's like puking.
He's like, is that my blood and my organ?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Go like he sees the blood sliding down Gojo's infinity. He's like, oh, whose blood is that? It's like yours.
He's like, oh, kind of strong. All right, bro. All right, bro. I'll let you get that first. I'll let you try first.
Bro, as soon as I get up from the snap, real quick. Oh, you're so fucking good.
Yes, sir. Anyway, but yeah, let's see. Lobby Warsaw, think of it as 10. You must be inhuman to be strong. Being a cog makes you subhuman, and being a monster makes you more. But both ideologies have failed. Gojo died, and Yuji isn't strong enough. There must be a third option. I don't necessarily know if I think so. I just think Yuji's answer is incomplete. Like, okay, so for example, right, if being a monster, and I'll just address your second donation, thank you for the 5, being in reference to my video, it's just like I just think being like to its most extreme just gets you Sukuna level, but like not everybody that adopts that mentality becomes as strong as Sukuna. Like you can use Arame as an example of like they clearly buy into the Sukuna hype, right? But they in terms of the ideology and all that, blah blah blah, whoop de whoop de whoop, but like don't have that level of strength, etc. etc. Gojo didn't beat Sukuna, so I think there's like, if Sukuna is the peak of his form, I just don't think there's been a peak of that humanity in sorcerers just yet, and that's why I personally think like good for Yuta, and by good I mean absolutely tragic, but like I don't think this is going to finish things, mainly because I feel like Yuta is just making the same mistake that Gojo did, or rather falling into the same pitfalls that Gojo did as someone thrust into that role individually. But that's my take on it.
Yeah. A little bit worse. Thank you for the 5. The last super chat was in reference to. Okay. Yeah.
Just a mongrel. Thank you for the 5. Genuine question for you. No slander. Who do you sell to kill Arame? Can't use Yuta or Maki because they're important to other parts of the plan. You most definitely can send Maki. Yeah. You just send Maki. Listen, you send Akari to fight Arame, right? They just tickle each other's feet or whatever the fuck they've been doing for the entire fight, right? And then as soon as Yuta comes down, pops the domain, you send Maki off guard Arame, and then they both help. Because here's the thing, right? Maki wasn't helping at all until the domain was broken, right? Yeah. So we saw Yuji, Higuruma, Kusakabe, Ino, Choso, Higuruma again, Yuji again, and Yuta and Yuji once again pull up to fight before we even see Maki on the battlefield once. There is definitely time for one of the fastest, stealthiest, strongest, and most lethal characters in the verse to off guard Arame while they're fighting Bumkari. Like I just don't think there's probably an individual, like in all honesty, right? If the gambling addict is relative to Maki and Yuta, right, which is narratively implied, whatever, then you're probably not going to send anyone that's going to 1v1 Arame and get significantly better results quicker than Akari is, right? And if you do, they're probably losing some aspect of them. Like, you can send Yuta, but he might have to use his domain or some shit and finish the fight quick. And you don't want to do that because you're saving that for Sukuna, blah, blah, blah. So the solution is, when in doubt, pinky out, send another motherfucker, man. Just send someone. Like, you did it with Yuta versus Kenjaku. You do it with Arame so you can get another one of your heavy hitters on the field. I don't like. I think that there's.
I get why they sent Hikari on paper, right? Because you need somebody who can like withstand all the ice and limbs breaking and all this shit. But at the same time, even diehard Hikari fans will agree he's not the most efficient fighter. So
he's not he's not gonna like he's gonna not die, right? That's what you can guarantee Hikari will do. Hikari will not die to Arame, probably.
Yeah.
But in a fight where you're trying to kill Sukuna, I personally think Hikari's only as effective as long as you want to prolong the fight or like give other people time. And against Arame, it is in Arame's best interest to stall Hikari, right? Because Sukuna, realistically, from Arame's perspective, does not need or want their help, right? Hikari, on the other hand, Hikari's help would probably be very much appreciated. Genuinely, for all slander aside, right? Another body to throw at Sukuna for 4 minutes and 11 seconds that is, in most circumstances, completely immortal is just a benefit. Adding Arame to the Sukuna party is, don't get me wrong, a benefit, but a very unneeded one considering Sukuna is not dead yet, right? And he's definitely not in peak performance, right? But especially from Arame's perspective, any doubt that Sukuna had in his fighting style was just due to he's not used the fire arrow yet. Y'all are cooked the millisecond he does. Now, they were wrong, but they're Sukuna Glazer, right? That's their job to be wrong about that and overhype him. To me, you just send 2 motherfuckers, bro. You send Akari, stall. Infinite cursed energy is probably going to even shroud Maki's presence even more so than what you would normally expect.
One soul cut,
you don't, and it's Arame,
dude, and
they're not healing soul damage. You stab them, you cut off one of their arms, like you
a heart attack. Like, it's so crazy because, dude, Maki could cut off that arm, not have to stick around for the fight. All right, this is for Rika. Bye.
You literally just Hikari handle the rest. Like, if they're that pressed for time. By the way, they're not, because what happens? I forgot that Kashimo also fought Sukuna while Hikari was fighting Arame, right? Literally just run the same plan Yuta did, but with Hikari. He opens his domain, he gets jackpot, he dismantles the domain in the opposite direction so that Arame is distracted, the same way Sukuna was. Maki runs up, shlink, stabs him, cool. Stabs him is crazy. Stabs them, cool, right? Then you move on. That's it. That's all you need to do. I think that, like, I'm trying to think of, like, if there's a problem with that plan timeline-wise, because I don't honestly think there is. Maki's not needed in the fight, or at least based on the strategy they use. Maki doesn't show up for a pretty decently long time, right? And by the time Maki does show up, Hikari and Arame are already in, like, different parts of the city, if they're even still in Shinjuku,
dude.
right? Like, they've traveled, they've gone a distance, they're far and away outside of Sukuna's 200-meter domain, blah blah blah. Like, they're far. Sukuna will never even know that Maki was there, so it's not even like, it's like, hey man, send her, please.
We need the reinforcements.
And have we just teleport. Have Wee teleport Maki to Hikari's location, so you don't even have to have her travel. Like, come on, brother. Toto, dude, come on, man.
Because wasn't it loosely confirmed that Toto was there when Yuta was fighting Kenjaku?
Yes, it was confirmed that's he literally field tested Boogie Woogie with that there. Just okay, Wee teleporters back to the other colony. Hey. Apparently, Boogie Woogie is capable of working on Maki, or at least maybe Soul Split Katana, whatever, because it seems to be the case that they plan to get Maki out as well, right? So for whatever reason, Boogie Woogie can work on her or work on something that she's holding. Cool. Hey, Boogie Woogie, blitz Arame, do the same thing Yuta did, word for word, bar for bar, and you have the solution. Like, I honestly think, like, jokes aside, sending Hikari is the best. It's the best stalling answer, but I just don't think stalling is what you want to do. In this scenario, right? You want Hikari to stall Sukuna. You don't want Hikari to stall Arame.
I think their logic is, right, I'm just guessing until we get that proper confirmation, right? What I think it is not only to get Arame off the field, because their technique has a massive AoE effect that will just, like, be harder to deal with. Cool, right? But I think their intention is, if Hikari can't, like, brute force it, he's just going to win out on the Cursed Energy Reserve game, right? Like, it will simply be a very long-winded battle of attrition. However much Cursed Energy you think Arame has is up for discussion. They don't have the same level of efficiency that Gojo or Sukuna do. I think it's going to be,
They've been fighting it for a long time,
I know,
bro.
It's kind of irritating, because Arame's like, no offense to Hikari, but, like, you're half naked already, dog. Like, she...
Like, so think about it like this, right? Think about it like this.
Dude, like, it's...
Hikari... The one fight that Hikari has fought in Jackpot that we've seen on screen, right? He beats out Kashimo by playing on his specific type weakness. Cool, right? That's not invalid. That's a perfectly valid way of winning. W strategy, blah, blah, blah. However, replay that fight in your head. Kashimo is not low on cursed energy. Kashimo is not... He's not dealt out that much damage. And he does not have a lick of RCT. Any damage he takes, that shit's sticking. I think Hikari went through, what, 3 jackpots?
So far that we've seen.
No.
Against Kashimo. Yeah, it was
nothing.
3. Yeah.
Against the motherfucker that does not have RCT, right? Even if you say Arame is weaker, if you say they're even in the same ballpark, and Arame does not have the get dropped in water weakness,
it's just...
We've never seen Hikari finish a fight off of dealing out damage. It's just never happened.
I think...
Not that we've seen.
I think also there's a part of it that I'm wondering, like, if you're Gege, right? Are they excess? Are both characters excess to you? Is it part of a larger thing? Because now that Yuta is, in Gojo's body, and it's presumed that he's going to lose his copy technique in the process, right? You have to wonder, what exactly are we doing here? Like...
With Hikari and Arame?
Yeah, because, like, having flashback to them, right? Unless he's setting up for, like, a, don't worry, gang, Hikari's here. And he's going to get, like...
I honestly, like, it pains me to say this, but I do genuinely think that's the only way it makes sense. The only way you can justify Hikari being delayed this long is because it was the same thing. Remember, people were saying, oh, where's Yuta? Where's Maki? And they came in and they showed out, right? Obviously. People were saying the same thing about Yuta's return. He comes back, he showed out. My belief is that, Hikari's going to pull up, he's going to fight Sukuna, Sukuna's going to be like, oh my god, this level of gambling, I've never seen it before. You are Kenji Hikari, the most addicted person I've ever seen, or whatever, right? Like, slender aside, I'm throwing in jokes, but, like, I think it only makes sense to do this if Hikari's comeback will be as big or as powerful as all of the buildup. Because otherwise, you just make him look stupid in a way that, well, I would appreciate. Gege obviously isn't trying to. At every possible turn, he's only hyped up Hikari or gassed him up or compared him to Yuta, who we've seen gassed up, right? Hikari has never really once been, like, from Gege's perspective or intentionally considered a bum. Now, Gege puts him through some bum things to my enjoyment, but narratively speaking, if we're being real, right? He's called a heavy hitter. He fights Kashimo and wins.
He's got a lot of potential.
He's stronger than him. He's strong. He has a lot of potential, right? And the only thing I'm thinking is that, like, Hikari has to come back in a really big way to make this make sense, because otherwise, strategically, this is just so weird. Because would you not rather put all of your chips on a potential Hikari, Todo, Yuji trio of jumping than have Hikari play footsies with Arame? Like, I don't know,
like,
man.
dude, the only other reason you could be doing this is if Hikari loses and Arame does that. Like, Sukuna, I'm here to help.
Listen,
like,
listen.
God.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Genuinely, this is not even. It's kind of Hikari hate, but it's not about killing Hikari so much as I would really well, we might be finished, right? But aside from the we might be finished problems, Arame, they are to call them a cool character is a bit much considering we don't have much on them, but they are an intriguing character to me. Like, they kind of have, I'm like, I kind of like your vibe. I like your vibe is interesting. Your vibe is intriguing. I might be interested in seeing what you got, especially in lieu of Kenjaku going bye-bye. Another antagonistic, interesting character. Hey,
I'm here.
I might be interested. I might be intrigued. So if that's how it goes, we're turbo fucked. However, I wouldn't be mad at it. It would be really, really funny, and it would be hard to keep a straight face if that chapter review ever happens. I honestly am not betting on it. I think Gege will go the simpler route of having Hikari win, kind of come back and do some crazy shit. As much as it pains me to say, it just is what it is. But I do agree with you where it's kind of like you have to make one of them come back and be the hero. Arame is the hero for Sukuna, or Hikari is the hero for us.
Dude,
right?
I can't have Yuta, Gojuta, whatever we want to call him, win this exchange and then just to, like, get frozen over as he's about to deal the final blow. Because it's like, I don't know how.
First of all, that'd be hard.
It would be hard, but it would be hard for 5 seconds before you're like, huh?
First of all, freezing him.
Already, I know.
Freezing him is insane, right? But ignoring that, okay, maybe he just used a domain, right? His technique's burned out, okay? It would be hard. It would be hard because imagine the feeling of being a ramen and you do that. One, you saved your goat.
You gotta get,
right?
But you also got your get back.
And you got the get back of the fucking century, bro. This motherfucker punched you in your colon so hard you felt that shit a month later, and you got blown damn near to bits by the aftermath of a 200% hollow purple, not aimed at you. It was aimed at your big boss. Oh my God, I would feel, honestly, at that point, I might have my awakening, bro. Fuck it. Because, but like I said, it would be hard, it'd be interesting, it'd be funny. But I don't know if it makes sense with where we're at right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Either way, like, I can't wait to see the payoff to what exactly the function this fight serves. Because right now, it just seems a lot of, like, peanut gallery stuff that takes the place of
like just watching the fight.
Like they were doing in Gojo versus Sukuna, which is like fine, but you know, they're not there. So they're just sort of,
and also you would imagine Hikari and Arame have bigger roles than that, right?
Exactly, because like they're just doing a glaze off right now. Like that's kind of what's happening. Like no, my go.
Yuta's so cool, bro. He abandoned his humanity for strength. No, Sukuna already did that.
Oh, he's biting Sukuna's whole flow. God, he's so unoriginal. Yeah, it's called the copy technique for a reason.
God, bro. Yeah. JJK might drop to a 6 if Arame freezes over Gojo. Hey, man. Listen. I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of sentiments like that, and I'll just say it's funny because they're never as like, and I'm not even like saying this to taunt, but just historically, people are never willing to stand on that as much as they say, myself included, brother. Like,
Oh yeah, no,
should
I've been
happen.
a fraud.
I'm very much like, dude, if Gege kills Kashimo, like, he'll like really, like, he just goes out like a chump. Oh my god, bro. I'm still here talking about this shit every week, bro. Sorry, he's got me. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I'm here.
Clock in, clock out. That's what I'm saying.
It's kind of where I'm at right now. But I do agree it would be hilarious. Okay, now let's move on because we stuck on that super chat for quite a while.
Yeah.
But Sleeping Danger, thank you for the 14. 261 will get better or worse based on the next few chapters. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Because, yeah, 100%. I almost want to jump into JJK just because of how much we were talking about already, but pace ourselves, blah, blah, blah. Caliber X4, thank you for the 5. The Kreams' Soul Leader question, it diverges at around episode 36 to 37.
That's a good chunk of the story, right? I mean, not even of the story.
I would imagine so. Yeah. That's probably like around.
That's like
90 to 100 chapters or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good amount. And I've seen bits and pieces of the animation. It looks pretty. Like I think I'd be down to watch some of it.
That's fair. I feel like I'm gonna just spin back on like the highlight fights. Probably will be how I'm moving. But we'll see. It depends on how the manga art evolves. Because if I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, dude, what are we doing? Might have to rewind, hit that anime real quick, get that better experience. But we'll see.
Because around 90 chapters, you just have to lock in, right? Like you.
Yeah, you do 90 chapters. You don't have to be at your peak, but give me something, bro.
Yeah, like work with me here.
Yeah.
The pineapple guy, thank you for the 5. I can't wait for Sukuna to sacrifice his left nut to fully regain and fight Yojo. I like that one. At full health. Listen. I guess we'll speak more about Binding Vow Kaisen in the JJK section. But there does seem to be like a very popular discourse surrounding the tit for tat nature of binding vows in like for a fingernail I will be omnipotent kind of exchange happening. Look, I'm not saying a lot of it is out of line, but I do think there's enough plausible deniability for Gege to like weasel his way out of it by the skin of his teeth.
I'm just not interested in plausible deniability personally. Like when you tell me impromptu, bro, I'm just like I think like here's the thing. It's what's tough is like when you agree with a sentiment that like, oh, binding vows sometimes are really silly. But then the reason you see a lot of people agree is like kind of stupid. And it's like, no, bro. Impromptu? Like I almost fell to my knees, bro. I still almost fell to my knees. Why the fuck are you using the word impromptu and imprecise, bro? Listen, oh my god, I'm gonna do a backflip and land on my neck. Like, but listen,
like I get like
that's not to say all binding vows are bullshit, but there is a the
Sukuna,
joke doesn't have no merit.
Exactly.
The joke doesn't have no merit is kind of where I'm at. Where it's like
that's why I'm saying like there is a way to do it where Gege gets away with it, like weasels his way out of it, but not like cleanly. Like he's going to be kind of beaten up a little bit. Yeah, like there's gonna be dirt.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see because I think it's just because we're actually gonna talk about that too. Because I will say this, just because I might forget otherwise. One thing I will give credit to Gege for, and it's not necessarily a super compliment, but it is an acknowledgement of his skill, because of the controversial nature of his chapters and how bombastic each one is. He's very easily able to obfuscate any problems you had in the last one that were like that could kind of be answered in the chapter following, right? So like I remember being like, dude, there's no way Sukuna can pull off this domain, right? This has to be like delusion. Because of what we saw it took for him to open a domain last time, right? And because of how controversial 261 is, for like 3 days of knowing what happened in the chapter, the fact that Sukuna had a domain and he opened it didn't even occur to me, bro. I was just like, there were so much bigger fish to fry. Then I remembered, hey, wait a minute, dumbass. That you don't fuck with that like you don't and it was like it's because there was so much going on. Gege literally fucking mind hacks me into forgetting one of my key things going into 260 of like, this chapter is good if this. Or this chapter is solid all the way through if this. And then he failed the quick time event and I fucking didn't realize it for such a long time. But like,
whoa, you gave me
genuinely
PTSD. Fuck.
Yeah, I use the terminology for a reason, bro. Gege is just, he's like, it's not slander, it's a compliment, kind of backhanded, but it's like, it's just funny. It's like, wow, you are really good at making me forget about shit like that, man.
But yeah, we can get into the Gege discourse as well, because I think that's a huge part of it. Samora Nelson, thank you for the 5. Yuta stocks never let me down, unlike Bumkari. Jesus Christ, I'm just on the back foot this entire fucking stream so far. Also excited for the Haikyuu movie this week. My goats are gonna cook a masterpiece of a game. BR, you got that, bro.
Yes, sir.
I didn't even know it was coming
out
this week.
Yes, sir, bro. That's all I need. Haikyuu, yeah, I'm locked in for that, bro. The theater experience is gonna be glorious, gonna be heavenly, gonna be enjoyable, gonna be delicious, delectable.
Delicious, yeah.
Yes, sir. So good. I can't even say my words right. Ghost 6, Fig with 5. Amidst the white and red sparks of his profile, Kreams the racist awakened the teachings of his ancestors engraved in his body. Chapter 256, last page. W slander. Gonna screenshot this, add it to the logs.
Again, bro, you don't have to screenshot all of these.
You're right, bro. I don't have to. You're so right, bro. Every time I do this, it's a choice. You know what I mean? It's a choice to log your crimes.
I hate you. Gold changed his name from Ivan. Thank you for the 2. Kagurabachi about to get the Kusakabe of Jump.
About to be the Kusakabe of Jump. I honestly don't know where you stand on Kusakabe, so that can either be like slander or you're just calling it like super underrated.
That's
very. But I don't know. It's a very interesting analysis of it. But yeah.
M3D, thank you for the 5. Am I happy one of your goats finally got one, BR? Never mind the countless bums before him, or how he was basically an isekai MC before this chapter. Happy for you, goat. There's so much venom in this chapter.
There is so much venom, and it's probably because he's a Hikari fan who can't win. It's all good, bro. Everybody's hating when they're down. Everybody's hating when they're down, bro. It's lonely at the top. As a Yuta fan, I would know.
Okay.
Hardcore fan, you would not.
Okay.
But yeah.
Bro, I've been Yuta's strongest soldier since day 1, dog. You're not putting that
Katakuri,
on me.
Nika, Muchi, Awakening, Solo, OP. Jesus Christ. Thank you for becoming an honored one. Welcome.
Appreciate you. We'll see
Katakuri.
you Tuesday this week. Or we're still doing Tuesday this week?
Yeah, that's cool.
Wait, how many more movies you got?
2. Hello, thank you for being a member for 10 months. The twist I liked, but I have issues with it. That being said, my highlight was Yuta and students interacting and caring for Gojo. All I wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of a approach I think a lot of us have.
Very
Shadowstar.
Very funny. Sorry, real quick. Very funny context to see that, like, what they were like when they were having that conversation, like, because they're having the interaction. It's this pretty wholesome interaction, all things considered, and you see what they're walking to.
Yeah.
She was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so I gotta kill these guys real quick. Yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah. Shadowstar, thank you for the 5. I find it genuinely funny that Sukuna literally says, I apologize, I was unfamiliar with your game.
Yeah.
Kotsu. Insert slump Kari slander.
God. We don't have to do the Hikari slander for all these super chats.
Slump Kari.
Oh God.
Jaden 3011. Yeah. Thank you for the 5. Also, shout out to the 30 minutes in between leaks where people thought Kenjaku would take over Gojo theory came true. Last Wednesday was just wild.
Dude, I saw that shit because I was on Twitter just coincidentally at that time. I see the Stitches discourse and I'm like, it's so over. I can't believe Gege's ending this chapter because, dude, Kenjaku with Gojo's body it's just GG's. Like what the fuck? I don't know. That was just funny to me because, like, it couldn't have been Kenjaku.
Yeah, a lot of people did not think so.
No, because like, what's the win con there, right? Like, what is
Yuji locks in harder?
Okay, all right.
Like, unironically, just Yuji locks in more.
All right, I guess I gotta punch kick through infinity type shit.
Listen, no, bro. He's already seen the model, right? Okay. He's seen World Slash. Just replicate it, bro.
Bro's gonna get a giant pair of scissors and cut the world.
Yeah, bro, do it. Lock in, Yuji. Lock in, Yuji. That's what you got, bro. I know you can do it.
Who do you think Kenjaku sees in his airport? Like, who's like, yo, Kenjaku?
Tengen, probably.
Oh my god, dude. Because you think neither of them will look the original way, the way they look now? They'd probably be their original forms.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, yo, Kenjaku.
Yo,
yeah, no, that's insane. Yo, so you kind of ate me. That was a little weird. Not gonna lie.
Kind of collected me like a Pokemon back there. That was a weird.
Little strange. A little unfortunate, but yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, most of it was just you playing Mario 64 over and over again. Like I don't mind, right? You just, It
was just really strange.
Yeah. Let's see. Binding Vow, like Binding How. Thank you, Shadowstar, for the 2.
I think you skipped one.
Uh,
Azais David, thank you for the
yes.
4, or thank you for the 5 rather. Would Yuta's use of Limitless be different from Gojo? How his attacks could be stronger because of his high curse energy, but can't spam them like Gojo? I mean, he has a 6 eye, so I feel like he should be able to spam. We'll talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that, but we'll discuss. I've seen a lot of weird takes on this, but I'm curious where you stand, but we'll see.
I mean, to me it was like pretty cut and dry because they just say
I
it.
thought
Yeah.
so too, but I want to have an at length discussion
Okay,
about it
okay.
purely because it's like I've been seeing it's so many takes where I'm kind of like it feels like it's a fan wide opinion or conclusion they've drawn,
Mm.
and maybe they're doing it for good reason. Maybe you even agree past what the super chat addresses, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Let's see.
Fergusaur, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Does it even count as the student surpassing Gojo when they're literally using his corpse to win? Not a Gojo Glazer, but even in death, Gojo carries. I mean, it's kind of like saying it's just the same logic as being like, is Kenjaku strong because he's in Geto's body? Did Sukuna's win count because he used the 10 shadows? Like, yeah, bruh. They're using their abilities. That's kind of like the point I feel like of this with Yuta specifically of like, it's not about getting a clean win. It's not about getting like a win that feels good. It's the epitome of a win's a win, bro. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's just like in the same way you wouldn't judge, like you don't say Kenjaku's weaker because he had to take Geto's body. You say he used his curse technique, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I find the like don't get me wrong. I think if Yuta would be the only one to surpass Gojo or whatever
Mm-hmm.
by using Gojo's body, I think that's kind of cheap, right? I have the same opinion. I just don't think Yuta's going to be the only one to do it. And I also don't think that for Yuta specifically, it's the worst case scenario because like stealing other people's bags and honestly, in a lot of cases, not in all of them, but in a lot of cases, using it to better effect has just been what he's kind of done throughout the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Kurt's speech being the biggest and funniest example of that, bro.
I don't know. I think also Yuta brings his own experience and expertise in going into Gojo's body because unlike Gojo, he has fought against Sukuna with the World Dismantle Cleave as like an active thing. So
Yep.
observing the fight with Gojo had with Sukuna, fighting Sukuna himself with Yuji, and now combining
Also
that.
having Gojo's memories.
Yeah, and also like the 6 eyes. I definitely think, and here's okay, low key. I'm just gonna say, like again, in part of the extended discussion we'll have later, right? But I do think one of the most underrated upgrades that Yuta is getting in this situation is that he's not gonna fight like Gojo. None of this one-on-one shit. I think if you really want to tap in, dude, fight as a group. Do the Jujutsu Kaisen as Gojo, because that's a cool ass visual.
Because the thing that's really interesting about that is that like based on barrier usage, he should be able to include everybody. Like Gojo couldn't single out people, but Yuta is good enough with barriers to where he was allowing Yuji to fight inside and only targeting Sukuna. If he can do that with Infinite Void so that him, Todo, and Yuji are boogie woogieing, curse speech, space manipulation.
That's what I'm saying. Toto's right there, dude.
Like,
Lock
bro, I'm
the
saying,
fuck in.
I'm saying, bro.
Bro, because I'm saying, right? Hold on, I'm fucking. I'm like doing the thing where I'm like adjusting my pants with my thumbs. Like, listen, all right, listen, all right. Toto is right there. I need you to lock the fuck in, Yuta, because you got a get out of domain free card, all right? Oh, what's this rock with cursed energy doing inside of my domain? Hey, Sukuna, I'm over here, type shit. I want to see shit like that, dude.
For sure.
Fuck running the ones.
Yeah, I need it. I hope, and I have a feeling Yuta might, like I said, fall into the pitfalls of Gojo, where he's like, no, I have to do this myself. I'm the strongest. I hope he doesn't. One from a purely like, I want Yuta to survive. Win, bro. Win, Yuta, win, please. We're so fucking cooked if you don't, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But also from the perspective of like, that would be so fucking cool. Like, please, bro, I need that. I need that bad.
Yep. Dude, I can't believe Yuji was gonna get cooked in like the opening of this chapter. It's so crazy, man. Because he's like, I'm gonna crush his heart, and Sukuna's like, domain.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit too. But okay.
Nexus.
Let's see. Nexus, thank you for the 2. Hikari's the epitome of peaks in high school. I think even that is
That's
being
insane.
a little bit generous, but I feel you.
I mean, he's literally in high school. Like y'all are Y'all are doing too much.
I'm just saying like peaked is kind of like a really exaggeratory word.
All right. Oh, Black, thank you for the 5. This chapter, Loki, made me hate Gojo Glazers. Like, he's my goat, but he's been dead for 8 months. There is more to the story than him, I swear to you. Listen, as the president and CEO of the Gojo fan club, I can understand where the sentiment comes from. However, my glorious blue-eyed king is back in any way, shape, or form. Let's lock the fuck in! And that's all I have to say about that. BR? Did you want to say anything?
Yuta is back, yes sir. Love to see it.
Yeah. All right. Woo. Yeah. Got through the super chats. Woo woo. All right.
Cool.
By the way, chat. Thank you for all the love. Appreciate you. That was like a straight hour of that.
Yeah.
So now we can get into. Do you want to just quickly get into Blue Lock? Yeah. I don't think.
Yeah. So
my hair didn't drop this week. Right?
No, my hair chapter this week. W mental manipulation Isagi. Love to see it, bro. Yeah. I hurled abuse at him so he would obsess himself over me. I'm like, God damn, bro. Self-aware. Like he's not just shit talking. He's doing it to get to get a desired result is like so crazy, bro.
How'd you know, bro? Like
because he knows what type of person Kaiser is, bro.
Oh, okay.
I fuck with that reaction. So I fuck with that mentality. Like, you know what, bro? I got you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because to me, Kaiser's kind of like
I think like
kind of similar to Baro in that respect, where he's not gonna let you shit talk him and then just kind of keep it pushing.
Yeah.
And I think Isagi's had enough experience with egotistical assholes that have once been better than him that he's like, you know what, bro? I know how this goes. Every time I shit talk you guys, you just start freaking out, bro. You just lose it. And with Kaiser, he's like, Kaiser will just play worse if that's all he's doing. It makes his plays predictable. It makes everything within Isagi's expectations in a way where Kaiser is still good enough to, if he's playing at his peak, not be something that Isagi has complete control over. But as his mental is deteriorating, so is his physical, so is his like actual skill. He's just literally falling apart at the seams, which is why him kind of going back to 0 at the end of the chapter makes so much sense. And unfortunately means a Kaiser masterclass might be coming in a story near us.
God, the art this chapter was so fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, Blue Lock always impresses me with its art, man. I'm always locked in. I
will like it. It's a very funny inner monologue to be privy to on Kaiser's end, because he's like, yeah, bro, I was really I was stealing glory so much that at some point I got so successful and started protecting my own glory. And you like, it's such a normal, like, you know, trap of success. Like that's just what it is.
It's just, I don't want to grow more. I just don't want to lose.
Exactly.
This. Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, because we have the specific context for Kaiser and Isagi's stories, it does make the interaction funnier, because if Kaiser's story, okay, lock it with me, right? If Kaiser's story was tragic and he was like, this is the best version of himself despite it, like he is a good guy off the field and everything, right? Like none of this supervillain shit. Isagi saying these exact lines would be him being an actual fucking demon, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
So, with that being said, I do wonder if that was the case, Isagi, he wouldn't know the specific context, right? What exactly would Kaiser have like thought here, right? Like, would he locked in with Ness when Ness made that offer? Would he have like just said, you know what, Isagi, it's your team now, type shit? I wonder what the difference would have been like if Kaiser wasn't like a total fucking weirdo as a person.
His reaction would just be more Yukimiya, like, I think it would be closer to desperation, where like, if I don't win here, it's my life's over. Like Yukimiya's like, I have to make the most of my time because I'm literally going blind. For Kaiser, it would be, I'm going to return to the slums if I'm not the best on the team. And while that is obviously how he feels now, it's changed from like maybe a tangible fall from grace. Because like, here's the thing, Kaiser can fall from grace all he wants on Bastard Munchin. And there are still going to be plenty of teams that would take him. They're just going to be second rate, or they're not going to be in positions that he would want. There are things that like it would hurt his pride more than it would hurt like his ability to survive as a person.
Because I think at the very least they're not going to tolerate how he is, right? Like to me, like that's the biggest thing he gets away with, right? Like Kaiser is, like can get away with being like this on these very top level teams because he usually carries, but there's no reason to tolerate it if he's not doing the scoring.
And that's why I think we would probably be relegated to a smaller role in Bastard Munchen, which he would hate, or he would just be the top dog of like a second-rate team, which he would also hate, right?
Yeah,
because he'd be falling, he'd be losing status, he'd be losing his
going
pride,
like
whatever,
lower
whatever.
on the staircase. Yeah.
So, but I do like that. Like for all of Kaiser's faults, and holy shit, there are a lot of them. Right?
Yeah.
I like a lot, bro. I do like him returning, like him just being like him making that realization of like, holy shit, dude, what am I attempting to do right now? Because am I attempting to like not fall, or am I attempting to ascend? Because that's clearly the difference between himself and Isagi right now, right? Isagi is actively climbing the ladder, trying to improve himself. Kaiser is trying to push Isagi down, right? Isagi's trying to climb the stairs. Kaiser wants to kick him down. Completely difference in focus and mentality, whatever. And I think realizing that he's like, shit, dude, I'm not even like, I'm so focused on kicking this motherfucker down. I forgot Noah is still higher, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I need to turn around and I need to start climbing up these goddamn stairs because the person I am right now is just inadequate. And I did really like the visual. Although they do denote like there are still stairs of difference between Isagi and Noah, I really fuck with the visual of Isagi being in that like dimension of like, I'm like,
because he's just outdoing Kaiser. Yeah, like
that was good fucking eats, bro. Paired with Isagi basically saying like, yeah, no, bro, like, listen, Noah, I'm not as good as you yet, but I can see myself beating you, and I couldn't see that like 4 or 5 games ago, bro. Oh yeah, watch yourself. I fuck with that visual a lot. Kaiser's obviously gonna have a comeback. Now, my only question is going to be whether or not it's going to be immediate. And I keep using Yukimi as a reference just because I think it's the closest immediate parallel arc that we've seen of like, this person tries to show out, Isagi shuts them down or evolves better. They kind of like have this realization, or they have this like developmental phase, but they make a really good effort but still fail. I'm curious if like Kaiser will actually score here, or if he's going to be like, fuck, dude, too little, too late, blah, blah, blah. I am very curious. Like, I do like that despite the simplicity of the arc, I still don't necessarily know which way it's going to fall, just because Blue Lock has explored both options before, and both feel kind of viable based on what the characters' motivations are and where we are in the story.
Oh, 100%. Also, I think like the way it works with Blue Lock is if like they have a flashback and miss, it's usually connected to Isagi like rebounding them in some way, shape, or form. Like even with Yukimiya, it was like Isagi just kind of gave him that.
Yeah.
So
score, mudboat.
He's not.
Crazy,
he's not doing that to Kaiser. He's not doing that to fucking Kaiser. So I do wonder what Kaiser's consolation prize would be.
Get fucked, idiot. No.
I mean, low key, that might be.
Hey, man, maybe. I don't know. I don't think you give him that kind of backstory if you were just going to go with a completely unsympathetic villain route, though. Like, don't get me wrong, villain, but not completely unsympathetic. I don't think you go that way.
Yeah.
With the backstory that you, unless you just really want to be like, yeah, no. Sometimes, bro, you just get fucked.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just lose.
Like
which is not an unfair storytelling strategy, but I just don't see it as like what's gonna happen personally.
Because like, you know, not to be a weirdo or anything, but I think if like the author wanted to like really mess with Kaiser, have him go back to the slums or to prison would be the most brutal like fall from grace we'd seen in Blue Lock so far.
No, that's insane, bro. Back to prison, bro. Yeah, no, that's insane, bro. Yeah. Statute of limitations got to have applied by then, bro. No way this motherfucker can go back for that, bro. Come on. We got to get him.
It'd be funny if like the president of FIFA came, which by the way, small note, that guy has like the weirdest aura. He has it, but it's just so, to me, it's like slimy. I can't really
definitely slimy.
Yeah, it's because I could
definitely like a trashy ego.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. So I do think if he's like, you know, you failed to produce results, you know, and he just has like the same 2 cops take him away or some shit.
Yeah, no, that's insane, bro. You've committed the crime of being ass. Get off the field.
I control your freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ghost 6, thank you for the 2. You're not the president, and he's not your goat. Yes, he is, and yes, I am. Stealing Lime 34, thank you for the 2. Thoughts on Yuta dying, basically. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, we'll get to it in a little bit. Oh, I want to read this one. Libra 365, thank you for the 5. I know Kreams is part of the KKK, the Kaiser Comeback Crew. Yeah, that and another one. Ooh. Another Triple K organization.
Boo, 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 boo.
What you say to minority rights? Let's see.
Oh my god. So fuck. I think this was a solid 8 out of 10 chapter for me. I want to see.
Yeah, 9 out of 10. I fucks with it.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that release to all this introspection.
Yeah, I'm very curious in what it amounts to. But I've been liking it, dude. This little I think it's been like 4 chapters of a little Kaiser mini arc. I've been fucking with it. The rebuild, I do like when mangas, slow things down a little bit. Even in a very like high octane game, I do like when we are able to breathe and get insight into the characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. So cool. I fuck with it. Good chapter, good eats. That leaves Sakamoto days.
Oh man. So Izuki afternoons. First we had Sakamoto days, then Takamura nights, and now we have Izuki afternoons. Pretty soon we're just gonna run out of times of day, so Sakamoto needs to lock back in because I got nothing after this bit. Listen,
hey bro, you had evenings.
That's so close to nights though.
I guess, bro.
Okay, I want to just kind of go down the line of what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Takamura obviously he locked the fuck in from start to finish, right? This arguably makes everybody's feats more impressive, including but not limited to, and especially Gaku. Gaku really fucking balled out this chapter. Like he kind of ran it back with the old man, an ear for an eye type shit. And I think that's respectable as hell. I gotta give it to Gaku. That was a W fucking move. Yes, it cost him his life
yes. Or at least what could be a life-ending injury.
But, he ran up on him. He did that shit after fighting Nagumo and losing. So I think it makes it more impressive, personally.
I think he was cool for it, for sure. And you know what, bro? W Nagumo upscale.
Yep. Yeah. We're winning.
Yeah, W Nagumo upscale. Now ignore the fact that Takamura stabbed him in the chest, then blitz Sakamoto and Nagumo.
But Nagumo was tired.
Nagumo was obviously tired, bro. Yeah. And Sakamoto said, I didn't see that coming at all. Ignore that.
Sakamoto just got low self-esteem. He saw it coming.
One of his eyes were closed, bro. He depth perception was off, bro. Depth perception was off.
He didn't have his glasses, so.
For sure, bro. He actually just couldn't see.
Because obviously, if he was wearing his glasses, like that would be slow motion, basically. Like, checking his watch. Like, damn, Takamura, you gonna get here this year? Type shit.
Yeah, for sure. Just yeah, no, 100%. Okay, so up to this point, I'm fucking with the chapter wholeheartedly. I'm like, yeah, bro, they shit's gas. And then Uzuki does his thing, and I'm kind of like, this is kind of the other manga I was kind of like, this was the closest thing to a miss I feel like I've had with Sakamoto days, at least on my weekly experience. Like, this is the closest thing to where I've been like, I did not leave this chapter feeling particularly like satisfied, happy, or being like, yeah, W Sakamoto Day chapter. It was far from ass, right? Far from like bad. But I'm just like,
dude, I just tweeted, you've got to be fucking kidding me, because it's like, it just kind of, the rest of the chapter was so fun, and then that ending.
Takamura, by the way, is insane. I'm saying getting a prime Takamura is insane, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's crazy, right? Because I'm kind of thinking about that. Like I sat with the chapter, right? I got to the last page, and I kind of throw my arms up. Like, what am I supposed to do about this? What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to feel? What am I meant to do right now, right? Like, how am I supposed to feel? Because I'm thinking, right? Okay, Takamura being dead in this way, whatever, right? You wrote yourself into a corner. You had to get out of it, and you made me pose a bigger question, which is like, how exactly does this work? What are the limitations on this? Does it mean he loses another personality? And most importantly, if he's just Takamura, right? Like, he fucking soul swapped with him. is he still carrying out Takamura's orders? Like,
Yeah.
is he really committing to the bit? Like,
kind of what I was worried about. Like, if that shit does not switch back, bro, we now have a Takamura with working eyes, his sword, and most importantly, probably not arthritis.
Yeah, youth, basically. And
yeah, so I will say this is definitely an interesting problem. But honestly, more so than just having a villain stronger than Takamura, like, okay, really strong villain, that's fine, that's cool, that's whatever. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Personally, I'm not against bullshit in Sakamoto days. I was just praising Takamura cutting his arm off so cleanly that he could stick that shit right back on. No glue, no adhesive, no stitching, no nothing, right? But the thing is, for me personally, I'm less prone to accepting it the less I care about a character, right? Gaku biting the sword, then slicing off his eye and ear, or slicing off is crazy, but slicing his eye and ear. Okay, cool. Gaku, you've earned that kind of raw tanks from me, and you also got stabbed in the chest for it, right? Hard, raw, peak. Sakamoto, yeah. Right? Anything you can do is whatever.
I'll buy
Nagumo,
it,
glorious king, my goat. Yes, thank you.
Do no wrong,
right?
Yeah.
Shin developing a new power in the midst of a fight because he needed
plausible.
Yeah, plausible because science experiment, and I fuck with Shin anyway, bro. Fuck plausibility. That's my goat.
But it's plausible anyway, so he's got that going for him.
But it's plausible anyway, and he has it anyway. The thing for me is that, like, technically this is plausible for Izuki because we have not seen the process or requirements for developing a new personality. However, I felt like the implication with Rion was that he had to know the person to be able to completely master
That's
personality.
what I was thinking.
And he didn't even know Takamura existed in actuality until until relatively recently in the overarching timeline. So to be able to match it to the extent where he was about to get blitzed and had his head cut in half, right? He then grabs the sword, takes it from Takamura, who has a crazy grip, cuts him in half, blitzes him back, and then starts muttering. And I'm like, for one, Izuki, no offense, you haven't sold me on your aura quite yet. I don't believe you have the dog in you necessary to do what you just did, first of all. Second of all, from an overarching quote-unquote power system perspective or what's been established, it's allowable, but it is it just doesn't feel super earned to me.
Yeah. I think also it dispatches Takamura in a way that feels too abrupt. Because he was just winning. He was just winning, but he was just bullying them. It wasn't like a Sukuna. I made that connection too because it was the same way of dying, just getting cut across the torso, and I was seeing it is funny, just contrast wise, but B, it's so odd because
it was so weird.
What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to take this, right? Am I supposed to believe? Because, okay, next chapter comes out. It's an explanation. It's a limitation list of what, this, he can't do, can do. What exactly is the new problem, right? Because Izuki being alive and all this other shit was, the topic of conversation before Takamura showed up. This fundamentally changes, I feel, a lot of things. For example, right? If he was able to selectively remove the part of Takamura that is just fiercely loyal to the JCC, that's kind of, not to be a dick, but you just have to kill Izuki even more, right? Because you can't...
100%.
Yeah, because, again, right, that's your friend, Rion's probably in there, but, you can't... Come on, guys. The old guy was just pieced you up. This isn't one of them friendship, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
And the thing is unfortunately they're not in a position to where they can do anything about that. They are both very much them and they're tangoing, bro. They're dancing. They are holding hands. They are going back and forth. Death is kissing Sakamoto and my glorious king Nagumo on the forehead, bro.
Yeah.
And now we have someone that is,
don't go into
for all intents and purposes, at least as strong as Takamura. The depiction of it makes me think he's excessively stronger.
Yeah.
Because he reverse blitzed him. He went from I'm about to get blitzed to I took your sword out of your hand, nuts, and I cut you in half. That's insane. And it's your thing, right? I saw someone say who goes to Sakamoto Days for writing, and I'm not asking for airtight writing from this thing, right?
Also,
like
the
as
writing
we
in
just
Sakamoto
talked
Days
about,
is so fun. Like that's so.
it's fun, by
Yeah.
the way, right? And that's what I prioritize. I'm not asking for airtight logic, but what I am saying is, listen, if we're gonna be doing this off of an aura based point system, right? You can do shit depending on the amount of aura you have, and we'll just let shit slide. Takamura, a lot of aura. He can cut his arm off, put that shit back on. I believe that. Clowning Sakamoto, I can buy that. Clowning Nagumo, I can buy that because Suzuki's done a really good job
Mhm.
of setting up Takamura's aura to be like this motherfucker can do anything, right?
Mhm.
To me, Uzuki, he got trounced by Sakamoto earlier in his life, right? To the
Mhm.
point where Sakamoto's like, yeah, I fucking killed you,
Yeah.
right? Izuki then has Rion being someone who was like a relative to those early days of Sakamoto and Nagumo. Once
Mhm.
again, cool, not Takamura level aura. And then on his own, Uzuki just hasn't had that many crazy feats, right? He gets stabbed from behind by Nagumo. It's fine, it's Nagumo, it's to be expected, but it's like none of those things help your case when you're trying to say this character is so raw. He was able to do this to the fucking
Because like even
the
with Rion,
boogeyman of the universe,
yeah.
bro. Like this is the boogeyman of Sakamoto days.
Because even with Rion, like he didn't really like express her core ability.
Mhm.
When he
The
switched,
past,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
He doesn't. He never shows it or depicts it. Now maybe he does have it. Who knows, right? I don't think we've actually seen him fight
But like,
with Rion's
yeah,
personality active. But it certainly is interesting that it's like, damn, bro. Like, I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know.
because like it's so okay. Walk with me here, right? The logic is if he's just downloading or like replicating Takamura's personality one for one, but with the added
Mhm,
caveat that he has to have some sort of Izuki self-preservation protocol in there, then
mhm.
the context Takamura was operating in this entire exchange is just it doesn't compute, right? Because Takamura is being sent to kill him, but he's Takamura, so does he like what does he do, right? It's this
Yeah.
weird thing of like now I'm questioning his loyalties and I'm also questioning his existence because
Mm.
what's the cap on it? Like what are we doing about this?
Yeah.
This is arguably the most dangerous thing that could have been done.
And from his personality perspective, it might just be it could be a thing of like die now or die later.
Yeah.
And it's just like anything that'll keep me alive for a second longer is kind of what we prioritize.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I was also going to make a really good point though that I honestly could buy a little bit more if we get it explained like this.
Mm-hmm.
Who said it? I want to actually say it. EC said it always seemed like Izuki had more of a Kuroko invisibility thing as his main ability. So you know how he like turned off his bloodlust, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever, and he did that before, where like super fast order member wasn't able to like see him get into frame, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If it's framed as like, because obviously Takamura can't see, if it's framed as like Takamura losing sight of Uzuki because his bloodlust was turned off and then he just doesn't have a target and he gets cut, maybe I can buy that a little bit more. Established ability, cool is crazy, but acceptable. But as it is right now, as of what I've seen, because to me it just feels like Takamura personality developed, Takamura neutralized, right? And I'm like, I don't know how to feel about that. I don't think it's genuinely as. It's just like
I'm waiting
I'm
for
left.
I'm waiting for it to be paid off. Basically, like I'm kind of
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's to me it's particularly jarring because it's Sakamoto days. I'm not used to this feeling with Sakamoto days.
Yeah.
Like I don't think there's been a chapter where I've come across a lot, probably because I've binged, but also I've been reading week to week for quite a while now, and there hasn't really been a chapter where I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't think I
Get it? Like I'm not privy to the vision.
Yeah, I'm not like like I'm like, damn, bro, my Takamura, I can't see shit. It was like it's fine, but that last,
bro,
usually I'm filled with like anxiety, good, hype, good, or like enjoyment, good, whatever, right? Some feeling that I'm like, I know I'm coming away with like solidly concluded on how I feel. Usually, even if it's like an anxious or bad feeling, it's like one that the story's obviously trying to evoke, and I'm like, cool, I fuck with it. This, I'm like, do I have to? Is this the first time I have to say we gotta let Suzuki cook?
Yeah,
like
I'm literally like my arms are crossed right now, like shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Like I just gotta wait on this one. It's like a
Yeah.
it's like a 6.57 asterisk
Yeah,
right now.
I'm kind of on that 7 out of 10 wave, which feels real weird to say that
yeah.
about Sakamoto days. I'm like, Usually, obviously, we
Anything
let
less
Suzuki
than an
cook,
8, bro.
but he usually cooks within the span of like a chapter, right? It's usually like one thing of it's not telling a whole story, but it certainly is contained within itself in a way that I can fuck with. This, I'm like, damn, bro. I have to cross my arms, pout a little
Mhm.
bit and be like, huh. I guess I'll have to wait and see. I'm just not
Mhm.
used to that with you, bruh.
Yeah.
You're okay. This is
I'm
interesting.
I'll hold off final judgment until
For sure,
yeah.
for sure. I got to, right? He's built up enough trust and definitely a lack of antitrust
Mhm.
for me to say, "Oh my God, you're washed." But I will say it's like,
Yeah, and I'm not giving him the gay 5-star treatment, I think he's earned one.
yeah, no,
One.
for sure, no, for sure, bro. Like
Yeah.
I'm definitely like a, because Gege's definitely cooked more for me, but he's
Mhm.
also missed more too. So I'm
Mhm.
kind of like hesitant with Gege sometimes. This
Mhm.
one, I'm like, listen, bro, you've literally never done me wrong personally.
Mhm.
I'm going to I'm going to wait and see genuinely with bated breath. I'm not judging, I'm not mad, but I'm literally just gonna have to see what you do, brother.
I'm not
It's
yeah.
gonna
I'm not disappointed. I'm just confused.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, all right,
You get
all
I'll
right,
see you next
yeah,
week, type shit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Calorie
we'll
Export,
see.
thank you for the 5. Maybe Uzuki learning Takamura actually isn't senile cleared the requirement. Possible explanation, not that I would like that.
God, bro, if just like
Requirement, yeah.
knowing their name,
Seeing them
and then like
fight, yeah, I
it's like, 'cause here's my thought. Here's
Mhm.
my somewhat issue is like, okay, Sakamoto goes on a training arc, right? He gets stronger than
Mhm.
Prime Takamura, whatever. Sakamoto's about to kill him. Then what? Uzuki develops Sakamoto's
That's what I
personality.
was thinking, right? Because the crazy part is that it's not necessarily a retcon, but it is a weird expansion of this whole multiple personality thing. Because this just got confirmed relative to like the story,
Mm-hmm.
with Rion, right? But that was like you see a whole flashback arc. You see how close
Mm-hmm.
everybody was. You see like you have like a whole gist of her as a character, as a fighter, blah blah blah. And then like this happens and it sets a
Mm-hmm.
weird precedent. Like, so you're telling me he didn't even need all that shit? He could have just had one conversation with her, saw her fight, and that was it. Requirements met. Perfect Rion 1-to-1 copy. That's like all the other stuff was like
Yeah,
what, the cherry on top?
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to
Because
see.
it's
We'll have to
like,
see.
bro, even Ubel doesn't do it this fast.
Yeah, yeah. Ubo's fucking working at that shit, man.
Yeah,
She's like, okay, hold on. I gotta take you out for dinner for
yeah.
like months. Like literally, I have
Like
to learn, dude.
she
I have
gets
to
the
learn who
glasses
you
and
are
and
at
the and the
heart.
and the
Yeah.
pen out. Like, tell me about your father. Huh?
When you have dreams, I'm just particularly curious. Like, what are they about? It's like, okay, well, okay, maybe the answer in the end will be Sakamoto isn't trying to kill Uzuki, so Uzuki won't need to develop the personality. I could say some shit like that, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
I gotta put my thinking cap on for this one, man.
I definitely am like, I'm definitely crossing my legs. I'm stroking my chin, and I'm like, I'm pondering. I'm pondering this
Hmm.
one for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
DC, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Who do y'all think is the fog/shadows at the end of the Sakamoto Days chapter?
Um,
Probably
it
the
could be.
higher up guy or something.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking. It would be sick if it's Osaragi, although I would say I don't want to see Osaragi just get blitzed in one
Me
shot though. Like,
or yeah, yeah, no,
yeah, I like don't like for her sake, if this
and mine.
motherfucker really is Takamura level, don't do that, man.
Nah, not to me. Don't do it to me. Not me, bro.
Yeah.
Sugar Shogun, thank you for the 8. It's okay, guys. Takamura is just gonna put himself back together. Then we have 2 Takamuras. You say this as a joke. If the next chapter opens up with like a replication of that double spread at the end of this chapter with Takamura's body being cut up in half, and he's just like bloop,
Hey man, like I said, you might got enough aura for that for
he
me, bro.
might, right?
The cut was so
It
clean.
was.
It, like,
He's like, so you
yeah,
think
hey
you can
man.
be me, kid? Some line like that.
Hey,
I'll believe it.
bro.
I'll buy into it, bro. I'll
Like that's what
I'll,
I'm
I'll
saying.
sip the
That's a
Kool-Aid.
different.
Yeah.
It's a difference in aura.
Mm-hmm.
It's Uzuki hasn't earned that level of aura from me personally. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? But
Yeah.
yeah,
Like there's definitely because hey man, Sakamoto's on the floor cut up with
yeah, like yeah, yeah.
Nagumgo.
Well,
Like it's we
yeah,
don't
that's
have a
what I'm
lot of
saying, bro.
options. Yeah. So
Yeah, we need something, bro. We
hope
need something.
hopefully this Takamura is a pacifist.
Yeah, bro. There is no scum, bro. No, 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 no. All these people, they're great people, brother. They're great
The
people.
best. Everybody's my
Yeah.
friend. I have no enemies.
Hmm. Yeah.
Did Kagurabachi drop?
Yes, sir.
Then I
As
will be
always.
taking a legendary bathroom break / water refill because it is officially summertime, chat, and I have not stopped sweating since.
Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Mhm.
All right, chat. I'm gonna read out the super chat real quick, then we'll get into the Kagurabachi talk. Draco Frostbite, thank you for the 5. The dread in my heart if Izuki one day copies Nagumo and not knowing if he's the real one or if there are multiple layers of mindfuckery going on. Oh yeah, that'll definitely be weird. Um. All right, but it's time. It's time. Kagurabachi time, chat. Kagurabachi time. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. This chapter, say it with me, chat, was a Hokuzono masterclass. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hakuri, I fuck with you, bro. I already been fucking with you. I fuck with you more. I like that. I like you standing up for yourself, brother. And you were already doing the last chapter and you're doing it in the chapter before that. But I fuck with you really getting active again in more of a straight up battle, more of a straight up confrontation, standing up to Soya. Let's fucking go. That's what you love to see, bro. I really like how Hakuri is developing as a character, personally. I think I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but especially that last like ESO clash, I thought that shit was hard. Um, I think Hakuri's development has been very, very nice to see. A person that will pretty obviously grow to be a Chihiro combatant and support person to him is really nice. I'm looking forward to that. I like this a lot. I like there's a lot of mystery surrounding what made Hakuri different than Tenri. Obviously, there is quite a difference there. Chihiro notices it. Obviously, we as the viewers can see it. Soya says that it's a woman that probably snapped him out of something, out of the like the ideas of family that like the Sazanami clan has been subjected to, or rather been insulated within for quite a long time. I'm very curious to see what that is. I'm very curious to see how she impacted Hakuri, because we got a similar thing with Char where we got her backstory with her mother, and that really impacted and improved her character to me. So seeing the same thing happen with Hakuri, I'm locked in for it, brother. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in. Hakuri, that's what I like to see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cook Soya, get him out of here. All right, now time for Shiba. Shiba was cooking, bro. Shiba was cooking. Tenri also, he's kind of doing his thing, bro. Tenri with like enchanted blade amp kind of shit. It's cool. I think this is the first time I've seen Shiba look a little he's not scared, but like definitely look like vulnerable in some capacity. A limitation to his teleportation existing. Maybe it's number of uses within a certain amount of time. Like he can only teleport 20 times a minute or some shit like that, or he can't spam 2 teleportations back to back or something like that. But I do like this. I definitely like the callback when Chihiro enters the fight, where he asks how his timing is. A very smooth, very likable callback to when Shiba pulled up and did the exact same thing. You absolutely love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. Sleepy Nader thing with 14 on that ESO panel. Liv told me what you said. Yeah, brother, you're cooked. Gatekeep. That's on me, bro. You're never getting that shit from me. But yeah, the Japanese kanji for it, just because of like the way it was boldened and placed over Hakuri and Soya was cinema. That was really, really, really cinema. I fucking love it. The Gojo fan club president, thank you for the 10, and thank you for the official, the officiality of your name, W there. I want to say I love the podcast, even with the racist on it. You helped me get through bad days. Thank you, BR, and I guess the fraud was there. Hashtag Akari Bozo, Megami come back. PSUG was dead one day, then came back. Hey, fair enough. As long as it doesn't reach that 24-hour limit, technically you can hold out hope that Gojo comes back. That is, hey man, I can't. Who am I to spit in the face of someone's hope? Not I. Unless you're a Akari fan, not I. But yeah, Gojo fan club president, thank you for the 10. I'm really happy that we could improve the podcast even with the racist honored one fraud. We
I'm back.
We really appreciate that for sure.
Oh my god, you changed your name.
Dex, Dex, thank you for the 5. Kagurabachi fans, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. This manga is heat. It's okay. We accept all comers. We appreciate y'all joining. Welcome to the Brotherhood. I will say the one thing that I think probably the standout thing, even though the ESO panel was like very fucking hard and obviously meant to be the final impact of the chapter, the thing that I fucked with the most was Chihiro kind of like recognizing Tenri's connection to his father and attributing that to his connection with his own father, following in his footsteps and realizing that there's not much he can say, honestly. That familial bond is going to be impossible to break from the outside perspective, at least as he is right now. Saying he'll face him head on and give him an honorable death as kind of like a courtesy to a warped version of himself is really, I really fuck with it. I like it. It's like tactically a bad idea, but Chihiro's not a perfect person. Obviously he has his own sort of like sensibilities and his own morals and things like that, his own like honor system. And I think fighting him straight on like that is very in character for Chihiro. It's very empathetic of him. And it just makes me like him as a main character all that much more, man. I fuck with it so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm locked in. Kagurabachi. I'll give this a solid like 8.5 out of 10. You know what I mean? Smooth 8.5. Nothing too crazy, but I fucked with it. This is a really good chapter. I'm locked in. Y'all need to be locked in. Let's lock in together. But yeah, that was good. That was really good.
Dude,
I will let you.
Kumbaya lock in is fucking hilarious.
Yes, sir. I'll let you talk to chat. Entertain him for a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Chat, I want to give you guys a nice personal update because I think y'all will appreciate this, and I want to brag a little bit. Chat, I finally finished reading Dune. That's right, cover to cover, no audiobook, all like just raw dog, right? Like our ancestors used to read, right? And I read in silence too, so no music buff either, right? I did a pure melee build on this read, all right? I really tapped the fuck in, no ashes, no summons, just hands, right? Dude, what can I say about this book? If y'all have read Dune, and have watched the movies, this next statement I'm going to say is just 100% true, right? Dune, the book, right, is 100% unadaptable. You cannot adapt it. Now, you might be thinking, oh, but Kreams, the movies adapted the story, and I think they did it pretty well. The movies being good is the miracle. You have to just rewrite Dune for it to be good, or watchable, or coherent in any other medium. You might be able to get away with it in TV, right? If you had like 15 episodes and hour-long episodes a season, and you might be able to adapt the first book the most faithfully. But even then, I would argue there is so much that you can and should cut. However, there is a lot that was cut from the movie that is just puzzling as hell. Like, it is diabolical how much of the movie, like, how much the movies had to cut from Dune's lore for it to be in any way, shape, or form coherent as a movie with themes, as a movie with messaging, as a movie with any semblance of a plot. Dune is amazing. The book is phenomenal, and the movies are phenomenal, but they are basically telling different stories. Let me rephrase, actually. They're not telling different stories. They're telling the same story so differently. Like, the destinations are all pretty much the same, but the fucking in-between is just different. It's so different. It's like all the side missions are just completely night and day. And it just blew my mind that we are talking about 600 pages of almost completely like new material if you're going in from the movies, right? Like that entire scene with spoilers, I guess, for the Dune movies and the book, that entire scene where Paul was killed the Baron, right? That just didn't happen in the book. Instead, it was Paul's 4-year-old, newly born, fucking prescient little sister, and it's just she just killed her fucking grandfather just as a 4-year-old. She just got that. And then Thufir disappears in the movies, right? But in the book, I was reading all of Thufir's shit, like the entire subplot with Jessica being the traitor, him defecting to the Harkonnens, all this shit, and you get to the end and the motherfucker just dies. Like unceremoniously just dies, and that's when it fucking clicked. If you're Denis Villeneuve, That's why you cut him out of the movie, because this is how he dies. He just sort of schemes and plans intricately, like not casual shit, and then he just fucks off and dies. Like it's so funny, because what was it all for, Franklin? It was great, right? But oh my god, half of the shit in the movie, that I read in the book, right? I understood why it was cut. It's not that it needed to be; it just could be. The destinations were basically in no way affected. It is a completely different product. I think if you are a person who, like me, wanted to get into the books because of the movies, I legitimately urge you to have wildly different expectations. Mikey, I see your fucking emotes. I'm gonna need you to stop. All right? This is your first warning, or else I'm gonna kiss you on the forehead. All right? So, the fact that this book is, written in the 60s and all this shit, first of all, ahead of its time, but also adapted in this way, really goes to show you, and Chani's a completely different character, by the way, really goes to show you just how impressive the movies are by comparison. But if you're a fan of the movies, you just might not be a fan of the books, or vice versa, and you would be perfectly justified in doing either. And that is my Dune book rant sermon. I'd rather watch the movies. I'm not really into books like that. That's totally fair. That's totally fucking fair. Oh, and now y'all are focused on the forehead thing, all right? Wow, I'm trying to preach to y'all, and y'all are just focused on the wrong thing. Tisk, 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 chat. I think we need to look inward. Arkham Lover 14, thank you for the 5. W name, by the way, Arkham Games Peak. Popping in for a second to send some love. Can't wait to catch up later on the VOD. By the way, this is Ben Oliver under a new tag. Bet. No problem. Appreciate the 5, Ben. Have fun with the VOD. Not locked into Kreams kissing my forehead. You're missing out. So, chat, what are we saying on the forehead kiss? Yay or nay? Chat, just spam emotes for kisses. You know what's crazy, Caliber? I can just say that and move on. I can just do it. Like, I could do it right now. Chat, how's the rest of your day going? What are we all feeling? How are we feeling about this JJK chapter? See how I just did that casually, Caliber X4? You're seeing a master at work. You've never seen fraudulence like this before. What do you mean, nay, hella, nay? Okay. Everybody's saying yay. By the way, guys, not to be a prickly prickler, but, or a, tickler, I did ask for emotes. There we go. King T, Sugar Shogun, Mazane, appreciate you guys, and you are using those beautiful emotes we have. Nobody tell Lando what I said. No, don't rewind the VOD. Don't rewind the VOD. This chapter was ass. Man, I can't wait to get into the JJK chapter. That's gonna be so fucking funny. Oh man, I can't wait. I got Dune Messiah to read after this, and then I got Children of Dune. I think I'm going to do the original trilogy, and I may or may not read the second part of the trilogy with God Emperor of Dune and so forth. Kind of 50-50 on that. Definitely not reading Brian Herbert's books. But so far, as far as like a one-off book is concerned, Dune 1 gets a solid 9 out of 10 for me.
Nice. Looks like I got here just at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, you see, I guess JJK time. Sorcery Fight time.
JJK time. A controversial chapter if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah. What's a good, like, promo tweet for this episode? Because I usually do the second wave one when we start talking about JJK. I want to make it funny. What about, my glorious blue-eyed king comes back, ... with eye bags?
Sure, bro. Yeah, man. You got that, brother. Yeah, that's all you.
My glorious blue-eyed
all right, chat.
king.
All right, hold on.
Eye bags? Exclamation point, question mark.
Whole time. I'm curious how chat's feeling. I'm gonna pull up real quick.
I'm gonna hit him with the scream emoji. They're not ready for that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's the shit I'm talking about, dog. God, I'm built so fucking different. Oh my god.
All right, bro. No one's been built quite like you, bro. Peak of racism, peak of glazing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, you don't have to do all that.
Arkham Lover. Thank you for the 2. The chapter was peak. Yuta Goat. Also God Emperor peak.
Is it? Okay, bet. I'll lock in then. Like even harder. Because I was 50-50 on going past the 3rd book. Okay, sweet.
Okay. So this chapter.
No.
Let's see.
Yeah. So walk me through this whole like you hated it at first, thought Gege was a fraud, thought he was washed, all the shit you were saying before. Like walk me through that. I want to understand.
I mean, we'll talk about more of my criticisms at length. The big thing was just like I felt like this was like there was no that my reaction was just like, well, this is kind of silly. It was just like I was like, well, this is a bit goofy. It was kind of like my initial reaction. And because I didn't appreciate Yuta's aspect, like what this does for his character as much as I do now, it just aggravated my problems. Problems I still have and we can talk about, right? But it just aggravated the problems that I have. It was like a very simple thing because my feelings on this chapter honestly haven't changed much. The only variable has just been how much weight I put into Yuta's character improving versus like kind of ignoring that or not caring as much or sidestepping that altogether or whatever.
Yep.
But because I like Yuta more, not because I like Yuta more, but because I appreciate what it does for his character more, I like the chapter overall more. But I still think this chapter either implies a litany of interesting questions or just straight up I think it does things that I don't like. Now I don't want to be a negative Nancy this entire way through, so I will let you dictate where we start in terms of like tone, praising, criticizing.
Okay.
You know, how skeptical we are. I'll let you set the tone because I think you liked this chapter, or at least liked this chapter from the start more than I did.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'll set the tone kind of easy, just as more people get in here for the JJK section. I want to talk about like this because you said something. I think you like made a noise really when I brought this up, but like Sukuna was just very clearly about to cook Yuji in that opening panel. I'm curious where your hesitation was with that, right? Because that was just like very clearly what was happening. He didn't have enough distance. Toto wasn't really on screen. Like I'm curious where your did you disagree or?
I mean, I just think it's silly if that was the case. Like, I think it's very, very, how should I put this? I can't take it all that seriously, right? Because 2 chapters ago, Sukuna was throwing together binding vows, like jury-rigging cursed energy in his curse technique in order to open a domain for 99 seconds, right? And it's kind of like, okay, we didn't get the answer to what those binding vows were. Sure. Let me put that aside for a second. Say it doesn't matter. Okay, fine. What were the consequences? We haven't noted his curse energy output from what we've seen hasn't noticeably dropped, right?
But he
can't use a technique, but that's something every sorcerer lacks, right? His RCT has been the same amount. His arms have been just as usable as before. He can open a domain still. His cursed energy hasn't fallen that much. What could this motherfucker have possibly given up to be able to use a domain with the same potency and the same range and the same difficulty for 99 seconds to where that even remotely made sense?
Okay. So do you think he was bluffing the domain? Or do you think...
No, he literally opened the domain at the end of the chapter. He could not have been bluffing.
Yeah, okay. So I guess, do you think it was just Gege fumbling? Like, okay, how do you...
I think based on the sequence of events that have led up to this point, I cannot buy that Sukuna can open another domain. Not reason, like he can open it. Obviously,
right.
I can read the manga, right? It does not make sense that he can. To me, right? The reason I like scoff at it is because Yuji should not have been in a position where he was going to get cooked there. right?
Gotcha. Okay, so it's less of a logistical thing within the series, like it is, but it's more of a Gege Sukuna Kaisen moment.
It's like listen, I'm actively looking in chat. I was actively looking on Twitter. I was hoping somebody can enlighten me, right?
Mm-hmm.
What am I missing? Because right now, it just feels like I'm being
Are you willing to give
pulled
it
along by
ass
the nose.
ass pull or like not quite there?
I don't know. I don't know what like Aspel is like a very charged term, and I
Yeah,
just think
like
I think because it's
it's
kind of like plot hole where it's like you kind of come to me. I feel like a Neanderthal using it just because so many fucking morons use it so willy nilly.
mm-hmm.
I'm not like it very much has that energy, right? I will say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I currently have not identified the combination of variables that would allow for Sukuna to use his domain after how difficult it was for him to use his domain before. Not only does, as far as we know, he still have to use a different part of his brain,
Mm-hmm.
right? But now he has more binding vows to attend to, even lower output because of a Black Flash soul kind of I guess shaking attack, right? He
Mm-hmm.
has those binding vows to uphold. He has like he's coming off the heels of his domain. His curse energy should still be wonky. Whatever. Let's
Mm-hmm.
say that's fixed. There are so many things that are going against Sukuna actively, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to where him being able to pull one off, it just doesn't track. It
I
just doesn't. I don't know.
I think for me, like I kind of I have to take Gege at his word with some of these sometimes because I can reason my way out of some of this shit into just getting back into the series, right? Like
Mhm.
I remember last week one of the main gripes we had was Sukuna's whole like he only has one Yuta's worth of cursed energy now. It's been whittled down to that. And then we're like, wait, but all the damage he's taken plus Yuta's domain plus this plus that, like how does that make sense? Like why isn't it more?
Mhm.
And then I can tell myself, well, he had two black flashes, right? Like he must have recharged a bit, but then Gege kind of hits me with like a well, Yuji just landed 8 on him in a row,
Mhm.
and he's like still
Mhm.
doing this shit. And now with him opening up his domain again, I do wonder, does he have to redo the conditions for his domain, like to get the fire arrow? Like is he just like even if he did pop it off against Yuji, right? Would it just be like the vanilla dismantle and cleave, or would he have the fire arrow? Like what exactly is the cooldown period? All this shit. There's
Mhm.
enough
And
speculation.
here's.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Oh, you want to continue? Sorry, my
No,
fault.
no, no. I was done. I was just like,
I'm just like, okay. I feel like what's a really good series? Okay, let's say what's a series that I think has like a loose power system, but I like because I was gonna use Black Clover, and I was like, I don't really care for Black Clover.
honestly,
particularly
Sakamoto days, but
you can use Sakamoto Days if you wanted to, right?
mm,
Although in lieu of this most recent chapter, it becomes funnier.
mm.
But it's just like
Do you, want,
Gege.
do you want to end this poll real quick? I just noticed that you've
Oh yeah,
it's been over like 7 minutes.
yeah.
Okay.
I just forgot to end it, but yeah. To me, it's kind of just like okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I'm being a little deceived in terms of what to expect from the power system because okay, on one hand, it's like okay, if I wasn't rewarded for looking into the power system and thinking about interpretation techniques, blah 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 blah, right? If historically JJK had not been a manga that kind of plays into people looking really deeply into the power system, being very analytical of it, being very critical of it as this is in universe science more than it is magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would be more fine with shit that is unexplained, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of just like it feels to me, maybe I'm getting the wrong idea. It feels like Gege's committed to the science, but in there are just these instances where he's not, right? Where it's like, well, he kind of just did it, and it's like,
I mean,
okay,
it's kind of like Troop said a while back. JJK has a soft power system that pretends to be a hard one, and like, I feel like that's aged like wine for me personally. On
mhm,
like especially with these recent fights post Gojo,
mhm.
like impromptu binding vows in one text box. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Like, it's just
I think I was talking to Radman about that, and he was just like, it just gives. I don't know if you've ever watched the Star Wars movie, where it's like Palpatine came back, or whoever the
yes,
Star Wars
yeah,
villain is. Like
yeah.
somehow, it gives very much. the fuck do you mean somehow, man?
Yeah, like
What do you mean like this is not something where it's just like it's not saying that Sukuna like okay, you could it's funny too because he could so easily not so easily, but you just make Sukuna land more black flashes and this instantly becomes more plausible. But because you haven't and you've explicitly said that Sukuna's cursed energy reserves and output have been like limited and stopped, like the recovery rate has been limited by Yuji landing black flashes in return. I'm now just having a hard time believing that this makes sense, right? I'll obviously take Gege at his word because at the end of the day, it's in the manga, right? It doesn't really matter how consistent it is. It's a thing that's happened. I'm just saying that like it feels, how should I put this? If JJK is a manga that we're supposed to speculate on power system wise, blah blah blah, it just feels a little bit like a slap in the face to then not, how should I put this, to not play that game, right? Because on one hand you have something like Yuta coming back, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is something a conclusion someone could come to if they just take into account Yuta's powers, they just take into account Rika eating Genjaku, blah blah blah, et cetera, right? There is a logistical way in which you could say, hey, this makes sense. Like there is nothing, in my opinion, logically flawed about Yuta taking Gojo's body, right? Nothing about that from a power system perspective is inconsistent. Nothing about that doesn't make sense. Nothing about that is ambiguous or leaves room for, or leaves things to be desired, right? There's variables that we don't know, like how Genjaku's technique works. Does he constantly activate it? Does he activate it intermittently? Does he activate it once and then he doesn't have to use it again, right? We don't know that. That's fine. It allows Gege to give room. I'm not saying Gege give me a fucking an encyclopedia of the power system. Some things can be unknown, but the problem is he's made certain things about Sukuna's situation known, right? He's made it known that he was only able to scrape together an incomplete binding vow for 99 seconds, or an incomplete domain rather, by a myriad of impromptu binding vows, right? He had to use a different part of his brain. He did all this in the third. And it's like, so you're saying he's just doing it again? Yeah. He's just more impromptu binding vows. He's using a different part of his brain.
Yeah, but like, what is he giving up, right? I think the kind of hand wave away is what's bothering me. Because unless you're gonna retroactively like come back and be like, due to the one of the litany of binding vows he made in that one chapter, Sukuna can't hop on one foot for 3 seconds too long or else, he loses his leg or something like that, right? Unless you give me a glimpse of some shit like that, like, because it seems like Sukuna is just, I don't want to throw this like so casually, but it gives a little plot armor-y, just like a sprinkle, you know what I mean?
It does feel like he's kind of just doing shit sometimes.
Yeah. Like, because okay, the challenge feels more than ever artificial at this point in the story, because you could do that first like 2030, Jesus Christ, that first like cluster of chapters after Gojo died, there was some overcoming to be done, right? Especially like Yuta's domain, I think, has been the climax for me so far. Like that entire sequence and like getting Sukuna's hands and hitting him with Angel's technique and Maki stab, cinema, right? It's everything after that I felt that I've had this like one eyebrow raised from the entire time, where it's like, okay, so he's just rocking with no heart. His cursed energy reserve seems to be fine. He's not healing, or he can't heal. He doesn't seem to be suffering any real ill effects. He's still firing off the dismantles. Now he has his domain back, even though, like, what do you mean he just like put it in different parts of his brain? What does that even mean? Because it seemed like it was pretty, like, different sections of the brain had like their specific function, whatever.
Yeah, there was a barrier part of the brain that they couldn't use. Like, Gojo post Black Flashes didn't think, hey, let me just. Okay, fair.
Sure, the litany of conditions, whatever they may be, the fire arrow getting explained was cool, but then it's like, does he now need to redo the conditions, or does he just have the fire arrow now that he's like warmed up shrine, right? Or is it like one per domain? You kind of give a lot of these questions, but most importantly, the question I have right now is, how is he doing another extended domain clash right now? Like,
with Gojo, his body of all things,
with a Gojo that now knows about the fucking world dismantle and the furnace. Like,
We'll see, right? We
yeah.
don't know how well this fight will go, right? Maybe Yuta's gonna stomp for 5 minutes straight.
Mm,
Who knows, right? But I think that was something that I didn't realize was a problem for me initially. It was just
mm,
like I was like, oh fuck, I forgot. You're not supposed to, at least from my understanding, you're not supposed to be able to do this. Like, it doesn't really. Okay,
yeah.
all
Like,
right, fair.
just little shit like that builds up, and it's very hard to not feel the Sukuna Kaisen, Binding Vow Kaisen allegations. Like, there is a root of truth to it.
Mm,
It's hard to see past all the hating sometimes, but like,
mm,
critically speaking, right? I need to see some kind of payoff or some kind of detriment. So, like, I need to see Sukuna pay some kind of price. Like, maybe he doesn't smile for 10 fucking seconds. You know what I
mm.
mean? Like something about it is
Yeah,
just like
I don't know. And this is
the
people's
joke got
defense,
old.
and I can
Yeah.
see it, right? Of like, okay, Sukuna is a massive cursed energy. It seems like he's getting away with it, but it's
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, I I guess, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it just feels like manipulating binding vows just seems from, because once again, we don't know very much,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
It just seems that I could cheat binding vows. Like, I don't know if like it just from what we were seeing, right? What
Mm-hmm.
goes into binding vow aside from the ideation of it, right?
Yeah.
Aside from coming up with the idea. And it's just like, if there's nothing for that, it's like, where's the skill gap? What are our sorcerers lacking? What was Gojo lacking in intelligence in the sorcery that Sukuna has? Because unless it's some like fundamental or like concrete skill in which creating a binding vow is tough, and being able to do it on the fly this many times is an act of like cursed energy manipulation we've never seen before, which once again, it's ambiguous. It could
Mm-hmm.
be the case. We just don't know yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But unless it's something like that, I just feel like it's just okay, he's just making promises that he may or may not be able to keep. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Again, right? It's in this weird spot where like the shock of what Yuta did carries a lot of the conversation surrounding the chapter, but
Mhm.
I feel like it also, I don't know if Gege means it to distract from asking these
That's what I
questions
was.
about
That's
Sukuna.
what I was saying. Right, where I
Yeah.
feel like, intentional or not, Gige's fucking good at obfuscating the
Yeah.
point, man. He's really, really good at that shit. Because this happened for me a lot of chapters where I'm like, oh, I'm interested in how this goes, and
Wait a
it'll
minute.
just like, and yeah, and I'll realize, fuck, there was something I was kind of relying on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Blah
like
blah 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 blah.
it's just
Yeah.
I do wonder, like, is it conscious? Is it accidental? Like, what does Gege know that he's doing it like this, or does he think, oh yeah, no, this all makes sense to me? Because
Yeah, I don't know.
he
I
does
don't
he
know.
does have kind of a habit of that sometimes, where he'll
Mm.
just like, yeah, no, this makes sense. Like, y'all have the explanation.
Y'all got
Hey,
it. Y'all
yeah.
got it.
So,
I thought at one time. So
get the magnifying glasses.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll break up the hate a little bit because I don't
Yeah.
full on hate this chapter.
Me either. Like,
I
'cause,
will say
again, it wasn't the main draw. Was the Sukuna
it wasn't
stuff?
the main
Yeah.
draw. It wasn't the main draw. I will say one of the big things around this that I think
Mm,
honestly Gojo fans just gotta get over, right?
mm,
I y'all, I saw people being like, I hate that Gojo's body was used as a weapon. The character Yuta hates it, bro. Like, Yuta's not a
yeah.
fan,
Like,
right?
he does not want to be in
The,
there.
the point is not for it to be a flippant decision, right? The point is that Yuta
Last
is
resort of last resorts.
arguing
Yeah.
is arguing that, like, hey man, we've placed being a monster on Gojo for our entire sorcerer lives, right? That's something that we've allowed him to uphold, right?
Mm-hmm.
How fair is it that once he leaves, if he dies, that we don't do that for the same reasons he did, right? He didn't,
Mm-hmm.
like, that shit's not fun. Well, kind of for Gojo to some extent, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
not all shits and giggles, right? It's not all fun and games. There is a burden that comes with that, right? Gojo
Mm-hmm.
kills the higher ups not because he wants to, like, he explicitly doesn't think it's the right thing to do,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just a contingency. If he loses, which we now know he does, the higher ups would have probably fucked things over sorcery wise again. In a
Yep.
way, maybe even on a larger scale than Shibuya, because Gojo would not have been sealed with the possibility of coming back. Gojo would have been dead with no option of coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Healing Gojo, attempting to revive him. Maybe they would have sent people to go retrieve Gojo's corpse, right?
Yeah.
And do whatever, like, who knows what they would have done, right? So Gojo does something where he's like, "Yay, man, I literally, like, in the beginning of the story, chapter 11,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, I should kill the higher ups, but that's not good. That's not the path I'm trying to go down. I'm trying to go down not necessarily the straight and narrow, but I want to teach my students, like, and people don't really rally behind a fucking a genocider,
Yeah.
right? Like, they don't. It's not really. That's not really what they prefer to do. But Gojo realizes, hey, greater evil, blah blah blah. I got to do what I got to do. In Yuta's case, he tries to fill the massive shoes that are the strongest, right? That Gojo left behind. And the only way he tries going down the straight and narrow, I'll do it on my own, domain expansion. When he's like, I have to finish this here, right? It's kind of like Yuta saying, hey man, this is the last opportunity I personally have. Because if I lose here, that means I wasn't strong enough. That means Maki's gotta make an attempt, right? And if Maki has to make an attempt and she fails, and everybody we keep failing, yeah, I need to pop out. I need to pop out, and I need to have a confrontation with him, and he needs to become the monster that is willing to literally take on the strategies of the two antagonists, Sukuna body hops, Kenjaku body hops. And I've seen a lot of discourse around this too. I don't think what Yuta's doing is immoral in a vacuum. Why he gets called monstrous is because it's a line Yuta wouldn't cross normally, right?
These are not normal circumstances.
It's against his morals, right? Like, I called using Gojo's body after him giving consent akin to, like, donating organs after death, right? The morality of using Gojo's body isn't in question. Gojo doesn't care. It's a corpse, right? There's no, like,
he's not using it.
There's no moral quandary there, right? The problem is that if there were any other scenario, Yuta would just try to beat whoever his opponent on his own, right? It's a monstrous action to Yuta because it's something he doesn't want to do. The same with the higher ups, right? Killing the higher ups is not necessarily this great moral sin. It's just something Gojo did not want to do that contradicted his personal limits, and it's something he went against anyway for a desired outcome. And it's the same thing with Yuta here. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think also people getting hung up on the morality of it don't understand, not to be a dick, but they don't understand how desperate and how dire the fucking consequences are. That they, like, it's this or death, basically, right? Like it's basically this versus a Sukuna guaranteed win. The reason,
and for Yuta, it's this and death, maybe.
He would have just died. Like they very explicitly said, this is the only way Yuta will keep being alive, right? Because his actual, like, his original body was just, like, scuffed. Like he, beyond
He's
reverse
like, oh
curse
my god,
technique,
dude, oh my god, bro, Rika's holding me together, blah, blah, blah. Like, and here's the thing, it's not even that it's that or dying. As far as Yuta knows, he still may die in 5 minutes after doing this thing that he wish he hadn't, right?
But that's 5 more minutes of, like, wailing on Sukuna.
Taking down Sukuna, right? It is the option for him. Like, that's all he's got.
Dude, I don't want to, like, you know, not to kind of retroactively go back on what I said about Sukuna Kaisen, but this is what you have to do against a guy like that?
Yeah. And Sukuna Kaisen or not, it's true.
Yeah. Because, like, the thing is, right, if all the shit that Yuta and Yuji did in Yusa's domain didn't work, that was the fuck is supposed to.
And the Maki stab didn't work, right? It's like, Akari's not here, right? Both of your heavy hitters pulled up, got cooked. Maki pulled up again, got cooked again. Yuta could have pulled up in his old body again if that shit healed, and he would have gotten cooked all the same as soon as Sukuna pulled out his domain. Like, this is kind of it, right? Now, I think, obviously, I don't think Yuta's going to finish the fight here, right? So, there's not going to be it from the perspective of the fight, at least not in my opinion. But from Yuta's perspective and from everybody's perspective, right, Yuta's the next, like, he's the guy you look to after Gojo's gone. He's the contingency plan. It's Gojo lost, Yuta.
Lock in.
Dead ass, save us. Like, or we're dead.
That's kind of the way the cookie crumbles, man. It's just shoulder shrug. This is all you can do. Like they're not spoiled for options, man. Like this is one of 2 moves that they got. Like,
Yuta's literally, like, because the characters are making the same points that you guys are of, like, yeah, but it's immoral. It's like, what about the ethical implications? Like, sure, it's tactically sound. He's like, dude, listen, first of all, fuck that. Gojo's been doing,
Yep.
like, why are we letting Gojo be, we can't flip flop, right? Is Gojo willing to be a monster? Okay, cool. To
So,
do what?
yeah.
So why can't, like, if y'all scared, I'm not. Like, I'll do it. Like, he's not offering somebody else's up fate. Like, he's not. It's Gojo's dead. His fate has nothing to do with this. Yuta is taking on the burden alone. Which, by the way, I think if he actually commits to that fully, he's going to make the same mistake Gojo did.
Yep.
But because it's very obviously a theme in the story, soldering that shit alone
Not
gets it cooked.
healthy.
It gets
Yep.
it killed, right? And that it's just not gonna work that way, right? I hope that Yuta's able to see Gojo's pitfalls. If not, though, we're just going to have that established even more so. I also think pretty like, I think this actually does a pretty good service to Geto's character too, retroactively, because I feel like I like that Geto's question. Like, it was a very flippant hypothetical, just because from his perspective it wasn't possible. But if I could become you, right, when my impossible dream become possible, I like that question gets answered literally by the technique of the person who became Geto.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of fucking, it's dripping with irony and fucking, like, I like that. I think that does well for Geto's character. I think it does well for Gojo's character. It's a nice callback to Sukuna and Yorozu, where he's like, oh yeah, if you beat me, you can have everything. Like, like, what the fuck I have to do with a corpse? Like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Gojo and Sukuna kind of sharing that mentality of just like, yeah, dude, what does a dead body mean to me? Like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not using it. You know what I mean?
Like, I'll be dead. Like,
yeah, further parallels, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I just fuck with it. I think it does extremely well for Yuta's character. I think Yuta's always been the type of person that I will prioritize. Like, I mean, in Volume 0, right, he was basically like, damn, Geto, I really fucking hate you. I'm going to go meet Rika in the afterlife just to blow your dumb ass up. And then, you know, he's like, yeah, bro. He's like looking at Maki, Inumaki, and Panda. He's like, yeah, so I kind of just agreed to go to the other side with Rika. My fault, gang. Like, my bad.
Yeah, y'all got that though. Like, y'all take care of that for me.
Like, dooming himself to a horrible, tragic fate for the sake of his friends, his reason for living, by the way, is not something that's new to Yuta. That's what Yuta's been on this. I'll be the next Gojo. Like, I made this quote in the video. If you look at a lot of Yuta's characterization and hype, it's almost always just him being compared to Gojo as, like, not as good, right? Second only to Gojo in unusual abilities. I have more cursed energy than Gojo, but I don't have as much control, right? Oh my god, it's like Gojo's cursed energy, creepier, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's all these things where, like, even Uro's like, yeah, motherfucker, you're hitting your limit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're cooked.
Yeah, the way, you're too soft, bro. You're soft and squishy. You can't, nah,
I'm seeing some flab.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And I'm not fucking with it. Sukuna definitely won't be fucking with it. And he got cut down.
Bro's got a 12 pack. I mean, you just not built like that for real. Like, I don't know, man. You might want to hit the gym.
Yeah, it's kind of where we're at. So from Yuta's perspective, from a character writing perspective for him, I think I think Gege popped the fuck off. Like, I will give Gege his flowers and more. This is a really, 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 really phenomenal chapter on Yuta's part. I think this made him an infinitely more interesting character. I think Yuta is the ally that actually genuinely appreciates Gojo the most.
Yep.
Just I so obviously and so blatantly. Like, because what none of their problems, maybe Kusakabe voices isn't it a moral problem or whatever, right? But, like, Yuta's the one that's like, dude, listen, I don't give a fuck about me, right? It's not me, like, it's y'all, we leaving Gojo alone. That's not fair, but he's the strongest. I can't do anything about that right now. All I can do is that if those he takes them shits off, I gotta step into him, bro. That's the least I can do for us and for Gojo. Like, he clearly deeply cares about Gojo. He clearly, like, he kills Kenjaku over, like, a grudge of, like, nah, bro, Gojo, you not killing him. No, I got this, bro. I should have handled it. You should even had to kill him the first time.
Yep.
That's my bad, gang. My bad, cousin. Let me spin back and kill this motherfucker for you.
Yeah.
And does it.
Man, it's just fuck, you know.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I think getting in the weeds of the character aspect is one thing, right? I think people who have that opinion about Yuta is they're Godspeed, but you know, Yuta feels the same way. As for the practical implications, I do want to comment on those very briefly.
Okay.
Because like the chapter just sort of spells out what they are, so we don't have to speculate on that, right? But they kind of explicitly imply like at the end of these 5 minutes, either Yuta is going to just stay in Gojo's body, or he's just going to die.
Yep.
I want to run through both things, right? Either, you know, the second strongest is dead now. You know, he joins Kashimo, Higuruma, Gojo. Like, it's another casualty, right? Or, and Choso. Or, we got Gojo 2.0 running around. What do we do with him? That's I think that's why I think I'm a little nervous about this, because
What do you mean, what do we do with him?
like, okay, either he has to, like, either Sukuna, you know, goes back to his greatest hit, right? Spins that shit back, goes double platinum on Gokuta over here. Or, you know, Gokuta locks in, he's still alive, kind of like Toji in a way, where it's like a glitch of some kind, and he's just like perpetually in Gojo's body. You know, he gets injured or whatever, but Sukuna's defeated. Does he just continue to live as Gojo? Is that what's happening? Is that
He just lives as Yuta in Gojo's body, bro?
Yeah,
is
is that
that's
how
all
we're?
it is.
Because that's so interesting to me, because we're Gege, by doing this, right, kind of sidestep the entire Gojo coming back discourse in a very particular way, where not to sound like fucking ghetto, but are we excited because Gojo's body came back, or did we want Gojo's mind to come back? Like what exactly is it about Gojo coming back that we were apprehensive about truly, right? Is it his involvement in the fight? Is it him like being there in, you know, consciousness? Like, where does the danger lie, right? Because Yuta,
As a writing decision, you mean?
yeah, right, because Yuta being in Gojo's body addresses the whole, oh, he's here to help out in the fight, Gojo's too powerful, it's going to devalue, blah blah blah, and I'm already seeing discourse about that, and we'll get to that later, right? If that like kind of, you know, maintains the course on that argument. But if Gojo came back in a different person's body, right, like if he came back in fucking Choso's body or some shit, right, would the reaction be at like the same way, like
Of like what, trying to respect Choso, or as hype?
as hype, like not even as hype,
No.
but as like engaging, right? Like what exactly is it? Cheap because he came back and that's character assassination? Like what exactly? And this is why the Gojo coming back thing has always been so dicey for me, because even if you sidestep it, it has weird implications like that. Like what is, I guess, similar to the Sakamoto days thing, what exactly are we meant to do with this, right? Are we just meant to lock in with like Yuta's timer on these 5 minutes, see what he cooks up? Are we here to see him have some kind of awakening? Are we here to see Sukuna kill Gojo again? Like, what exactly are we here to do? And I think that is the big, you know, $1 million question for me. You know, past all the discourse, past all the character stuff, what purpose is this serving?
That's one of those things I feel like we have to wait and see. I'm not necessarily mad about in a vacuum waiting to see for that, just because it's like, I guess that's just telling a story, right? You're not always going to know to what end it's going to be, but it is one of those things where I'm like, I think there are some questions we can get into. To me, the problem with Gojo coming back as Gojo, because this isn't Gojo, right?
Yeah.
In the same way that no one ever even asked the question as, is Kenjaku ghetto? It's a dumb question because it's obviously not, right? People ask it about Gojo because it's Gojo, they like Gojo, right? But in reality, it's the same thing. No aspect of Gojo has come back except the skin suit he was wearing, right? Like it's not him in any way, shape, or form. But to me, the problem with Gojo coming back mainly has always been that it contradicted the themes of the next generation surpassing him because if Gojo had to come back, like the person, it would just basically mean he was wrong, and it would basically mean the core idea of being a sorcerer, of like passing on those burdens and carrying them as a collective, have been incorrect. Yuta using his abilities to acquire Gojo-like power and do that, I have felt that it's cheap, and I don't feel it's cheap as much, but I can still sympathize with people feeling it's cheap, right? So I'm not even like, I won't even argue with somebody that says it's cheap. Cool, fine, whatever. I kind of agree, not as much as I used to, but I kind of agree, right? But that's Yuta. In the same way, we're not like, oh, Geto came back. He didn't. That's Kenjaku.
Yeah.
Different motherfucker, right? That's all it is, right? Gojo hasn't returned.
Right.
In my mind, right? There is no return of Gojo. Like, we can be cheeky about it and understand the implications, sure, right? But this is, at the end of the day, Yuta, as Kenjaku was at the end of the day, Kenjaku. So I kind of just look at it like that. Now, where I can kind of get into my issues is, I feel like Gege has to, how should I put this? And I don't know if I like this, but he has to basically make Yuta not understand how to use Gojo's body properly in order for this clash to not instantly work.
Dude,
and to me, that's a little annoying.
I don't know if I tolerate that, dude. I just like I was running the simulation in my head, right? And I said to myself, if the next chapter is some shit like he was unfamiliar with like how to use the six eyes and blah blah blah, and he didn't have Gojo's creativity, whatever the hell like Gege's like the narrator says, right? I'm going to call cap on that, because not only did he see Gojo do all this shit, he fought Sukuna himself one-on-one and like in the forearm form, right? He has no reason to be fucking, and also with the open, right? He has no reason to be surprised. He has no reason to not fight in a similar way. He knows what Sukuna's weaknesses are. He knows how to lock in.
So it's more hacks.
And also Sukuna's weaker.
He also has experience fighting with less tools. Like, Yuta has to adapt. Like, he has to fight with his piss poor. What Gojo says is piss poor energy manipulation. Like, it's probably not really, right? But, like, Gojo's like, bro, fix that shit up. Yeah. But, like, I feel like, first of all, crazy shot. He's like, motherfucker, you have a genetic.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Like, fuck
dude,
you,
it was so funny. That interaction gave me like a little creamsism, like a Choso narrator moment where I was like, oh god, Yuta, your cursed energy is leaking everywhere. I just stepped in it. Dude, clean that shit up.
Yeah, it's very, very, very insane. Very, very insane. But like to me, the thing is like, I don't know if I buy it, just because the six eyes have never been given the implication that you have to adapt to them, right? Gojo awakens, but that's just Gojo's cursed energy control being better, right? Okay, cool. It's like he learns RCT. It gives him access to certain things. Cool, whatever. He has that awakening. Yuta already knows RCT. Cool. So that means he should be able to use red, right? He has better cursed energy control because of the six eyes. He should be able to use red, blue, purple, infinity, right? He obviously can use the domain expansion at least enough to get it off. Like it's infinite or unlimited void, right? He has the domain. Okay, cool. Here's where I can say the logistics kind of confuse me, because maybe Gege will choose a third option, right? Because I always say, you have two options, Gege, and sometimes he does not pick that shit, right? But the two options I see are this. Yuta either cannot access the full abilities of Gojo,
which shouldn't be possible.
Yuta can, and the fight's over.
Yeah.
Third option, Yuta can access it, Sukuna's just able to match him.
My issue with the third option is, this isn't even the same.
Shit.
It's not only dumb as shit. This isn't even the same version of Sukuna as when he first incarnated with Kashimo. Like, we are talking about 3 different fucking layers of Sukuna here, right? Like, it's so fucked, because like Sukuna is not in a consistent state in any of the fights that we've seen so far, right? He's either like post injury, like in a weird state of mind where he can't do this or can't do that, and then suddenly he can, and then he can't again. We're talking about a Sukuna who is down 3 arms, can still do a domain, but he has made a bunch of fucking binding vows that to me imply that he can't do the open barrier domain to the same extent anymore. Like, his domain has like changed in some profound way, in which case, right, they just have equal domains, right? Like, as the first clash with Gojo and Sukuna said, inside with barriers, that shit is dead even, right? Now, oh my god, Yuta, he can't do it at the same level of efficiency. Fuck you. Right? First of all, fuck you if that's the answer, Gege, right? But second of all,
because that's so insane, bro.
It's so insane.
Because here's what's funny too. Yuta unironically, he has one of the better domain feats in the entire verse, which is selecting who gets hit with your sure hit, bro.
Yes.
Gojo could not do that. That's why he uses a point 2, because he was physically incapable of targeting people. I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Yuta has a better domain. I'm just saying in one aspect of domains, the pinnacle of sorcery, Yuta completely outclassed Gojo. Gojo was forced to do some bullshit because he could not target people. If Yuta can do that with Infinite Void, I'm sorry, with the 6 size, I will not believe you that he can't use the body right, bro.
Dude, I'm gonna be so fucking mad because there needs, like, I think the way Sukuna would win the fight, right? Because the whole thing is like Yuji has to do it in some way, shape, or form. At least that's my belief, right? I could be just fucking wrong on that. But if that's the case, then the purpose of Yuta / Gojo, it becomes even more of a question mark because he already saw Gojo die, and now he's seeing Yuta die. It's like, okay, excessive is the word?
It has to just, to me, it just has to, like, here's the thing, right? I think plot-wise, it might be a little lost, right? I think thematically, this can work because you can to me, the two options he has is have you follow the path and you prove wrong again. Okay, you keep showing us that this is the case, right? That this has to recreate what you've done this monstrous personality, this monstrous pursuit of power, not good again thing, right? It's going to the villain because of it, fine, whatever. The right answer is to, like, be conversely so human, so connected, so caring, like as Yuji is, right? That you're able to kind of like pull out a new type of strength that Sukuna can't comprehend because he lives a lonely life devoid of love and connection and blah, 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 right? Or you have Yuta kind of acknowledge that, and in his death, right, he passes on sort of it's not gonna have tact when I say it, right? But more of like a stay human Yuji, right? Whereas maybe Yuji's been going a little feral. Maybe he's been on some like fuck, die. Like, okay, maybe Yuta dying and be like stay
Roborun,
human.
really? Now he was on a fucking roll.
I was making a real good point. Fuck.
Damn.
Fuck. I was thinking it would have actually been really convenient if my voice remained the same there.
Oof.
But a technical error.
Don't worry, Chad. It'll resolve.
Yeah. I will just say that, like, stay human, right? Would be such a crazy thing to say as he dies.
Yeah.
To me, because he doesn't get that with Choso has that. Choso probably means that, but Yuji probably got the opposite reaction of, "Fuck this, you gotta die."
Yep.
It doesn't matter what I have to. And here's the thing: I think Yuta maybe being a person to explicitly say that would be really nice, right? That's why I think plot-wise, little shaky. Don't know, right? Gege, that's between you and God, right?
Yep.
Thematically, I think this can fucking bang. The problem is that for me personally, I just think that in order for the plot, or in order for the themes to hit as hard, sometimes the plot has to make sense. Like, they work together, right? They're intertwined in a very unique way. But speaking of plot, I don't know if you had something you wanted to add to that, by the way, before I slightly changed subjects to something that I noticed I've moved on from being upset about, so it's not even a criticism. It's just an interesting thing I've noticed.
Okay.
Do you have anything to say before I do?
I'm curious.
So think about the past major plot points that have happened, right?
Okay.
Choso's death, Toto's arrival, Yuta Gojo's return, right? That has all happened in the past 3 chapters, right?
Okay.
Cool, fine, whatever. It doesn't really mean anything in a vacuum. I was thinking, you know what? I always say the pacing is faster, but let me put my money where my mouth is, right?
Okay.
Let me not just like talk. Let me look back in Shibuya, try to pick like a comparable moment or comparable set of moments and see if I can find something that works.
Okay.
So I went with Nanami's death, I went with Nobara's death, and I went with Toto showing up. Certifiably, by the way, smaller, less important plot points in the grand scheme of things. I think we can all agree, right? That Choso dying, Toto showing up in Shinjuku, and Yuta showing up are all, in the grand scheme of things, probably more important. But whether or not you like them more, that doesn't really matter, right? Nanami dies in chapter 120,
Okay.
right? Nobara dies in chapter, what is it, 126, where we actually see her, and I'm putting die in quotation, it's just easier, chat. And Mikey, don't get mad at me. Like, that's when Nobara gets, like, idol transfigured face slapped in chapter, what is it, 124. We get a whole chapter of flashback. 126, or 125, 126, she dies. Toto shows up at the end, and that's it, right?
Right.
So, if you guys are on your P's and Q's, 6 chapters for 3 plot points in Shibuya, 3 chapters for 3 plot points in Shinjuku.
Okay.
Literally double the pace of certain things. And I just wonder, do you think that impacts how these land for you personally? Like, would Yuji and Toto having fought Sukuna for a longer stretch of time, or because you actually mentioned this with Choso and Toto, where it felt like very the transition was very unsmooth, right? Do you think Yuji sitting in, not even sitting in, like literally sitting, but fighting Sukuna in that despair before Toto shows up, or Yuji and Toto fighting for longer before Yuta shows up, would have done better to make these things hit? Because literally, I think about Shibuya, and I think about personally, right?
Okay.
I think about Toto showing up in Shibuya. I think about Toto showing up in Shinjuku. Certifiably, they're both equally important. Shinjuku more so, right?
Yeah.
Why do I feel infinitely less hyped when I first read that chapter? And I just think it's
compared to back in Shibuya.
Shibuya.
Okay.
Shibuya.
So
part of it's the bars, but I think part of it is you can't deny the, like, it's just a different length of buildup.
It's a that's what I was saying, right? Gege's speed or whatever, like the post JJK's ending soon buff or debuff that we're giving the series has impacted the community reception to it week to week more than I think a lot of us like to admit. Even people like me who say it's not over yet, blah blah blah. It just is how he is writing, and that's the expectation that he's setting. So for example, like it really like that shit lit a fire. Like that was really sparked after, was it 214? Like after Gojo came back and the time skip.
Oh, 221.
Yeah.
221, 222.
I think after that chapter, right? That's when we were seriously starting to have these like very in-depth, legitimate conversations about the current state of JJK, the timeline that it's on, what we can reasonably expect as far as plot points that are left to address in the 1 or 2 year timetable that like Gege mentioned in, like, what is it, Jump Festa or something? Like you have to, you're in this weird spot where Gege at least for me, I'll talk about, like, I'll speak for myself, right? I'm in this weird spot where I'm like, after Gege said that, I'm in this like half grieving spot with the series where I almost don't want to get too attached, like in the same way I did with Shibuya or whatever. Like, when you're just seated, like fully, I almost feel like I have like half my leg off the chair ever since that announcement, because it's like, so is the movie over, or is there like a post credits, like you know what I mean? Like that kind of sentiment in my head. So the chapters come out, and they're coming out in this way that like keeps confirming that shit is coming to an end. This is the final stretch. But the chapters still feel kind of prolonged in a way because Sukuna's still kicking. So you're in this weird spot where you're like, Gege, do I...
You actually feel like things haven't been going fast enough.
Yeah, right. Like, Gege, do I sit back down or do I get up? Like which one is it? So it just it kind of, it creates a very like destructive reading experience for me. Personally, right? I don't know if that sentiment is, widespread with you guys or even you men, but like I do feel like that a lot with JJK, and the thing with Choso and Toto was just like a very clear example of it, where I'm like, dude, can I even just go for like a pee break or something? Like what, you're just...
And here's the thing, right? It's not even 259 specifically, because I still think that works, right? I think going from that to that works. I'm talking about, like, I'm using it as an indication of like a broader point, right? It's just because it's 2 points where 3 plot points happen back to back to back, all at the hands of or all because of or at the hands of one antagonist, right? and I think it's pretty analogous. I think Toto showing up after Choso, I personally still like it. I think it's cool. I think it's whatever, right? I fuck with it. I think the brotherly passing of the torch, I'm personally with it. What I don't like as much, right, is the fact that Toto, to me, Toto's shine got stolen twice, right? He has to share the shine with Choso's death, and he has that shine stolen by Gojo coming back, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck, man, we haven't seen him for 130 chapters. And to me, right, I'll put it like this, right? If Toto was my GOAT, I would feel a little slighted thus far. I'm sure Toto will keep cooking. I know he will, obviously, right? But it's just like, fuck, man, you only get like one, and it's not his first impression, but you only get one first impression, quote unquote, right? And I'm like, shit.
And that's like if you're a Choso fan too, that's got to feel doubly weird, right? Because it's like, what the fuck, dude? Give me 5 minutes. Like, it wasn't even the centerpiece, man. Even when it was time to talk about the like title and thumbnail with you and Liv, right? It was like, okay, Choso coming back or Choso dying or Toto coming back. These are both significant events in the series, right? Like, what do we do here?
Which one we're doing, guys?
So that's why the thumbnail title combination is the way it is, because like Choso dying it's an end to a character, right? That's the priority for like at least like that's the judgment call I made. But then Toto came back after 130 fucking chapters. Where's Toto was like next to Where's Nobara as far as like this entire last stretch, right? These are like major things, and they just clash. They take so much attention away that it's just like vexing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of past the point of getting like personally annoyed, right? Because I think at some point, I think you mentioned this with Horikoshi a little bit, but you're kind of just like looking at him for what he was with All for One, for example, right? I think I'm kind of like past the point of being like particularly annoyed about it. I'm kind of just like, I'm noticing, right? And I talk critically about JJK all the time. I'm gonna speak about
weekly even
parts that I think work, whatever, right? It is what it is. But I'm just kind of like, it's a very, very interesting dichotomy there, because I look at like, I was talking to Liv about this because we were talking with Tester about the Blue Lock chapter or whatever. And I thought about it. I'm like, dude, Kaiser alone has 4 chapters so far dedicated to his own mini arc,
and they're not done.
In the span of this one game that is the climax of the Neo Egoist League arc.
Yep.
It doesn't. Now, that's not to say every series has to move like that. That's not what I'm saying. I think the comparison is interesting, though, because Blue Lock and JJK are within 1 chapter of each other. Blue Lock is in the climax of its current arc. And Kaiser alone got more chapters dedicated to him than Choso's death,
Toto coming back,
Toto's return, and Yuta showing up together. It's just, I'm not even mad. I promise you, I'm not mad. It's that noticing, hashtag noticing. It's that thing. It's where I'm like, I'm just aware of kind of the context of it all. You know what I mean?
Not only that, but I feel like I said, right, to me, it's just a very destructive reading experience, because I don't, like, my reactions to each JJK chapter that drops week to week, right? They can be so fucking eclectic, I think is the word, where one week, peak, right? Next week, let's have a serious breakdown about whether or not this was good, the ramifications. It's kind of exhausting in a way, because he doesn't let shit marinate in like the way that he used to, right? And I feel kind of charged saying this, but I miss having like 3 to 4 chapter stretches where like just plot is set up, or some shit is just like you just take that breath and like discuss, right? Or you just like get into the heads with these characters, you spend that intimate time with them, right? It's a spot where the fighting, blah blah, and you get all this shit retroactively, like with Gojo and shit, but it's like, dude, despite the lore and the character interactions you've given me, at the same time, Sukuna has had like 5 to 7 more fights since he fought Gojo last time, and now we're rehashing it. And I know there's going to be even more fighting until we finally get to the end, right? So, at what point do we just sit down and talk about the fact that we've been fighting Sukuna for 100 chapters? Like we're building up to some numbers here, man.
Listen, and that's fine. Honestly, genuinely, I think that I've said this. I said this with Gojo versus Sukuna. I'm glad I was right then. I don't know if I said it as explicitly, but like with Gojo versus Sukuna, I was literally like, dude, I want this shit to be 15 chapters. Really, anything lesser than that is a disappointment.
Like, take your time,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. With like, so I'm not even gonna say that Sukuna versus everybody has not been going for long enough. It's more so that I'm like, it's interesting the way Gege, because I keep saying this, right? And I want to highlight one of Gege's strengths that I think works for the type of story he's trying to write, I guess. Maybe it's just, like what I'll say is I chalked a lot of my grievances with him of like, maybe I just don't care for the style of writing, right? Because when I think about, but
the thing is, I do,
yeah,
because of Shibuya and the entire, like that's what makes it so annoying.
I like this style of writing as well, right? What I'm saying is, I don't think it achieves the pinnacle of this hypothetical JJK 1.5 that I have in my head, right? Is what I mean when I say I don't appreciate certain aspects. So like, have I given the Gege's an economical writer sort of thing? Like Higuruma, great, good. Ishigori, great, good. Kashimo, before conclusion, great, good. Like really, he's really good at giving us snappy fucking characters and having them reach really high heights for how much time he gives them. I just feel like he's a little weaker on expanding those moments for characters that he's already established as much.
Like you got me hooked.
Personally.
Like let me sit. Can I get 5 minutes, please? Like it's just, man, I miss those 5 minutes, man. Like I just miss that.
You're about to bring us back to it, bro.
Yeah.
And yeah, for everybody in chat saying Blue Lock and JJK are different stories. Duh, I know that. I said so, right? Repeating my words back to me does not make them any more clear. I literally said they're different stories, right? I know they're trying for different things. I'm pointing out the fact that they are in similar positions, similar lengths, right? 2 different outcomes, one of which I like more, the other I like less. It's just a perception thing that I'm saying, I'm noticing, I think I like this. I like what this does in the outcome more than this one. I wonder why. Let me draw some sort of parallel in order to make a more informed conclusion. I'm past the point of saying like I dislike it as like or it's a bad writing choice, right? It's just something that I'm like, maybe this aspect of Gege's writing just doesn't jive with me as much. And I'm sure that because how should I put this? I think rereads are very important. I wonder how much it'll get better on reread thing is a crutch versus just a genuine analysis. Because it could be both, or it could just be one, right? But I feel like everything's better on reread, right? Like there's not very many experiences that you read on a weekly basis that are like, oh, this will get better on, like this won't get better on reread, right? Like, yeah, for sure. JJK, the Shinjuku Showdown will get much better on reread once we have a conclusion, once we know where it's all for. I guarantee it, right? I stand by that. I'd put all of Kreams' bank account on that. I'm betting it all on that.
Nah,
right?
put BR's life on it.
No, bro. It's too late. I've already placed the bet. They're closed. You can't put any shit on it. Sorry.
Too late, bro. I got it under the wire.
Bank account,
they made an
brother.
exception for me. I'm like a brother to that guy.
No, bro. They don't know you. They threw you at the club. Sorry. But I will say that, like, I mean, I think it's quite obvious. Gege is not so incompetent in my mind that I think he's gonna like fucking completely fumble the bag, right?
I don't think it's
just more.
It's not a fumble that I'm worried about. It's just unsatisfaction. That's what I'm worried about. That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off like that, bro. Like that was a hard stop. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I just say it to say that, like, I don't know. I think I've just kind of like, I've definitely sat back with JJK a little bit and just been like, there is just, it's just expectation resetting for me personally, right? Where it's like, okay, with the way Gege writes for who I am and what I prefer, can this be an all-time great? Maybe, right? I'm never gonna say never, but it's just kind of like, you know how like, JJK not my top 10. Gege has not been putting on a performance where I'm like, oh shit, that's about to change, right? It's just kind of just been like remaining pretty similar for me. And it's interesting because it always feels like really good things, and it's annoying, are kind of associated with a but. And I really fucking hate that. I want to just like be like this chapter was great, no notes, Gege.
W,
absolutely
10 out
nothing.
of 10, yeah.
And I just feel like, well, let me see. When was the last chapter I did that? It might be really recent. 259, I feel like I liked a lot. No, impromptu binding vows. No, wait, no, that was before.
I don't. God, Toto in action was pretty cool.
Toto in action was pretty cool. I just did not like my condition was basically this motherfucker can't open a domain or else the shit gets worse to me.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker opened a domain. Gege said, "Oh, dead ass. Yep. Okay, I got something for you." I think the last one wasn't that far. Yeah. I unironically, uncontroversially fucked with chapter 257. It has not been that long, right? But it just does feel like a lot of times I have to give caveats for things I like or whatever. With JJK specifically, and I don't like that. Like I always feel like the positive outweighs the negative. It's just there's a numerical advantage to the negative things, if that makes sense. Like there are a lot of minor sprinkle negative things where it's like the fucking the cake, right, of JJK, that's good. But bro, these sprinkles taste real weird, and there's a lot of these sprinkles on my fucking cake. Like, what are we? Oh, okay.
What was that?
Interesting.
I heard this one analogy that was like, imagine you're eating a bowl of cereal, and then there's just suddenly a nail in there. No matter how good the bowl of cereal is, you're really going to be focused on the nail.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a good analogy.
Yeah.
I will be stealing that.
I stole it. Secondhand theft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, it's... JJK, I'm almost like reading it with a laugh. Maybe I've just, given up on the inside. Joke. Half joke. Quarter joke. Anyway, maybe I've just given up on the inside, and I'm just like, okay, Gege, if you don't fumble the ending, we're good. We'll call this one a draw. Good luck on your next future endeavors. I hope like wherever you want to go for vacation, you have a good time, right? I hope that idle manga treats you well. That being said, you kind of left me in the lurch a few times back there, and I won't forget that ever. Like low-key,
for sure.
Yeah, like we're not square on that. I'm just sort of letting you rock.
Yeah. Anyways,
what about you?
I say that all to say like 7.5 out of 10 chapter. Yeah. Like I like it's all this shit to be like, no, this was a pretty good chapter. Like I fucked with the chapter overall.
Let me ask you something.
What up?
Where is JJK for you right now, like mentally? Like, are you just hoping Gege doesn't fumble the ending? Or are you just hoping like Megami comes back and that's it? Like what exactly? Like, how are you feeling about the series? Like, as week to week, is it like increasing ambivalence? Is it like a tepid hope? Because like that thing, I was speaking for myself earlier when I said I have like mentally been put in a position where I have like one cheek off the seat. So I'm curious like what your version of that is. Are you seated? Are you standing? Where are you at?
To me, I just feel like I just feel like JJK for me is gonna be like a 7 or an 8, right? Ooh. Overall, and I'm like
7 potential is like crazy considering everything.
7 is basically me accounting for Gege making some real decisions that I don't fuck with, right? Now he could go further. He could really try to go further beyond, right? But like 7 is reasonably as low as JJK gets to me, right?
Fair.
I think in all honesty, it probably remains at an 8. Yeah. Really good conclusion that moved me 8.5, 9.
He would have to fumble the ending for it to go lower than a 7 for me. Like he would actually have to. It would have to be a terrible end. Like it would. Off the top of my head,
it could not be unsatisfactory. Yeah. He'd have to shit the bed. Yes.
Yeah, like it would have to be like a Sukuna revives everybody. Like I was looking out for you, little nephew type of ending.
I might give that a 10 off of fucking hilarity, but please don't do that, Gege. I'm joking.
Yep.
Kinda.
But like it would have to be like it would have to be something crazy like that. Not wood.
For sure. It could not just be like normal battle shonen kind of divisive. It would have to be real, genuine, grade A ass, and I don't think it's gonna be that, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. 7 on the realistic scale, the lowest score it's getting, right? 8 is probably kind of where I'm at, where I'm like, I expect to really enjoy this series. I love talking about JJK. I said this to myself as I was writing the video, the Yuta video. When I make a video, like when I'm analyzing the things I like about JJK, I can genuinely convince myself Gege is writing one of the best things I've ever read in my fucking life. The problem is that like I'm analyzing typically specific things. So when I think about the broader context for me. It's never really as much as like, for example, I didn't really make a chapter review. I made a video about Yuta's character in this video,
Right.
or in this chapter, right? The part that I unambiguously fucking liked. I think in that, if you were to isolate this portion, this would be a 10 out of 10 chapter. Like I think he fucking hit that shit out of the goddamn park.
Right.
I think he fucking cooked. And I think when I do analyze specific parts of JJK, I usually, the positive person that I am, kind of a joke. I hone in on the parts that I like more than not, right? So when I'm making those videos, I'm like, fuck, dude, JJK really is the best shit ever. And then I look at it in a broader sense and I'm like, well,
not the best thing ever.
It's like, and I say this all disappointed, it's just really good. Aw.
I think, not to get too fucking behind the scenes here, but do you think a part of it has to do with your personal relationship, like professional relationship to JJK? I definitely know, like, JJK, like, by the time it ends, it'll have this weird effect on my life in a way that's a bit more profound than just a really solid series. And I do wonder if that just fucks with my brain chemistry and how I view the series in a vacuum, or if I can even do that.
Off of personal impact, JJK is definitely like top tier impact. But when I'm thinking about quality overall, like I will say this, right? I think that me making videos on it has made me like JJK a lot more than I would have not.
Same, yeah.
Than I would have otherwise, because it forces me to kind of explain knee-jerk reactions. And like, for example, the reason I'm not coming on here like, oh my god, bro, this Yuta plotline is literally because I was looking for fucking hate, right? I was looking for hate on the timeline to explain why I felt weird. The motherfuckers on Twitter were so dumb. I started like mentally defending the chapter in my head. I'm like, oh, that's a dumb criticism. That's a dumb criticism, right? Looking for something that resonated with me. And then I realized, fuck, all of the people that I see criticizing it are dumb as shit.
Like, I want to agree with you guys. Why can't you be right?
I'm like, yeah, exactly. And then I realized, fuck, man, you just don't have as many problems with the chapter as you thought. It is probably more good to you than bad, despite there being a decent bit of bad, right?
You know what's funny?
It's just
Radman had.
I literally just argued my way out of. I was like, "Fuck, y'all literally were so dumb." I fucking realized, damn, I don't really have a reason to hate this part. Yeah, and that shit's interesting.
It's funny. Radman had a similar journey. Like I remember when the leaks first like dropped, right? And without the text, he immediately dropped the "It's time to make a Fall of JJK" video, and. First of all, hilarious, right? W joke.
100%. And he's crazy if he thinks I won't make that. Anyways.
Oh,
okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you gotta just have that one in the bag, just ready to go. Just in case. Yeah. Second, it was funny because I was watching him slowly do your like the thing you just described in real time, like on on Twitter. Because if you, assuming you didn't delete any of it, right? If you go through Redman's timeline from when the chapter dropped on the scans dropped on Thursday, I believe, to like right now, you will see like a drastic change in his reception to it. The second he found out it was Yuta and all this, I wasn't like so taken aback because I just didn't have those ethical problems with Yuta doing what he did. But I'm built different, everybody has different skill levels, whatever. I'm gonna try to say this seriously. I'm gonna try not to bit myself into a corner here. So I felt like, this is so cool. This is so raw. It's a nice little like surprise. Like, I was more impressed with Gege sidestepping it than I was any of the shit that was happening, because I was like, how the fuck did you write your way out of this one? Like, how did you get away with this? And and after that initial like, I'm proud of Gege for this. I was like, but did you get out of it though? Because I'm like, okay, hypothetically, if I'm a motherfucker that slanders Gege every week on a podcast, right? If I'm calling him washed, if I'm calling him a fraud, if I'm calling him a little one-eyed cat troll. Right, hypothetically, right? How would I need to keep my game up? How would I need to insult this guy week to week? How would I criticize this decision, right? And that's why I brought up the what do we do with this now that it's here? Because after that initial shock wears off, we're just kind of left with the stink of it. And I know enough of Gege's MO to not be negative towards it, like off rip. But I know next week I'm going to go into it with so much scrutiny. Like, Gege, you got away with it last week. Not next week, but because it's a break next week, but like next chapter, right? Gege, I know you got away with it last time. Will you be able to get away cleanly? That's what I want to know. Because hypothetically, the slander is gonna come, and it's gonna come swinging, hypothetically. Will Gege survive? Who knows?
I don't know, man. I think it's really interesting because from what I saw, the timeline was basically reacting like that too, of just like, oh my god, Gege, this is so fucking ass.
Mm-hmm.
And then most of the people that were like, all right, bro, this is not bad. And so like, damn, I kind of like this. And it's like, I saw a lot of that, and I was like, fuck, dude, we're so predictable.
We really
Like,
are, man.
holy shit, man. I'm like, because here's the thing, right? I tend to not have that. Not that I don't have that reaction, but I tend to just be. I tend to understand. Hey, man, not every thought that comes into your head is a good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Contrary to what some Twitter users believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because my knee-jerk reaction is this fucking sucks, it does not mean that like everybody in the world, everybody on Twitter has to know I think it sucked. I can just think something sucked and let myself like kind of like handle it on my own, I guess, if that makes sense. And that's kind of where I was at, where I kind of just worked through it slowly. And I was like, all right, I can work with this. All right, I can work with this.
Yeah, it's
Because I also think this too. When I think about JJK as a whole, right, and say like 5, 6 years time, 7 years time, whatever, right, and I think about the anime and I think about what it did. And I think about like, fuck, dude, the anime might just be a whole point score above whatever the manga is.
Oh, it's definitely going to, because I know they're going to add shit. Like that's
exactly the thing.
Yeah, that's the part like that is literally the only thing I want Gege to change. I just want more. Like it's almost maddening how much that problem hard carries every other issue I have with the series. Like if Gege just wrote more content for JJK, we wouldn't even it wouldn't even be a question how, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. It is a very interesting dilemma for sure.
God. Man. That is to say, this chapter giving us this kind of bringing us down this existential JJK rabbit hole. I don't know if that's
chapters do every couple of.
I know, right? Like every once in a while we'll have like a fucking straw that breaks the camel's back and just have this conversation.
And it's not even like it's not even bad. It's just it's so charged and so controversial. It's like, fuck, dude. Even it's definitely an interesting chapter for sure.
Yeah, because Gege, why are you like this? Like, do you want the news cycle? Do you just write this way? Like, I wish there was some kind of fucking confession or something. Like somebody interviewed Gege and they were like, why are you like this? Shaking him. I
want alternate universe me to report back, bro. No, don't read JJK, right? Until it's done. Binge read that shit, get back to me.
Man, I can't.
Because in all honesty, JJK is the first manga that I've read on a week-to-week basis for this long, right? I'm trying to think of the ones like
it's also
I completed some manga towards the tail end of their story, right? But like
not like this, yeah.
Not like this, right? Not as this invested, not as this curious, cared this much, blah 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 blah. But like, so it could just be new territory, right? But I've also felt like with a lot of other manga, I'm like, damn, bro, I've been reading Blue Lock for a while too. Nines and like someone asked, when's the last time I rated something below an 8 out of 10 in a Blue Lock chapter? I was like, damn, brother, shit's been a while. It's been a decent minute. So I don't know. I could just be a stingy motherfucker when it comes to weekly chapters. It's possible. But evidence currently is to the contrary, right? That like I'm exclusively incapable of reading something week to week. You know, I see people say that like Gege is a fucking genius that is so like, you know, unorthodox and whatever. Blah blah blah. That is interesting. By the way, this chapter, and I guess a lot of the discourse surrounding it just confirmed a lot of my theories that like the people who say that are capable of doing so specifically because Gege is unorthodox in the way they expected, in a kind of like roundabout contradictory way. The moment some shit happens that like I've seen a lot of those people are like banking on the merger, right? Which is really funny.
I was thinking
because I know a lot of people are banking on the merger, right?
I think,
and obviously it's a setup plot point, right?
I think I'm banking on it because like
this is a hot take, right? I know it is.
Okay.
I know it is. I couldn't give a fuck about the merger any less.
Really?
Right now, what is the like? Listen. Plot wise, yes, it's important. It's tied to Kenjaku's character. LOL. But it's obviously like from a storytelling perspective important. That's what a lot of this has been building to, right? But if you're talking about how much I care about the merger, what I think it's going to do for the characters, how I think it's going to act as a final barrier for them and their development, personally, genuinely, and I don't say this as like Gege's failed to interest me. I just don't give a fuck. I'm so much more interested in the conclusion to Sukuna's character as is than I am like. Okay, I'll put it like this, right? It is so much the case where if the merger didn't happen and it wasn't explained, I would go like, oh, that's weird, but it would not affect my score of JJK one bit. It would be weird. It would be strange, right? Because it's a loose end. But I personally wouldn't care. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
And I'm like, and I notice that a lot of the people that are kind of like, oh, Gege's a contrarian, Gege's like a genius, he's like blah, 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 and then defend a lot of his decisions through that, perfectly fine. Analyze your series through whatever lens you want to, right? It's kind of like, it's all fun and games until certain aspects of the story get threatened to them, right? I'm like, what happened to being unorthodox? what happened to being a trailblazer, buddy? No, let him trailblaze. Let him trailblaze. Listen, not everything. Listen. As that, like, not everything that's been set up has to be paid off that way. Hey, apply to the merger, bucko.
Like
that's kind of where I'm at.
A chatter brings up a good point about like one of the conditions for the merger is everybody else dying, and since Kenjaku is dead, that just means everybody but Sukuna. So Sukuna's already kind of making the rounds so far with the people he's killed, right? So Choso, Higuruma, Kashimo, fucking, I don't think Gojo was a player, but you know, we can throw him in there too if we wanted to, right? Hell, we could even count Yuta like tentatively, right? Just his original body at least, right? There is maybe 5-6 more people, and listen, man, they're not gonna be special great. Like past Yuji, it's all kind of easy pickings for Sukuna, right?
Bad for me, but yeah, I get you. Generally,
yeah. Generally, right? Of course, right? Generally, that feels like okay, cool. They failed to do Sukuna, merger start, whatever, right? At that point, the calling games end. We see what the hell the payoff was. Everything like makes sense, right? It's a fucking Sukuna kaiju. It's whatever the hell like Kenjaku thought it was gonna be, right? Let's say I don't know, somebody just magically comes back to life. Let's say it's Yuji, right? Main character buff. What exactly are we left with? Like, what exactly are we left with as a series? Everybody dead but Yuji, and he's just like, what? All right, Sukuna, you're not ready for a super Black Flash.
Hey, bro.
What is Gege setting up? What is Gege setting up, man? I almost feel like he has to circumvent the merger, because to get to it and even more to deal with it feels like beyond the pale. At least to me. Like what do you think? Like chat, what about you? Like, is this is that not?
Bro, you're asking questions that I don't like. And I say that I don't mean this like to be dismissive of you. It's more to speak towards like my mindset. I haven't really put much thought into it because I'm like, dude, I'm completely content if the merger never even like if I don't see the word merger in the manga again, I'm fine. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like because to me, Sukuna's like Kenjaku is a final antagonist, and the shit he has to do with it don't move me personally. Okay. Right? I don't think
you're not even a little curious, like Kenjaku, to see what's at the end of the merger.
Fuck no.
Interesting.
Like because listen, bro. I want to see what full potential of curse energy looks like, right? But I just don't. Okay, how should I put this? Okay, so let's say there are a couple of options, right? It's a big fucking curse spirit. Right. Okay, cool. It's a big fucking curse spirit. I've seen a curse spirit before, right? It is. Like there are some scenarios in which it can be interesting to me, but it's not interesting because of the merger. It's interesting because of shit around it. Like I saw somebody say, if Mahito's the merger, right, shit goes up to a 9 out of 10 for me. Yeah, probably, right?
Sounds what about like you, it?
Yeah. But it has nothing to do with the merger, right? It has everything to do with me like Mahito. Mahito, cool character, right? If Megami starts the merger, shit, bro. Welcome back, brother. I'm just glad you did something. honestly, I'm just glad you enacted any bit of agency on the story, right? But those don't have to do with the merger, right? I don't know if I care what's at the end of the rainbow for this, right? In the way that maybe I don't know if I'm not even gonna put that on Gege. I don't know if Gege wants me to care.
Yeah.
If he does, he certainly hasn't moved me, but I'm fine with it, bro. I don't care. I don't know.
I don't know. Reading Gege's intentions always just kind of leads into this weird doom spiral / resentment. Because it's like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me, you stupid cat?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think people are still holding on to the Kenjaku revival theories via the merger, and to me, that's like one of. Okay, he comes back to the merger.
Wait,
I'm not even gonna say to what end. Wait, I just don't.
Hold on. Did you see the leaks for this chapter scans first or with the full context?
I just saw the leaks
because I was
but when I saw because I was spoiled at first, right? Shit got past like 2 layers of firewall muting or whatever, right? But when I saw it, I already knew it was Yuta.
Okay, so you didn't think it was Kenjaku even a little bit.
No. Okay. Because when I saw it, I knew it was Yuta. Okay, right? That's how I had everything introduced to me. Well, I'm lying. First, it was I just saw because I don't know where to go for leaks, right?
Yeah.
Like how to see them in order or whatever. So I'm like, bring, live, hello. I've already been spoiled, and I guess I'm just gonna indulge in leaks this week. Supply me, please.
Gotcha.
Right? And so she sent me the first one she sent me was when Gojo's hair was down, right? Or when who I thought was Gojo's hair was down, right? And my first thought was, Gege, you fucking didn't.
Okay.
You didn't do this to me. Then with the stitches, and then there was a period where I was like, is that Kenjaku?
Yeah, there it is.
I saw his face. I was like, nah, you don't look evil enough, brother. You look like you.
Bro is mewing.
You look like you care about your friends, bro. You look like you care about your buddies.
Yeah, I was like, nah, bro. Kenjaku wouldn't have cheekbones like that, even in Gojo's body. Okay. That the reason, because like you brought up Kenjaku's like revival and all this shit. I'm curious, like if for that split second you thought Kenjaku came back, like in Gojo's body, like because for me it was like it can't be Kenjaku because this is just an easy loss. Like it is so funny how easy this is because my simulation is Gege bringing back Kenjaku and Gojo's body to up the difficulty even more so that like the victory feels more earned. I don't think they needed the additional challenge. And then, like, you know, logic and reason and eye bags came in and lived.
Yeah. I'm kind of just like, how should I put this? I was more like, what the fuck? But it did not, I don't know if I was, like, I don't know if any part of me, it didn't last. I wasn't able to sit with the thoughts long enough for me to be mad about it, I guess, if that makes sense, right?
Okay.
The questioning was too short-lived. Of like,
but you didn't even feel excited at the notion of
no.
Okay.
No.
Interesting.
There's nothing about Kenjaku that really interests me. Like, okay, so like I said, to put it in perspective, people who are fans of Kenjaku, take Radman for example, right? One of Kenjaku's strongest soldiers, even I could say probably one of Kenjaku's strongest soldiers, right? Insane. I thought you were one of them too, by the way. But
I just like I believed in him being like improved over time, but I didn't realize Gege like had this for him.
So I saw him die, right? And I'm like, man, if that happened to someone I liked, I'd probably be mad. I don't care. I mean that like not in slander, not in jokes. I literally, it doesn't register. It just happened. It's just an event.
Yeah.
Right. And that's kind of where I was like, so Kenjaku coming back, I wasn't mad or happy. It was just like, once again, I didn't sit with it long enough for it to have a real emotional reaction, right? So I unfortunately can't tell you, because I saw some people on the timeline that were sitting with it for like 15, 20 minutes before the next leak came out, right? I was not one of them. So I realized within like 30 seconds that it wasn't, just because of leaks, context, blah, 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 whatever, right? But it was also like, okay, it's Kenjaku. I don't want it to be him because it just means we're spending screen time on a character I don't give a fuck about. But I don't hate Kenjaku. I'm just mostly indifferent, right? I think he's the only reason he'd be aggravating is strictly because it's like any screen time spent on you is screen time not spent on a character I actually like. But that's not real hatred of him. That's just like, okay, I just don't care for you one way or the other.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's, I guess that makes sense in that way. Like if there's like a cold apathy, because for me it was like he just exists as an antagonistic force in the same way maybe Arame does. So the notion that
Which
he's
is
back
insane,
in,
by the way.
no, like that he's like Arame level to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that's insane.
It's insane for essentially the secondary antagonist. Yes, I grant you, but I mean it in like a, I see him on screen, and my only thought is he is going to make Sukuna's job easier / the sorcerer's job harder, right? It's not so much about like what his ambitions can do and blah blah blah. It's just about the difficulty spike added on, because isolated, he's a very manageable threat, right? Even like the fucking motley crew of sorcerers that have been like, you know, like the different pairings and shit. He is not like, Kenjaku is not running this gauntlet, man.
No, not at all. You didn't usually pull up and they put him in a fucking blender.
Bro,
like,
even against Higuruma, I would say that's high diff for him.
All right, you're kind of dick eating. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. He has no weapons, right? Like no curse technique. Like what's he doing?
What does he take? Anti-gravity?
No, but his energy is disrupted and everything, and it's not as efficient as Sukuna or Gojo's.
I guess, but it happens sometimes, right? Like the problem with that is, to me, we would just have Higuruma syndrome again, right?
I'm not even saying he'd lose. It's like I
know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like here's my point, right? Mm-hmm. In the same way we learn something new about Higuruma, in the sense where it's like, oh, it takes curse tools. We would probably just learn that, like, oh yeah, if you have good enough curse energy control, Master Barrier user probably should, you're able to get away with it. Whatever, right?
It doesn't count as an act of violence. Blah blah blah. Sure, you can do it.
He would just be like, okay. Or if he doesn't break it from outside, his curse energy isn't disrupted that much because, oh my god, he's been alive for 1,000 years. He knows how to blah blah.
Like,
blah.
I'm not saying there's ways to like not write around it for Kenjaku. I'm just saying like, it would still, like, he wouldn't handle it as smoothly as Sukuna, especially if he keeps running the gauntlet after, right? Let's say he makes a getaway from that. I doubt it'll be as clean. I doubt he'll be in like, you know, fucking, oh, that barely took 5% of my power type of energy or type of timing.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, like, listen. He's not saying next. Like,
yeah,
it's definitely like oh fuck, where's Yuta? Where's Maki? Oh no, like, dude, listen, bro. I mean, I agree. I think.
Y'all are ready for the night parade of 2,000 demons or whatever. Like,
yeah. If Kenjaku was like the final antagonist, let's ignore Gojo for a second, obviously. Bro, Kashimo might nerf him as much as we need him to be. Like go handle that. It's so... go beat up your dad.
Yeah.
Bro. Like, cause I'm thinking this, right? Kashimo probably physically is comparable. He opens his technique, whatever. Cool. Kenjaku's probably forced to use a domain, right?
Kenjaku is just he's not fast enough for that. He's just not.
Yeah, like he's probably forced to use a domain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Kenjaku beats him, that's fine, whatever, right? I don't have any qualms about that. He's used a domain, his technique is burned out. Yuji handle it. Higuruma don't even show up. Yuji get it.
Yeah.
Yuji work him. Yuji work like a dead ass work him. Soul punches. Nah, Yuji and Choso. Let's make it a family reunion, bruh. No, you work him. Handle it.
Yep.
Handle it, bro.
This is a family matter.
Be fucked up. Yeah, handle it, bro.
Yeah.
Handle it, bro.
Like it's such a shame, man. Cause like that's
He's such a funny fuck. He's not weak, but like, god damn, is it like it would comparatively, bro?
He's like dude, the sorcerers are overqualified. They're overqualified to deal with him.
Definitely. You know what it feels like, kind of. You know how, like in Dragon Ball, right? During the 3-year time skip after Trunks pulls up, he's like, train for the androids, right? Kenjaku feels like android, like 19.
I knew you were gonna say that.
It's like, and then Sukuna's like 18 and 17, maybe like closer to Cell, honestly. Yeah. Or it's like, dude, yeah, we got stronger, and like, but it's like, we did. We were yeah, you're not, that's not you, little bro, that's not you, little bro.
Like, you trained 3 years to sit on the sidelines a little bit better. Like, hey bro, maybe Yuta did you a favor. You weren't cut out for this life. Fuck, man, fuck. What a series, man. What a series that we've fucking pitched our tent to, or whatever the hell the expression is.
Yeah, and I'm not like, none of this is hate. Like, I hope people don't hear this as hate. It's just a funny. Right now, I don't even know if we're in like super critical land. It's just like, honestly, I'm kind of like fucking I'm kind of dying at the Android 19 and 20
Yeah.
analogy of like,
I'm
fuck,
amused.
dude.
I'm just
like
amused.
Yuta
Yeah.
really. It took Takaba, Yuta, and Toto to clap you unequivocally, bro.
Yep. Yuta did it in base too. Like that's so
Yuta
funny.
did it in. Yuta did not exert himself at all.
Like,
Toto was not on screen, bro.
God, it's so funny. Like
It's hilarious.
It's just hilarious. Cause like, dude, if this shit happened with Sukuna, I'd be pissed. It happened to Kenjaku, and it's funny as fuck.
And it's like, god damn, dude. Like, okay, I'm trying to think about it, right? Like, there is an easy setup to where you suffer no casualties. Like, honestly, to the point where I'm like, Maki, go out there and try some shit, and you might be able to get that. His domain doesn't work on you, like at all. So his strong. Okay, what is he gonna use? Uzumaki. All right, precog.
Yeah,
Soul split. Like, okay, Maki. Maybe I'll give you like Choso or some shit. Choso, get Yuji. What? Like, it's so crazy how I'm like. The reason Kenjaku was even handled in the way that he wasn't because beating Kenjaku was tough. That wasn't the issue. It was beating Kenjaku with as little resources as possible that could then go back to help with Sukuna, bro. God, that's funny.
Dude, it's so funny because he's not surviving Angels. Like, he's not surviving Jacob's Ladder.
Jacob's Ladder might make his brain pop out his fucking noggin.
Because that's his fucking raw tech. That's his technique, dude.
By the way, this is an interesting thing, and I'm sure Gege will give an explanation for why that's not the case, because I just can't see Yuta coming out of this alive. But there's like two reasons I don't think Kenjaku's technique is constantly activated, right? And therefore Yuta should be able to survive in Gojo's body at least for a little bit, right? One, the only person that we know that's able to constantly activate their technique is Gojo, and that's because of the six eyes. And even then, it's a thing he evolved to learn how to do. It wasn't even it didn't come default with the six eyes. Kenjaku's great. Contrary to what we've just been saying, right? Good at using cursed energy, blah blah blah. Doubt he can use cursed energy forever, right? Which would need to be used to activate the technique, right?
Right.
And also, when his domain burned out, meaning his techniques did as well, he did not just suddenly lose control over Geto's body. He still had control just fine, right? Which implies that the disabling of a technique doesn't affect the brain part, because the brain part is probably just the technique is getting into the body and then making it yours. It's not maintaining control, most likely.
Yeah.
Which is like it now.
Because like
again,
the person's,
I don't know if Gege will follow this.
Yeah, because the person's dead that he's possessing. So
yeah,
like, yeah.
And it's just you're not fighting for control. It's just plop. And to me, from that perspective, it definitely seems like it's either used like intermittently at like really long intervals, or it's just one use, because there's nothing to me in the story that would imply that Kenjaku can use a technique for his, because that would mean he's using it since he's first body hopped. And that's insane.
That's not only insane, but it has some weird implications for power scaling and character. Like it's weirder to have it than not.
Yeah.
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 Man, it's one of them chapters, huh?
Hold on, bro. Throw Kusakabe out there with Soul Split, bro. God, bro, this is so fucking funny. How are we? Listen, man, Yuki. Damn, how did I get to Yuki, bro?
Dude, I don't even want to.
Instant hate. No, I'm sidetracked, bro. Okay, real special grades, bro. Real heavy hitters. Like, bro, I'm gonna be real. Even Akari's probably doing well against Kenjaku. Like, just.
Dude, it's so annoying because, dude, okay. I'm thinking about it right now, right? This is like tangentially related. What the fuck could Mappa even add to some of this shit? Like, what are you extending this sequence? Are you like what are you doing? Are you adding Toto in here? Like how are we doing this? Like if that's the case, are we buffing anime Kenjaku? Like it is the most like insane.
Oh, you mean
shit.
for Kenjaku, not for the Sukuna Gauntlet? Okay.
For both,
yeah.
But like for Kenjaku specifically, it just makes me ponder like what you're kind of squeezing blood from stone at that point, right? Because his depiction in the anime, his depiction,
well. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Kenjaku's depiction in the anime so far in Shibuya. That's
different.
That's
bro.
a different.
They had Choso on roids. Because here's the thing: you could say the same thing about Choso versus Kenjaku in Shibuya, right? Choso didn't do shit.
Yeah,
He like shot one piercing blood. Kenjaku dodged it, and then he's like, "You're tired, aren't you?" Bop 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 bop.
Yep.
So I think they can.
Because like,
listen, bro.
dude, the aura,
got,
like the limits, like the
yeah.
anime aura buff is so contradictory
100%.
to how Kenjaku died. Like, how do you fucking buff that? Like, what?
You just have to have Yuta be even colder. I think that's the only way you can do it.
God.
You just have to add to Yuta, because if you make Yuta go crazy in Sendai, which I think you can, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you gotta have Yuta versus Ishigori and Uro look like some Maharaga shit, bro. Like, that's the only way to make it make sense. And honestly, I've already asked Ares, right? If you're real, bro, please help me the way you helped the Maharaga fight, bro. Kashimo. I literally don't want anything else from you, bro. Just look cooler, please. I'm begging you, bro.
My God.
Just more shit. But I will say that, like, bro, imagine Kashimo, Maki. Remember, dude, I'm gonna bring this back, and I say this in jest. So I'm not like, before I used to say it to gloat because it was like whatever. But now I say it mostly in jest because I think it's a funny thing. Remember when we were talking about Kenjaku versus Yuta,
Oh my God.
Kashimo, Hikari,
Aged
and Maki?
like
And you were like,
milk.
and you were like, I don't know, maybe Kenjaku. Like, I don't think they'd be able to pull that off. And I'm like, and
No,
and
I was just wrong.
I thought you were insane then. Now,
like
it's
milk.
it's comical. It's
Spoiled,
not even insane. It's funny.
Stinky.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it's stinking up the whole house. The fridge. We got to get a new fridge. We got to throw this one out. It's
like, it's such a fucking funny take. Like, it's not even like, it's not ass anymore, bro. It's transcended that. It's just comical, bro.
Yeah.
It's just comical.
Oh my God, dude. We're gonna have to wait, what, 4 fucking years to see any of this shit animated?
Oh, bro, no. We're not seeing this shit that we're reading in next season, bro.
No,
nowhere near.
Dude, because, like, I will kill you, Yuji Tutorial myself was where we left off. We're so
unbelievably cooked, bro.
I think
we're probably ending at like, okay, I'm the fallen one, or Yuki versus Kenjaku, or like
probably around chapter, like the early 200s. Yeah, like we're so it's fucking
never been more over.
Yeah, like
oh my God.
JJK will be on like its 3rd lap of having already been finished by the time we see this.
Yeah.
Dude,
not even a Yuki Glazer, but if Kashima gets that buff, then Yuki should also get that buff. That's fine, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't get me wrong, but to me, right, Yuki doesn't just need just a like strength buff. To me, it's like, don't make me do this, bro. I don't want to go back to that dark place. Listen, I will say this as calmly and uninvested as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Kashimo is simpler to fix just by more animation.
Literally more time.
Because Kashimo, all I think every Kashimo fan wanted is for him to look bad. We didn't want he could have said no more lines of dialogue. I wish he did, just because they're badass. Mm-hmm. But he could have not spoken a single word. You could have not spoken. Just look. You were a aura merchant. You were a raw merchant. That was kind of your bag. Going out like a chump is whatever, right? Yuki,
is it though?
Yuki was cool. And when I say it's whatever, I mean it makes you whatever, right? I'm saying it's yeah, okay, wow, that's insane, right? Yuki, and this isn't to say I like her more than Kashimo, but she has more going on, right? She has the cool part where she pulls. Well, she has the cool part. She has the. Okay, sorry, I almost threw up. She has the cool part, right? She pulls up a Shibuya, she stops Ramen's attack. Let's ignore the logistics of a special grade saying, I don't know what to do. Whatever. I'm going to ignore that for a second, right? She also has a character possible dynamic that could have existed with Kenjaku, right? To me, you get less bang for your buck with Yuki additional fight time, because to me, part of what Yuki lacks is like actual more character juice. You know what I mean? Like the anime would have to start writing shit. Whereas with Kashimo, make Big Blast look cooler, and I'm good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Make his form more fluid. Yeah. There's it's very
that's
easy
all
shit.
it is.
Literally, just do what Gege didn't do. Like that's it.
Yeah. Wow, did that hit me in the kidney? That's crazy. Wow. Whoa, that phrasing. Something about that phrasing really fucking hurt. I don't know.
You got that, bro.
Listen, bro. It doesn't even listen. It does not have to be Sukuna versus Mahoraga. I would fall to my knees and cry tears of joy if it were, but it doesn't have to be, right? Give me like half that sauce, bro. I'll take a fourth of the sauce, honestly. Just give me, please, bro. Give me something. Give me a little bit, just a sliver, bro. But I think there are other characters that it could probably like. Hikari versus Kashimo probably needs that. Yuta versus Sendai will save my fucking life, bro. Oh my god, I need that so bad. And what I also need is the bathroom. So I'll be back.
No problem. Chat, this fucking chapter really sparked a fucking chain reaction in JJK discourse for us. I think it sparked a lot of discussion for a lot of people. I just want to quickly... I do want to comment on the Gojo effect that JJK seems to have whenever there's even an inkling of him popping up. Obviously, that's my goat for real. But it is still fucking hilarious how much this series is, like, not hard, because I think Yuji also has a lot of, like, aura about him in regards to getting people to talk about chapters. But the way Gojo moves mountains is crazy. I think I saw like 3 different channels who don't even talk about anime make videos about this chapter. Like, it's so fucking wild. And fucking like people were just fucking like rushing to get to the upload button this week, and like totally fair, dude. I think everybody, including myself, was just genuinely just like ready to lock in about this chapter, about Gojo, about all this shit. It's simultaneously funny because it's Yuta now, and everybody knows that it's Yuta, so I wonder if, like, moving forward, if people are going to be as invested as they were with Gojo. So it's so... I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see that. Because I don't know if what else has sparked conversations like this with BR and I about the current state of the series. Maybe the last time was Kashimo's death. From what I like remember recently, where we were both just so not even locked in, but just kind of reflecting on the state of the series. I don't know. What chapters have given you guys like introspection? Like, what am I doing here? Like, what's this all for? Blah blah blah. So does Yuta sound like Yuta, or does he sound like Gojo because he has his vocal cords? I think in the dub of JJK, it'll probably be Gojo's voice actor doing his best Yuta impression. Although I feel like that's pretty par for the course for a voice actor. I think that's something that can be done because it's just, sound younger, I guess. Let's see. Let me go through some of these super chats, man. We haven't caught up on these super chats in about an hour, so let's start running down the list. I am the wise man. Thank you for the 5. This chapter confirms Yuta is the fight MVP and probably the only one besides Yuji and Gojo who truly knew what they were up against. Oh, yeah. But I think that just has to go, like, first of all, yes, about the MVP thing. I think he and Yuji can kind of split that, credit between them. But it does just show that Yuta was second to Gojo in every way, including just awareness of their problem. Because he was also the only one to just kind of openly say, we've left this guy to deal with all this shit single-handedly for too long. When are we going to start accepting some of that burden ourselves? And I appreciate the fuck out of that. I think that was my favorite line this entire chapter so far. Wild, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Enjoy being an honored one. DC YouTube, thank you for the 2. Have y'all read Blood on the Tracks? Definitely should. I have not.
I only read a few chapters.
Yeah. Anyway, BR is going to take over from that super chat on because I have to use the bathroom now.
Cool. The Pineapple Guy, thank you for the 5. I kind of hate it's confirmed that Yuta died from Sukuna's World Slash that was held together with duct tape and hope. But I like how Yuta cares about Gojo. That's fair. I definitely was expecting Yuta to be able to heal from that. Obviously, he was not.
Yeah, actually, real quick, I was very surprised that Yuta and Shoko being there did not expedite the process at all. Even because, like, one of the most underrated, like I think that kind of went under the radar for me that I just remembered is what's his name with the sugar ability. Like,
Amai.
Yeah, Amai. They had the whole fucking med staff over there, and like Yuta was conscious, and I'm like, dog, heal. What the fuck? What do you mean it's beyond the realm of like reverse curse technique? Like,
put your body together.
Yeah,
stitch that shit together,
like,
bro.
It's in one piece. You're still conscious. Like she's gonna suture. Like just lock the fuck in. I don't know.
Do it better, bro.
Yeah, or Utsuhime gets to dancing. All right,
dance, Utsuhime, dance. No, that's crazy. Caliber X4, thank you for the 10. I would be very much okay with the binding vows if we knew what the hell they were. As it is, though, it just feels like a way to justify suspiciously convenient workarounds. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The Gojo fan club president, think of the 5. Last thing, Gojo came back on chapter 74. 174 was about Yuta going north. Calling it now, Gojo come back 274. Had to change my name for the truth. W theory and W name change. Lobby Warsaw, think of the 5. If you look back at 90% of JJK fights, the power system feels strict and everything feels explainable. It just feels like Gege has let Sukuna cheat. I can agree with that to some extent for sure. Yeah. User unknown, think of the 5. Do you scale Sukuna's fingers, or do Sukuna's fingers scale linearly? Would being at half of his cursed energy mean he's at 10 fingers right now? Hard to say. Maybe in terms of raw cursed energy reserves, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that 10 finger Sukuna is half as overall strong as 20 finger Sukuna. Cursed energy reserves probably just don't play as much of an impact into fights that are like a one-on-one and won't be that drawn out as like super long gauntlet matches, if you will. That'd be my guess. Sugar Shogun, thank you for the 8. Do you think he could be using Megami in some way to bypass the binding that he's putting on himself? That would be a pretty clean explanation, I will say. I'd instantly probably rip my eyeballs out because Megami now, like, you know, can only move, you know, 2 steps to the left except on Sundays. Without like immediately blowing his brains out or something. I don't know. But yeah. Let's see. Wild thing for the 2. Sukuna states himself. He is Yuta level cursed energy, chapter 250 now and 261. Yep. I guess it's just when you have like 6 eyes level cursed energy control, you're not losing that much energy off of domains. His output has plummeted, but his overall amount hasn't, as has been explained to me before. I think last stream actually, which is fair, I guess. But definitely a little interesting. Just some mongrel thing with the 5. Sorry if this sounds rough, but nigga, if you don't like that it's being done to Gojo, imagine being the nigga that has to do that, i.e. Yuta. Yeah, pretty much fair. Jaden 3011, thank you for the 2. Jujutsu sorcerers are not heroes. Yes. Oh, making me. Sorry, I just got sad for a second, chat. Caliber X4, thank you for the 5. The theme of not taking on the burden alone could also be pretty cool parallel to how Yuji never fights a big fight alone. 100%. I think that's like what the point is. I think Yuji's ability to connect to people, resonate with people. Hint, Nobar's coming back. Confirmed. You heard it here first, folks. It's important that he does that, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that like Yuji approaches fights like that. It's whether or not everybody's gonna feel like the payoff is worth it. I think it will be. I can understand some people disagreeing. User unknown. What up?
Okay, that answered my question.
Yeah. Cool. User unknown. Thank you for the 5. Yuta should survive post 5 minutes because Kenjaku didn't insta die after his domain ended, even though all of his current techniques burnt out. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying earlier, where it is like a matter of, yeah, you would think that Kenjaku's technique maybe it can be like more regular intervals, but it definitely cannot be like constant usage or Gege's got some explaining to do.
Can I ask you a quick sidebar question about Sukuna?
Yeah, what up?
If Gege reveals some of these impromptu binding vows, like, you know, after the fact, and they were like, yeah, Sukuna can't use this 1 slash on a full moon and the wind at this temperature or some shit like that. Are you gonna? That's an eye roll, right? Like that's a huh?
100%.
Right? Because it's like,
I mean,
why don't
to me
y'all
at that
do
point,
this?
at that point, it's just as bad as not explaining it.
Yeah, right.
But
like
I don't even know. I don't know how much time I would need to even spend criticizing it. I feel like it would be self-evident that like, hey, this sucks. Let's move on. Let's talk about the rest of the chapter. But yeah,
would it even be possible to come back from that?
Come back meaning what?
For me, that's immersion breaking. Like, okay, it's that easy. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it would be immersion breaking. And that would just kind of be it. My reaction would kind of just be like, wow, my immersion is broken.
That's kind of ass. Well, like, wow, Gege.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Next chapter, I guess. Like that would kind of just be it.
All right.
Yeah. Dex, thank you for the 5. Meanwhile, Hikari and Arame are just talking about life. Yeah. Just a mongrel thing with the 5. Like my goat said, Yuta is a man of his word, Mr. Stand on business himself. Also, does Yuta still retain Rika due to the binding vow null like Kenjaku did? I don't see why not. Rika is a manifestation of Yuta's curse energy and curse technique. And one thing I don't think a lot of people are saying, Yuta should not just have infinity right now. Gojo, but with like 7 other curse techniques, might be kind of busted. I'm very excited to see what like a Gojo body amped curse speech looks like, or like Skyman. Can you imagine sky manipulation with infinity, bro? Come on, man.
Ooh.
Give me something, please, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Please, please, please. But yeah.
You know what? I do low-key want to see Yuta bring out his sword in Gojo's body. I'm just because he's used to fighting with the sword than without it. Because Yuta famously is washed in the physicals department. So I am curious if he's gonna fight like Gojo or fight like him in Gojo's body.
It will be interesting. It will be interesting. Like, how does blue amped abilities work when you're using a sword? I am curious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely very curious. Let's see. M3D, think of the two. Hikari and Arame doing Tai Chi in a park right now. Insane. W8. Mateus Alves, thank you for the 10. Kajaku's technique got to be a one-time use because we know that people who have multiple techniques can't use two at the same time. If that were the case, he would have died when using Curse Spirit Manipulation. That is also another pretty good point. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Lobby Warsaw, thank you for the 5. So what do we do when Yuta probably dies? Do we just go back to Toto/Yuji fight? Like, narratively, where do we go? Yuji has to awaken, right?
He has to.
Like I said, I think...
sorry.
Or a new fighter comes in.
I was gonna say something different. I was gonna say, we're right back where we started, and Sukuna can't use a domain again.
Maybe. Which at that point, I feel like Yuji doesn't even need to awaken to then like win. Like he just beats his ass with Toto. But you could have Nobara, or you could have, like I said, the remain human kind of thing, and that has an awakening for Yuji, maybe to some effect like that.
Or Megumi has a generational locking in where he gets up.
Oh God, bro. Yes, that would also be spectacular. I personally see Yuji as going to be the one that's going to, how should I put this? Yuji's going to be the one to get Megumi up, but if
be honest,
because what up?
You're Yuji, right? Let's say you win and get Megumi out of there. Are you just gonna come out like not even a little resentful, like, hey, you could help me out a little bit back there, just
If I'm me, yes, but if I'm Yuji, no, because I would just think back to what I did in Shibuya and be like, all right, bro, that's my fault. Like, or think about like Megumi getting me to like not just like give up on life before the Culling Games, or before rather we even entered the Culling Games of like, hey, bro, listen, you dying is not the move, brother. Like, I'd kind of just be like, you know what, I owe you, or I owed you. Yeah, you were pitiful, but we'll call it even, right? That's kind of where I would be.
Nah, I'd be pissed. Like, I'd be like,
I mean, obviously you're worse.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey man, listen, morning, all that shit later. I'm gonna wail on you for like a solid 5 minutes. I just gotta get some of this off, and then we're gonna be good.
Yeah, no, that's insane. Let's see. Just some mongrel. Thank you for the thank you for the 20. Oh wait, you sent 20 multiple times. Okay, thank you for the 20.
Fourth theory I've heard. Let me just finish this fucking Pop-Tart. I'm sorry.
All right, I got it. Just some mongrel. Thank you for the 20. There's a fourth theory I've had ever since the chapter dropped, as Lime can attest to. Maybe Yuta is so focused on killing Sukuna that he's going to also kill Megumi, and that will turn this into Yuji, Sukuna, and Yuta. Huh? Hold on, maybe the other 20 is. Actually, no. Let me see. Hold on. Do you understand that?
Okay, so he's on killing Sukuna, he's going to kill Megumi, and this was it. Like, why would Sukuna still be alive? The only reason he's incarnated is because of Megumi's body. I think he thinks like killing Megumi and then there's no reason the soul punches would work anymore.
Maybe?
And Sukuna just sort of exists, but that's not the connection that has just been spelled out in the series, right? Like, it's Gege wrote it like it's a 2-for-1 thing. Like, they have to, like, Megumi has to be there for Sukuna to even be like around.
Yeah.
Dude,
for sure. I might need more clarification on that. But yeah, Lobby Warsaw, thank you for the 10.
Real quick.
I think the pacing. What's up?
Wild berry is such a fucking amazing flavor. How did I not lock in on this before? What is happening to me? Listen,
I don't know about that.
I'm a frosted strawberry guy. That's the best Pop-Tarts flavor. It's so reliable to me, right? But this, ooh, its pockets might be running. Fuck.
Yeah, I need that.
Yes, sir.
I might need to go out and run and get some Pop-Tarts, bro, after this. Lobby Warsaw, thank you for the 10. I think the pacing of this arc has to do with the fact that the characters are executing a precise plan. They can't afford to take time. Shibuya with pre-Shinjuku. Is the pacing still bad? Not as I wouldn't say so as often. I would say like the Cooling Games definitely feels weird in a lot of departments, but I don't know if as slow pacing would be it. I just don't know. I'm trying to think about like
Mm.
I just don't know if like okay, let's say I grant that that's the intention and that's why the pacing speeds up and good reason for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know if it gets across that like because I don't know if I feel frantic more than I feel taken out of the situation, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if that.
for me it's like heavily carried by Sukuna because I feel most engaged when I see new people come in and like show a hand that they've kept hidden, and like they're the ones surprising Sukuna. Whereas with Sukuna, I feel like since we're more familiar with his bag of tricks slash we don't really have a clear read on exactly how he's doing because he's just smiling from ear to ear in every fucking panel he's in. It's this weird thing where whenever a new person comes and it's like a surprise move and then we get a flashback, it's like, okay, justification, I'm immersed, I'm locked in. And then it's Sukuna, impromptu binding vows. He said he wouldn't tie his shoes on Tuesdays in that specific orientation. Therefore, he can just fire off the sun. I don't know,
Oh my god.
like a lot of a lot of it does come from Sukuna's side, I will say. Like it's mostly a Sukuna specific problem.
Yeah, fair. Let's see. Mozane, think of the 5. Beer and Creams, making me come back over or under 10 chapters away.
That's
God, bro, I have such a bad fucking frame of reference for like time.
Mm-hmm. That's
a tough ass question, bro. Holy shit.
Is that 13 or 14 weeks with breaks?
I think I almost threw up. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, let me think. So definitely over 5 chapters, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the question is, it's so hard to say because in 10. Okay, let me look at where we were at 10 chapters ago, just to get myself a little bit. So 251. Oh my god, bro. 251. Maki just stabbed Sukuna in the back. Oh my god. This is a whole different fight, man.
Yep.
This is a whole different scenario.
Sukuna still had his heart at the start of that.
In 10 chapters, right? Yuta went from getting sliced in half to being Gojo.
Yep.
Toto wasn't here. Yuji hadn't landed 8 black flashes. Sukuna had all 4 of his arms. Well, nah, he did not have. He had 3 of his arms, I think, working.
Yeah, no, it's night and day, man.
This shit is.
Bro,
it's hard to tell. 10 chapters of Gege time, bro. That is.
Okay,
motherfucker, this is a different manga. Like we could be.
You know what? Let me try something. Let me try volume scaling because I don't really do it with HK anyway, right? Last chapter is an end of volume chapter, I think. This chapter is like beginning of volume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just in like vibes.
Okay.
Let's say we got 8 more chapters, right? This fight might last. I know this is gonna sound psychotic, but let's split the difference between 15 or however long for Gojo versus like the 4 with Yuta by him, with Yuta and Yuji. So let's say it takes a solid 5 out of those 7, right? Or out of those 8. We're talking about maybe 1 or 2 chapters difference. We got room for one more twist in there. The question we are asking ourselves is, depending on the result of what happens to Yuta slash Gojo versus Sukuna, are we saying that the reveal will be something like Nobara coming back or Megami coming back? Like, what's the... Because, like, Nobara coming back means the fight is still going. Megami coming back means we're almost at the finish line.
Yeah.
So, what are we thinking? Like, what are we thinking? Like endgame in 10 chapters? Or are we thinking like phase 8 of this fight is commencing? Like how?
Dude, I can't conceptualize it. 10 chapters of JJK means we are fundamentally in an entirely different place than before. But like it's actually hard to kind of conceptualize.
Is that a beginning of a volume reveal? Is what we're asking ourselves. Like end of volume / beginning of a next phase. Like what does that even look like? I don't know.
I'm gonna make a gut reaction. I'm thinking which one will hurt me more over 10 chapters, and I think that's what will happen. I think that's how I think that's how my luck has been shaping up so far. Gege, I think I'm in for 10 more weeks of Megami slander and abuse that I will be subjected to and watch bare minimum before I get any sort of happiness on that end. I think that's kind of how. Let me see something real quick. How long has Sukuna been fighting, bro?
Wait, are we counting Gojo's fight or?
Yeah, we are. I'm about to I'm gonna count. Okay, so from 223, we're at 261. Let's see.
That's 40.
Yeah, he's been 38 chapters.
Oh, okay.
38 chapters. Sukuna has not really been. Well, okay, hold on. I gotta subtract the Takaba versus Kenjaku shit. Hold on, give me a second.
Wasn't that only 3 chapters?
I don't know. I thought it was 4, but I'm gonna go check real quick.
Because it might be like 2 full chapters and then half of 2 others. So it might be like 3 total.
Let me just see. So there's one where Kenjaku's just doing his bullshit. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's 4. Nope, it's like 5. What the fuck?
No, the fight wasn't this long.
Kenjaku dies in chapter 243.
Okay.
We see Kenjaku, like, we perspective switch in 239. So 239, 240, 241, 242, 243. Unless I'm a certified dumbass, that's 5 chapters, right? That shit was a long fight. Okay, so let me take.
With breaks, that's like 6 weeks. So that might be why it feels long.
Okay, so Sukuna has been going on for 33 chapters, right? He's been running the gauntlet for 33 chapters, not straight, but 33 chapters. Do I think he's gonna hit 40 to 50? I could see it. Yeah. So I'm gonna say over. I think my suffering will be prolonged. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm basically betting it off of. Like, how has my JJK life been going so far? Oh, kick in the teeth, punch in the mouth, kick in the ribs, like, you know what I mean? Like, 10 chapters.
Little nut check,
love that. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Woo.
Okay. Did we get up to Lobby Warsaw?
Let's see. Yeah, the last super chat. Yeah.
Last super Lobby Warsaw, thank you for the 5. Last super chat, I saw a tweet that said KK writes like he doesn't have fans. It's like he wants to hurt us. JJK chapters feel like gut punches. That they do, and maybe not always as intended by Gege. I definitely feel. Let me adjust the saying. Gege writes like he doesn't have people actively like willing to fly to Japan to take care of things. Like, okay, Gege writes like a guy who has, you know, his characters be memorialized in real life by real people.
Hey man, I saw somebody say what happens when Gege like switches up his fucking pen name, gets an artist, and then like he just switches. Like, I'm like, hey bro,
something about this familiar.
Like W exit strat. I'll just say that.
Would you be able to pick up on Gege's like Gege-isms even if he switched? Who
knows if I would even read it? You know what I mean? I don't know if he wants to make an idol manga. I don't know if I'd inherently pick it up if I don't know, like, just some idol manga in. I don't know if it's in Shonen Jump. He switches magazines, whatever. If he writes another battle shonen, and if he draws it, I'll know frame 1, right? If he has an artist draw it, so like completely different style, I don't know. I would definitely have to see. I need a couple. I need a little bit. I wouldn't be able to tell off of like 1 chapter. Not certainly. I would need give me like 10 chapters. Let me see how depressing this shit gets. Let me see how the dialogue is. Hey, does this character? Okay, I definitely need to feel it out. How about you though?
Probably the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I like to think I'd be able to pick it up quickly, but I don't know. Not instantly.
Because the way it would have to work is like Gege is like this from the get, like from the very start, right? Like I wouldn't like if I'm like 7 chapters deep into the fucking manga and it's like, oh, suddenly characters are dying. I'm like, wait a minute.
I remember this feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, main character dies 10 chapters in. He's like, fuck, I thought I was gonna get canceled. Hey, I know that guy. Yeah.
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 Okay, let's see.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Black.
Black.
Thank you
Yeah.
for the 5. Also, the Shoko hate this chapter is actually infuriating. People just trashing on her without even trying to think of her perspective at all.
Was there Shoko hate?
Yeah, there's a lot of Shoko hate. Look, Shoko doesn't care, blah, 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 blah. Now, granted, I don't exist on the side of Twitter where motherfuckers are really, really talking about Shoko like that. But I saw, like, quote retweet. Like, I would, if I went through, like, a quote retweet thread, I would see it, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to that, I just say, this is the most Shoko's done on screen in a minute, bro. Like, in terms of, like, not caring or not reacting or whatever, like, I don't think Shoko expected Gojo to lose. She was very clearly stressed out in certain aspects. And also, Shoko has really never given me the perception of someone that would react crazily to trauma anyways. She definitely plays that shit close to the chest and close to the cigarette butts. Like, I don't really know. Like, Ghetto says, I'm defecting and killed my parents. I'm going to go kill every non-sorcerer. And she's like, ha 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 ha. Can you light my cigarette real quick? I'm definitely gonna call Gojo because I can't deal with what the fuck you are.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then
she needs to figure out how to mourn.
When she's introspective, like we have it at the end of what 221, but it's like she doesn't tell anybody that. She just thinks that shit to herself, and it's like, I don't know, man. What is she supposed to say, right? Because like if she believes that Gojo's gonna die, then
she doesn't believe in him. Yeah.
She doesn't believe in him, right? And that's one thing. If it's 220, by the way, I was fucking off by one chapter. But if she's wrong, right? Or she's like, I don't believe in you, Gojo. You're probably gonna die. Okay, whatever. You don't believe. Why don't you believe in your best friend, right? But also, at some point, it's like, listen, I'm not really asking you to morally agree with me. When I tell you to put my brain in the other person's body, please listen though, because if not, Sukuna is going to literally tear you to shreds. And the rest of the world, honestly. So we don't really got time for all this bullshit. Yeah. Oh my God, we're using the corpse of your best friend. Okay, it's already happened with Kenjaku. Would you rather it happen with me, person who likes Gojo, or we all die after Gojo dies as well? Because like Yuta using Gojo's body doesn't make him less dead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, let's see. Just a mongrel, thank you for the 20. You know what? I just realized JJK might be about greed in a sense. Like listening to your guts wanting listening to you guys wanting more is like listening to Kashimo and Gojo's whole existence. Hell, even the whole save Megami thing is just being greedy. Yeah,
I don't know.
Greedier.
Yeah, literally be greedier. That was Gege's message. I'm trying to be greedier, bro, but like it takes two to tango. Bro. You got to start drawing. I'm doing my job. I'm wanting more. You got to deliver more. Half the transaction is taken care of, bro. Don't worry. The bill is half paid. You just gotta chip in.
Yeah, bro. Can you get the tip, please? Like cover something, bro. Help. I'm here.
Not to be this guy, but I didn't order the souffle, dog. That was all you. But I'm
not trying to be stingy, but fuck, dude, that souffle was really fucking expensive. Yeah. Also, did you have to get refills in your margaritas? Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, bro, you fucking No,
it wasn't unlimited. The waiter expressly told you, sir, that's an additional charge every time. And you said, don't worry, it's not like I'm gonna be paying. What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're the what? What? Yeah. No. I'm sorry. Wait, no, I don't believe you. You're not going to the bathroom. What the fuck? I don't believe you. Sit your ass back down. You just no, bro. Cause a scene. That shit would be bad.
Okay, there are a few digits in here.
Yeah, a few digits is crazy.
Yeah.
No. Hey, bro. You're the one with millions of manga sales, not me.
Low key, I bought some of those, so that's you're just paying me back.
I paid that forward. Motherfucker, pay it backwards. Thanks.
God.
But yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, real quick thing on Shoko that I just remembered. Imagine she was like, "No, Gojo," in the fucking medical tent as Uyu is like bringing more people in there. Like,
yeah.
Sorry.
Like it just doesn't. Like I'm not really for the don't have reactions because it's busy shit. It's more like. Call it just like resigning to understanding that Shoko is the character she is. She was not going to react like that. If she does, it's probably going to be like in her head of like, why'd you leave me alone, Gojo? Or probably not. But it doesn't even sound right coming out of like Shoko's fucking internal thoughts.
Because she was like, hell could freeze over before I was in love with any of you. But you were cool.
I fuck with you, gang. Like that was basically it. Like,
Yeah.
nah, I fucked with y'all for real, but like
It's crazy that
not
she's
like
like.
that.
It's crazy that she's as good a doctor as she is, considering she's blind. I'm so impressed with her, man.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize your joke until I was like, until I thought, what would a dick eater say here? And
Oh,
I
yeah.
get it.
Um, DC YouTube, thank you for the 5. Jujutsu is one of the best things I've read, but it is one of my favorite story experiences. Does a story have to be a 9 to a 10 out of 10 to be a favorite for y'all? A favorite? Yes. Like top 3?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It honestly, I think to be in my top 10, it probably has to be a 10 out of 10 to me. Like not because it's just because if I think about other series I've read, like I think there are probably 10 things I've seen where I consider them like 10 out of 10s. So JJK would have to be a 10 out of 10. Not for me to consider it good or great, but for me to consider it an all-time favorite. Like, motherfucker, get in line. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. There are 10 out of 10s. I just looked up on my any list, not counting Percy Jackson. The motherfucker has a steep climb, bro. Like, yeah, it's gonna have to move me to be a favorite. To be good or great, there are plenty of manga I fucking love, and there are plenty of manga I like talking about more than some of my favorites, i.e. JJK. But that doesn't disqualify its quality. It's more so of like a.
I mean, it's kind of a controversy thing, right? Like you don't have to. It's notable. It's engaging to talk about it, with others because of A, how popular it is, and B, like what it presents, right? But you don't have to love it, like to engage.
It's fun. It's fun. It's very fun to talk about. But that's like that's not it. But it's more like it's explicit extra value to me, right? Of like. It's not better than say something like Haikyuu, right? To me, but it's more fun to talk about than Haikyuu. Like, you know what I mean? It's not better than Blue Lock, and I was gonna say, bad comparison. It's not better than Haikyuu was actually I struck gold with that one. It's not better than Haikyuu to me. It is more fun to talk about than Haikyuu though. Like I would never be like, all right, bro, it's time to start a Haikyuu related podcast. Like, what the fuck? it just wouldn't even it wouldn't even occur to me.
Dude, I have no idea. Like we've spoken about it. Like we have enough like other series to talk about where like the content isn't going to be a problem, but as far as the framing is concerned, I have no idea what we're gonna go with as like the thing. We're just gonna have to lock in on this fucking anime podcast shtick, bro. We're gonna have to, get that purple logo.
God, bro, like, are we gonna have to like watch seasonal shit though to like stay on top of it? Like, bro, we'd have to like watch like Kaiju number 8 or some shit, bro. Like,
dude, it's like because you're not locked into One Piece, right? So we can't even like. Don't get me wrong, a lot of mileage out of that one if we did, right? A lot of mileage. We can really milk that for all it's worth, right? But I feel like you wouldn't care as much. I don't know though. Marineford might change you. Who knows, right? But I don't think you'd care as much. And I don't think there's any other series that has it.
Hey, bro, hop on the train early for Kagurabachi, bro.
Yeah.
Like, get in early, bro. We can be one of the OGs. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, I need Gege. I need Gege to like extend the manga until Kagurabachi has its first season, and then we can like let him go out to pasture. Like Gege, it's a beautiful sunset, right?
Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
Dude. Chat.
Hey, bro, lock in early.
Chat. What series should we fucking do this thing on?
Make our personality.
Yeah.
What series should we attach everything to for the next coming years?
Chat. What should my new identity be?
Sakamoto days would be fine. I'll see how this production is looking, man. Because
wasn't there some
2024 release with no announcement is actually like diabolical, bro. We are halfway through this shit.
I saw a thing on Twitter today that was like Sakamoto Days official Twitter says to tune in for tomorrow. They have like a big announcement.
Hey man, I'm hype, but I'm also skeptical because like I'm just worried that like if y'all haven't been promoting it,
I swear if it's a fucking mobile game, oh my God, I'm gonna crash out.
A mobile game would actually like I think I would have an aneurysm. Like I think I just wouldn't, or a stroke or something. But I will say, if the anime sucks, I'll also fucking lose it, bro. Like, bro, like I need
Sakamoto
I need
days.
some shit, bro.
Bro, the fucking God, what's the Sakamoto Days version of I Alone and the Honored One? What's like the most
Mumble,
iconic?
mumble, mumble, mumble.
Oh yeah,
Mumble, yeah.
we are the mumbling ones.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyway,
I
yeah.
don't know. Yeah,
Uh,
but
yeah.
yeah,
Pop a third leg,
Kagurabachi, save me.
please.
Let's see.
Pop a third leg. Thank you for the 5. Just got here. Y'all seen the theory that Kenny is this curse technique, not the brain itself, and after Yuta's 5 minutes, he'll take over. What did? What does that mean for the original wielder? Like, did they just have like a little guy in their head?
He's the curse technique, not the brain. What does it mean to be a curse technique,
Like, is
bro?
he
That would
like a shit like a shikigami?
He's the
Like,
concept of swapping. Like, I don't know.
yeah,
I mean, it's gay. I'm never gonna say never, but
it's a funny thought.
oh man, it is. It is definitely a funny thought for sure. For sure.
Y'all got the ha-has out of me.
Yeah. Sugar Shogun, thank you for the 8. You're gonna pull out the thin hollow breaker missile, bro. Listen, a blue enhanced like thin icebreaker.
Dude, I gotta
That
see some
shit-
hybrid moves. I gotta see some combos.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I need the don't move into a black flash, blue enhanced, thin icebreaker. Like, give me some. Nah, bro. Put your hole through his fucking chest. Like, put your hand through his fucking chest, bro. Like really cook something up, bro. Because Yuta, you got 5 minutes, bro. This shit better be hype as hell.
Bro, I need you to pull up like, oh damn, I failed this in this domain clash. Toto, get me out of here.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Dude, I can't wait.
Oh fuck.
I just want Sukuna to reflexively go, oh shit, right, fuck.
Okay, that's just shit. I just gotta do some shit. Fuck.
And he's like running,
okay.
like he just, he's like,
oh shit.
off,
Yeah.
domain off.
Yeah, nah, bro. Let's see. Just a mongrel. Thank you for the 5. A fight between the 3 of them. I mean, Sukuna just being Sukuna, Yuji trying to stop Yuta, and Yuta going immediately for the kill. Sorry for the confusion, dude. I could imagine, like, it's a funny thought, but can you imagine, like, your Yuta's just fucking like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Yuji's like, no, please, bro. That's my best friend. That's big homie, bro. Like, and Sukuna's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that shit would be. That would be funny, I'll say, but
Yeah,
definitely weird to get there for sure.
Oh man, the Gojo fan club president. Thank you for the 2. My first impression of Kreams was the tree episode. Mamma mia, man. Ugh. Shucks. Black X Sage, thank you for the 5. You could lock into some manhwa/webtoons. Most are ass, but there are some gems in there. I've heard Legend of the Webtoon manhwa game. So far, the only one I've ever invested in was Solo Leveling.
Yeah, it's cool or whatever.
Bro said
That's some
Japan
good
over
webtoons, but
Korea.
not.
I'm sick.
Nobody said that, bro. And the fact your mind went there instantly is kind of crazy. I'm gonna be honest, but whatever. Caliber X4, thank you for the 2. We need you to be on some all for one timing. No, the fuck we do not. Holy shit! Don't put that on my glorious king.
I like that. Oh, but you see, Sukuna, I have another technique.
No, I more mean like don't be on that loser shit.
Oh,
but
okay.
I will say, in terms of combining abilities,
Lock in.
I'll allow it.
Steal that. I want to see a robbery.
Also, Sleeping Danger, I'm gonna be real. This shit's personal. Don't you ever suggest a Boruto podcast ever again in your fucking life, bro. That's insane, bro. I think wow, what the fuck? You don't respect us at all. That's nuts. That's wild. Also, saying Hunter x Hunter for a series to talk about on a
Insane.
I'm serious, bro.
Yeah.
You're such an asshole, bro.
All right, guys. Tagashi did not do a teaser on. No, I'm not even gonna get that greedy. He did not drop a teaser on Twitter. So, what have y'all been up to? That's gonna be what's fucking
sitting around a fucking campfire. Don't remember when. Yeah, no, that's insane, bro.
Bro, I can't wait. We're gonna be the fucking rewatch podcast of JJK. That's gonna go fucking crazy. You know, season 1, episode 1 teases a lot.
Yeah.
God, dude.
Whoa, shit.
Ooh, dude, nice, cool 4-hour episode today. This was great. This was a great one. I think this is one of my favorite ones we've done. We really we were on our shit today. Let's fucking go.
It was certainly our honored ones podcast, bro.
Yes,
that
sir.
was the moral of the story.
Chat, you can pat yourselves on the back. You know, you helped out to some small extent. You had a small contribution in this.
Damn, bro. I will contradict him and say thank you guys for the super chats. Really do appreciate y'all. I think y'all played a really big part. And I'll drop my PayPal in the chat if you want to play an even bigger part to me personally.
No.
Fuck this guy. He hates you.
You gotta prioritize the podcast first, guys. It's all about us being a team. We're gonna have a pizza party later.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you in the foot, I fear.
Speaking of this podcast, for all you honored ones After Dark members, y'all know that we just finished up Dying Light. That's now 2 video games that we have under our belts. First is Elden Ring. Now this, and the 3rd video game poll should be up this week. But to recap, Soul Eater has won the book club poll. So by either next week or the week after, we will be on Soul Eater and basically an entirely new video game. So video game poll will be out soon. If you want to vote on video game / book club polls, you can sign up to be a member to vote on the polls, or a member on After Dark to see us do our After Dark streams on Thursdays.
Yep. In the meantime, you guys will be locking in for a certified yap session.
Yes,
just
sir.
Straight hawking, straight yapping, straight flapping our gums. That's always going to be fun. Always going to be interesting. Always going to be engaging. But yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we are going to be doing episode the After Dark episode on Tuesday this week and next week. Because this guy has to see Spider-Man a couple more times. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, that and also the Naruto at 5K thing is still on.
Still on the table. Yeah, on you guys.
Harass your friends and families to subscribe.
Yeah, maybe gently ask them. Harass is a bit much.
Yeah, I mean threaten.
We on the Other Ones podcast, specifically me, Blackmail. Actually, Kreams actually condones everything he said, and we actually don't. I actually don't endorse or condone harassing, blackmailing, or threatening people, even if it is to subscribe to the channel. He does. So any legal ramifications that may fall upon him,
that's the United Front. BR is willing to die about this, and he is willing to say this in front of in a court of law.
Incorrect. You will never see me in court with this goober. Not over this.
You'll only see me in the same courtroom as BR in the witness stand, where I belong.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a good rest of your night.
Yep. Appreciate you guys coming out. Thank you for all the super chatters, all the people that are members, all the people that just came by, chilled, talked to us, chopped it up. Appreciate y'all, and we will see y'all in the next one. Peace.